Hey y'all, welcome to the commentary version of the 100% run of Siren on PS5. We'll be going over the strategies, archives, secrets, trophies, and just general lore of the game. So we start off with Kyoya Suda. He just arrived in Hanuda, and once he gets there, he notices this strange girl with her dog, and she's smashing something that he can't identify. So there's Miyako and her dog. Kyoya looks on. So the dog notices him first, and then Miyako does because Miyako is blind. So even though it looks like she's looking at him directly, she isn't. She just notices him in the immediate area. So now we get into Kyoya's first mission, and now he's going to witness a strange ritual going on with the same girl he saw earlier.
What are they doing? It's the middle of the night. Who's there? Huh? Who is it?
So they notice Kyoya, and he runs away, and he gets his first experience with the sight jacking.
Hey, what?
And the cop is there about to chase after him. Now, it's an important distinction to make note of that the cop is actually not a Shibito yet. He's just drunk, and there's more lore about that later on in the game that we'll read about.
What? Why?
So for the first archive in this first mission, you're going to want to back up as soon as you take control of Kyoya. And you're going to wait for the cop to drop because the first archive is going to fall out of his back pocket. So once you collect that, you want to run into this little storage shack here. And in the back corner, there's the newsletter that you can pick up, which is the second archive for the game and for this mission. Next, the key to the truck is on the table, but you want to be careful because the police officer is aiming at you. So you kind of want to run in between shots because he's drunk, so his accuracy is off. So if you wait for a shot and then you go out there, then you should be able to get into the truck safely. And then once you get in the truck, you're going to look into the passenger seat and you'll see a magazine, which is the third archive and the last archive for this mission. Then you can just go ahead and start the truck and you can hit the cop. Alright, and that's the first mission done, 100%.
Excuse me? Are you okay? Hello? Oh my god!
So as you can clearly
What do I
see,
do?
the police
Call an
officer
ambulance?
is either incapacitated or just dead. And then the ground starts
An
to
earthquake!
shake, and then the siren will go off, as you can hear. And the police officer is going to rise up, and he's going to shoot Kyoya. So now he is a Shibito. And he shoots Kyoya, and Kyoya falls down. Alright, and then we're just going to save the game here. You don't get any penalties for saving or anything, so it's actually pretty important that you save so you don't lose any data in between missions. So now we're going to go into Kyoya's first day 1 mission, which shows the aftermath of what happened after he got shot.
It's gone.
So it's kind of important to take note of where Kyoya landed and the red water that he landed in, and the conversation that he's going to have with Hisako once he meets up with her, which will be now.
Didn't you? You can see visions. Relax. Although I guess that's easier said than done. Are you all right?
I just got shot, but...
I understand. Listen, you have to come with me. You're not safe here. Follow me.
Alright, so this is another tutorial mission, but there is one secret objective and one archive, which we'll get to. But first, let's get through the tutorial stuff. So Hisako here is going to teach you about the sight jack.
This red water is now coursing through your veins. In place of all the blood you lost. You have the water to thank for your recovery. I know you're still shaky, but you will be better soon. I'm so relieved. It was any more.
So right there she
Anyway,
says if it was any more, and
we
she kind of
must
cuts
hurry
herself
now.
off, because if Kyoya had more red water
Close your
go into
eyes.
his body, then he would have turned it into a Shibito.
Relax.
But yeah,
and
so
look
she's
for
going
me
to teach you the basics
in your
of
thoughts.
sight jacking, and it's actually important to do this because this goes into the sight jacking achievement where you have to sight jack all companions. So this is the first companion that you have to sight jack. So as long as you complete this tutorial, you've completed the first part of that trophy.
Do you see yourself?
So yeah, once you do that, she's just
That's
gonna
you, from my point of view.
tell you that she can see, that you
Did
can
you
see her
feel
from her point of
anything
view,
else?
and then you're just gonna move along.
They are no longer human. Be careful. It will be a while until you can move freely. Please, follow me.
Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to follow Hisako up to these steps once the tutorial text goes on. So once you get up to this step, you just want to wait for her to finish speaking and then
here.
run away.
Come over when I call you. I'm concentrating on our surroundings, so I can't watch over you the whole time. Eventually, you'll be able to feel me calling you.
So you're supposed to sight jack and listen to her voice when she runs over there, which you can. So yeah, so what I would recommend is to sight jack and you'll hear her say, come over now. So just listen for it. So then what you want to do is, instead of going to her, you want to make a left here, and you want to go onto like the end of the bridge that you can see there, so you don't get spotted by the Shibito. There's actually a key here by this little red phone, so you can actually, once you're in range, you could just press triangle and pick it up. So I'm waiting to get into range, and the camera actually shifts projected as well, so you can see it. And so that's the sub-objective for this mission. and then just go back the way that you did to the stairs, and then walk over to Hisako and continue the mission. Okay, you're safe to run when she runs. You basically just want to mimic her movements because that's the safe way to play it. Because what she's about to do is crouch.
Someone is looking over this way. Keep down and we'll get through this.
So crouch with her and then walk by, and there's going to be a certain point where she's going to stand up. Once she stands up, you're going to want to walk though, not run, because you can actually get caught. If you're in the back, you can actually hear Harumi from the school calling out for Mrs. Takato, which is way later, but I like that little detail because it's going on in the same day. So yeah, keep crouching forward, and then she stands up.
Be careful. He's after you.
Okay. So then what we're going to do is Hisako is going to run to the bus stop where the mission ends because you're supposed to pull her up. But before we do that, there is an archive. So you see where that street light is, you want to head over there, and then in this little like broken part of the fence, I guess, there's the only archive for this mission. So you'll pick that up, and then you can go to the bus stop, climb up, pull up a Sako, and leave.
I can't do it alone. Will you pull me up?
Which I'm assuming this is a bus stop. It could be something completely different, but it looks like a bus stop to me. Yeah, there's like about, I feel like the first hour of this game is kind of like tutorial missions before they actually let you kind of just play without giving you hints and stuff. So yeah. So a lot of the first missions that you'll play, because it's like, I think some of the other missions won't give you like the text pops up and stuff like that, but it's kind of just like practice to get you acclimated with like the combat and how to sight jack your companions and things as such. So yeah, and that's the second mission down, 100%. Alright, and so again, I do recommend saving after each mission because again, it does not penalize you, and it's good just in case the game crashes or if you reset, you don't want to lose any progress. So next we're going to meet our second and third characters, Tamon Takeuchi and his student, Yuriko Ono. Apologies if I butchered that, but they've just arrived in Hanuda as well.
What is this place? Where are we? I just don't get it. What's going on?
I told you to wait in the car.
But what's happening? What is this? Why is this happening?
This is exactly why I told you not to come.
Professor, we need to find the villagers. They must be panicking.
Please, shut up.
What is this?
Oh my god. From now on, you will do exactly as I tell you.
What?
Until I call you, keep your eyes closed and stay still. Do you understand?
Oh. Professor, is that a real gun?
Okay, come on.
Okay.
Alright, and so for his first objective, you receive it at the start of the mission, so it's auto-earned, and the objective of the mission is to just escape the area with the student.
So, I'm supposed
So I let her
to
talk here, and then the
concentrate
first thing
and listen to
that you
your
want to
voice.
do is sight jack her for
Well,
the Do
I'm
You See
seeing
What I
something
See
kind of
trophy.
strange.
So once she finished speaking, I sight jack her. Well, I sight jack that Shibito because we need it later on, but I'll also sight jack Yuriko. Alright, so now we're going to move. We're going to walk at first here, and then we're going to tell her to come on, and then we'll run across. You want to go this way because across the bridge at the start is a Sniper Shibito, and as soon as you cross to a certain point, he'll shoot you, and it's a one-shot, so you'll die. So there are 2 Shibito roaming this area. You want to focus on the one, you can't see him really, but they both have flashlights, but he'll be wearing a sort of brownish orange hat, and that's the one you want to focus on because that's who we need to trap for the sub-objective for this mission. Now this mission is a little bit complex because it contributes to where the Shibito will be in 2 later missions.
Yeah.
I did create guides for this game and I call it the Tamon effect because the subjective in this mission doesn't have to be completed, so that means that he'll pop up in a later mission, but if you do complete the sub-objective, then he'll pop up in another. And I'll explain it a little bit more once we get closer to actually doing the sub-objective. So there's this little house right here that you want to hide Yuriko at because you got to go up here and get the radio from the little shack home that I like to. It looks too small to be a home, but it probably was, but it's pretty big for a shack, so I kind of call it a combination of both. You'll see what I mean. I guess it could be a home. I'm not too familiar with home sizes that would be in Japan, but it looks too small. But anyway, so you're gonna pick up the broken radio, and like I said, it's better to just sidejack both Shibito in the area, because you'll have to kill the other on the way back unless you're trying to go complete stealth with this mission, which you don't have to. You just don't want to alert the one that walks around the well. So if you do sidejack them and you're not too familiar with their pathing, just make sure you keep an eye out for the one. See, the well's right there that goes by the well, because that's who you'll need to kill for the sub-objective. So we're going to hop back down and we're going to head the same way where we told Yuriko to wait. And we're going to walk too so we don't accidentally alert any of the Shibito. So there's Yuriko right there. We're not going to get her yet. So we're just making sure that that one Shibito is not by the well, and then we're going to take the broken radio to the well and place it down there. And I also want to mention that if you don't do the sub-objective, then you won't receive the archive that you need to get from here once you do shoot the guy down the well, or the Shibito, I should say. So if this is your first ever playthrough of the game and you want to get all the archives, I do suggest there's a baby.
Huh?
But I do suggest doing this sub-objective on your first playthrough. On the second playthrough, you can ignore it and see where the Shibito will spawn if you don't complete it, but I can just tell you later on as well. So yeah, so you put the broken radio down the well, and then there's a hiding spot by the well. It's right here behind this tree. So basically what I do is I just crouch right here, and I'm going to sidejack the Shibito and wait for him to catch on. He's going to hear the broken radio, and then I'm going to slowly approach him and shoot him down the well. Alright, so once he looks down the well, what you want to do is just aim your gun and approach him and turn on your flashlight, because flashlight does affect the accuracy of your shots. You shoot him down and the sub-objective is done, and then the archive will be right beneath your feet. Right there. Alright, so that's the first archive for the mission. And now what you want to do is go back and get Yuriko, or reload your gun, even though that was one bullet. And we're waiting to see where the other Shibito is. Again, you can complete this mission, complete stealth, by not alerting them, because that is a trophy, but I do those for other missions, or I do those in other missions. But what I'm going to do is I'm just waiting to see where this other Shibito is, and then I'm going to go up and collect the second archive. Make her wait there again. Okay, so now we're gonna climb up. I guess wait. I guess what I was trying to do in this mission was to try to do it stealth, and I realized that I can just do it another time, so I just kind of went for the archive. So once you climb up, there's gonna be like a mini graveyard that has the path is right there leading up to it, and then inside this little enclosed case, there's gonna be something you can. Well, I went the wrong way, but yeah, I'm just gonna kill her. It doesn't matter. But you want to bring her back here because there's a Sniper Shibito on the rooftop over there that she can alert. So bringing her back here is the safest way. So. And well, I guess this too counts towards the arm yourself trophy where you have to use a weapon. Because you'll be shooting at a Shibito in the other missions anyway, so it doesn't matter. But again, it doesn't matter if you kill her as well. I guess I was trying to go for stealth here and it just didn't work out. But we ended up getting it anyway, and it's easier in the other missions, so. Alright, so again, the graveyard over here has a little walkway or ramp you can go up, and then the second archive is going to be in that little enclosed like cage, I guess, or enshrine. So you get that one, and that is the second and last archive for this mission, and all you got to do now is run to the end with Yuriko, and you've completed Tamon Takeuchi's first mission. Yeah, you can just, and also you can just run there all the way. The Sniper Shibito won't see you, you'll be fine. As long as the other Shibito who's patrolling doesn't alert him. Okay, so we're catching up with Kyoya now.
Am I going crazy? Okay. What do we do now?
All we can do is wait here until Makino and the others arrive.
Oh, are you... Is this a place of worship? I mean, it kind of looks like one, but it's different from the other ones I've seen.
It may seem strange, but this is our faith.
Oh. Well, I don't know anything about religion.
It must be a sign. Outsiders like you don't normally possess the sight.
Right. I'll go and see what's going on.
So yeah, that was Miyako. Alright, and again, important state of your game. Okay, and now we're gonna get introduced into our fourth character, Makino.
It is Arco. Where is everyone? What's this?
So this is one of the easier missions in the game, and the first mission where you can get the first stealth, non-caught, I guess, stealth mission, where you don't alert any of the Shibito. So the first thing you want to do is sidejack the Shibito that's looking out the Mana River here. So once it's turned to the side, you can go. But you're gonna want to walk though, because if you run, then it'll see you, because sound is also an indicator in this game as well. So you're gonna walk up the stairs here, and then you're just gonna continue. So it's easier if you can't see to just follow the street light, but you're gonna follow the same path that Kyoya did in the same level earlier on. And then what you want to do is you want to sidejack this guy, because he's the one that can actually catch you. So we're still going to walk here. So right now what we're going to do is we want to make sure that we don't get caught by the guy that's doing the planting or whatever he's doing. So we're gonna crouch. Now you can walk here, but I find it easier to just crouch and move forward, because even if you slip up by pressing the analog stick a little too hard and you run, then he'll catch you. So we're just gonna slowly move here. And then the important thing is once you reach to the other side here, you want to make sure you sight jack the guy that's hammering the wall, because as soon as you reach this side, he's gonna look at Hisako's veil and or veil, however you pronounce it. And if you run past this area here, if you run past them, he'll catch you. So as you can see here, I'm gonna sight jack him right now. So no matter what time you actually reach that, it's automated, so you want to make sure you sight jack and only move when he turns back to hammering the wall. Because right now we're going to do the first sub-objective. So he turned, and if you can see on the wall there, the code that you have to use for the tape deck is 0705. So we're making sure he's hammering the wall, and then you want to go in here. There's also the first archive in here, I believe, which is a wall scroll. So you want to open this room and then turn to your right, and it's right there. So that's the first archive for this mission. And then there's a tape deck here, and again, or cassette player, whatever you want to call it. And then you just want to tune it to 0705, and once it reaches that, then the cassette will read back the code that you need to use to unlock the padlock. This is RNG, so every time you do this mission, you'll have to do it to get the code. It's never the same. So I stop it close to it because you have to hit play. So around like 6-9, whatever, just make sure you stop it and hit play so you can hear the code.
4 1 0 3.
Alright, so now that we got the code, we're gonna head back to the door, and we're gonna make sure, again, you gotta sight jack the guy, because the shack that we need to get to is right in his sight line. So once he goes back to hammering, that's when I can go and padlock. And just to note too, you can get both sub-objectives done in this mission. It's just I forgot to grab the rope, and I did it in mission 2. All you have to do for the rope is, once you get inside the shack, is just turn to the left and press X, and he'll grab the rope as well. But if you missed it like I did or forgot to get it in mission 1, you can also do it in mission 2 as well, because you can just head over here. So yeah, so the rope is right there to the left if you can see it, so I forgot to grab it. So for the face towel though, we'll have to head back to complete sub-objective 1, so you can just, you can walk across as well if you'd like to, but again, my issue is that with the PS5 controller, the sticks are very sensitive, and so it's when you're trying to walk, if you make any type of error, he'll begin to run and you'll get spotted. So if you're playing with the PS5 controller, I highly suggest just for this section to just crouch and walk. It's slow, but again, you're trying not to alert anyone so you can get one mission done towards the stealth achievement, and you just don't want to restart as well. So. But what we're doing now is, with the face towel, we're going to go back into the kitchen and complete sub-objective 1, which is freezing the towel for Shiro Miyata later on, which is a character that we'll meet later on as well. Okay. So once you get inside, there's also another archive as well, I believe. So you're going to go over here and look at the Hanuda Town Hall News. It looks kind of like a newspaper. And then you'll go over to the sink and you'll soak the towel. And then what you're going to do is you're going to open the freezer up, place it inside, and it's also very important that you make sure to plug in the fridge. I've watched numerous people do this sub-objective, but they never plug in the, freezer, not fridge, and they wonder why it wasn't done, but it's because they forgot to plug it in. Because really, it only gives you confirmation if you plug it in, so you'll know if you completed it, if it tells you that the sub-objective was completed. So yeah, make sure you plug it in, and then it should give you the pop-up message that you did complete the sub-objective. And then you'll exit the stage the same way that Kyoya did with Tasako. You'll climb up the bus stop and leave. Alright, and that's mission 1 done. For Makino, I should say. Alright, and now we're going to cut over to a Miyako cutscene here. So in this cutscene, you actually find out that she's blind.
Are you okay? Hey, this place is messed up. Let's just go to the church together, and then think about what to do. The dog's already dead anyway. I'm sorry.
Actually, I don't think it's this one. I think it's another one. My apologies, I remember one. But that was her seeing eye dog, which is the point. Alright, so then we're going to save again. But that was after Kyoya ran out of the church when he heard Miyako crying out. And the next mission is actually right after that cutscene. So I think maybe this is the one where you find out that she's blind. Yeah, it is.
Are you okay?
Can't you walk a bit more slowly? I'm losing you.
What do you mean?
I can't see unless I use my cherub.
Oh. Are you... Your eyes? Miyako, you still have more to do. You know that we can't proceed without you. Won't be long before someone takes a trip to the other side then. The other side? It looks like you've been taking good care of my sister. Thanks for that. Your sister?
She just knocks him out.
Hey!
Let's go.
It's funny because in Blood Curse, which is the reimagining of this game, it has a callback to that, but Miyako in that game doesn't do any damage to him. He just like looks at her like, what are you doing? So you got the first archive and at the start of the mission, so that's the first one. And then once you gain control of Kyoya, you want to sidejack Miyako for 2 reasons. One, because it's, again, a contribution towards the Do You See What I See achievement. And if you kind of want to run forward a little bit without having to wait for Miyako too much, it's best to sidejack her, because if you just switch to her point of view, then she'll catch up. Because again, she's blind, so the mechanic works that way in the sense that she's not always going to see where you're going. And if you don't sidejack her and let her know where you are, then she's just going to hang back until you catch up with her. So what you want to do is bring her here. We're going to have her wait here because we have to complete a sub-objective, and it's really hard to do if we have Miyako following us. And so what we're going to do is climb up here. If you follow the little I don't know what these are, but if you just climb up them, then you'll pick up the fire poker, which we need to complete the mission. Well, you don't really need it, but let's just say it'll be way harder to do without. There's no reason not to pick up the fire poker. So what you're gonna do now is you're gonna go back onto the path where you you made Miyako wait. And then down here is going to be a Shibito. You're going to shout, get his attention, and then the best way to defeat Shibito is to just time your heavy attacks. I think the light attacks are kind of too fast and too, not too hard, but sometimes you could mistime it and you'll get grabbed. But anyway, there's a Sniper Shibito watching over the ridge where you need to approach. So what you need to do is sidejack him, and you're gonna have to wait for him to turn. It's gonna take a little bit because he spends a lot of time looking over, so you'll just have to wait. And that's the reason I killed the first Shibito, is because I have to wait there and I don't want him attacking me while I wait for the Sniper Shibito to turn around. Because you can take the other path, but again, it's still risky, especially when you're heading back, so you just want to make sure. So, he's turned around now. I'm going to give him a little time to go away, and then I'm going to sprint over here, and then there's going to be something you can turn into here, and there's going to be a little brush that you can clear away. I believe that you have to examine it first before you can do it, so make sure you do that. And once you climb up here, this is going to be the first sub-objective that you do for this mission, and it is to push the marker for a later mission. So 4 different characters have to find these markers. It's Kyoya, Akira, who we'll meet later, Shiro, who we'll meet later, and Risa, who we'll meet later. And that's for that's for a character in another mission as well. So Reiko Takato. Again, apologies if I butchered the name. So now once you climb back down, you're gonna sidejack and make sure that the sniper. See, we could have taken that chance here and ran back, but again, I just didn't want to die because I think the turn is right where the street light is, or the light is, but again, I didn't want to chance it. So we're just gonna take our time and wait for him to turn around again, and then run back, and then we'll continue with the mission as normal. Alright, so now we can run back, and what you're going to do is collect Miyako, and then you're going to want to head up towards the gate. I guess the Shibito came back up, so we'll have to teach him a lesson again. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Yeah, just time your heavy attacks, and you should take him out easy. Which works with all Shibito. Just gotta be a little more careful with like Revolver and Sniper Shibito because they have guns and they shoot pretty fast. But again, just collect Miyako and then head up towards the gate and then continue from there.
Walk slowly.
it can get a bit tedious trying to lead her to the gate, but you gotta be patient with her. She can't see all that well. She does have sight jacking, but yeah.
I can't see. Look at me.
So yeah, so as you can see, if you just sight jack her, and yeah. She even tells you too, when she says look at me properly. But yeah, once you get up to the gate, you're gonna wanna just hit the lock, and it'll open. And then once again, once you take control of Kyoya, there's gonna be a Shibito that's working nearby. What you can do is cheese it by making it climb up, so you can just attack it as it tries to climb up, and it'll go down right here, as you can see. So yeah, just wait for him to try to climb up, and then every time he tries to climb up, just hit him with a heavy attack, and he'll fall back down, and then he'll try to climb again, and then you can just repeat this until he hibernates. Because Shibito actually don't die in this game, they just kind of take a nap until, for a certain period of time. I think the only time they'll remain down is when you have a Shibito brain in the mission, but again, that's way later. So there's also going to be another Shibito that you have to take out in this area. She's actually going to fall down. So you can just take advantage of that and hit her, and then hit her with 2 other time attacks, heavy attacks, and then you can continue on. So yeah, she's up on this like ridge or mound. She's going to drop down. Then you go up to her, heavy attack her, don't miss like I did. Alright, that's 1. That's 2. Okay. Well, I guess it's just 2 because I guess she took fall damage. And then just go up here. It's gonna be like a little grave site that you and Miyako arrive at if Miyako wants to come.
Hurry up and lead the way.
I'm trying to. So what's gonna happen now is you're gonna want to leave Miyako like in this little graveyard area, because there is another secret objective that we have to do, and again, it's harder to do if we have Miyako with us. So there's a screwdriver that's by the truck where the sniper is, and it's right in front of the truck, which is right behind it. So what we have to do is we have to be careful of I believe there's 2 other Shibito in this area that are kind of working in the fields, and the Sniper Shibito that's watching that way, and when he turns around, he watches the line of the side of the truck. So we'll have to time it with him facing that way. I watched him here, and I took my time because I didn't want to walk up to the truck and then he just suddenly decides to turn around. So yeah, I was waiting for the next rotation of where he goes and watches his backside. Another Shibito on the field working there, so you have to be careful of them because they can alert him, and then he'll just turn around and just instantly one-shot you. So now he's going back towards the ridge that he was watching before, so now we can move. We're going to walk up here. Going to make sure he's close to there. And then we're going to take out the worker that's in the field closest to the truck. The one that's furthest, I believe we don't have to worry about. So I'm going to make sure that we take out this Shibito here. Again, it should take 3 easy heavy attacks, and then we can continue. Also, a thing about the heavy attacks is once you land a heavy attack, I highly suggest staying in the stance and just moving forward so they can consistently hit. So just walk in front of this truck, pick up the screwdriver, and then you're going to want to walk back as well. So that's the second sub-objective and the last one for this mission. So once you get to the back of the truck, you can run. We're going to pick up Miyako here now, and then we're going to head to the end of the mission. There's also another Shibito at the exit of this one, so you're going to have to take them out as well before you can leave. But again, just 3 easy heavy attacks, and then they're done. Yeah, there I actually waited for the heavy attack, or for her to come close so I can run the heavy attack, so that's still viable too. But you can also move forward as well. It's just knowing when and when not to do that. Alright, and that is a mission complete. All right, and then again, just save. And again, I'm sorry if I'm like stuttering or slurring any of the words. I'm actually just recording this without a script. I'm just watching the playback of the video and just explaining the strats and archive locations and things like that. So now we're gonna meet Akira Shimura, which I believe is our 5th character, if I'm correct.
There's something in the air.
So a little bit of lore about Akira is that I believe he used to live in Hanuda, but he lost his family and he kind of just went on the outskirts and became a recluse. And now with everything that's going on, he kind of came back into Hanuda, and this is what happens when you came back. So for this mission, what you want to do is there's a Sniper Shibito on top of the Siren Shack. When you first start the mission, you want to sidejack him and make sure he's not looking directly into that tunnel. It's easy to identify him because he's the only Sniper Shibito or gun Shibito that you can sidejack at the start of this mission. And then once you get into this little mine area, I guess, you want to head down the stairs, and there's the first archive for this mission all the way at the bottom. And then now what you want to do is you want to head back up the stairs, and then you'll probably alert this first Shibito. You can get a little good angle right here to shoot him. Just shot him in his nuts. And then there's another Shibito that's hanging out there. I was waiting for him to get alerted by his friend getting shot, but he didn't. So what I did is I came back to this corner, and then if you keep looking, it might be a little hard with like all the fog, but you can shoot the Sniper Shibito's leg there, and you can hear him fall. And then there's one more Shibito in the area.
Hey!
I tried to get his attention with, hey! But there he is now. And then we'll shoot him. The hardest thing about this part is controlling Akira's sniper because it's very pressure sensitive, so you have to like move it ever so slightly. It actually works the same way with another character later on, so it's kind of just practice, but yeah. So once you kill all the Shibito, you want to head into the Siren Shack and get the wire cutters. And then we can go and do his sub-objectives now. So what you want to do is go up here. This Shibito, you want to get his attention. He's going to come down. You're going to wait for him to open the door so you can get inside, and then you'll shoot him. You want to make sure you're not too close to the door, because if the Shibito opens it and you're too close, it'll actually stun you and the Shibito will get the advantage, and it's very hard to snipe up close, so you just want to make sure you don't get too close to where it can stun you. So you want to head up, and then the first sub-objective is you want to change the track for a character that we'll meet later on. Okay, so that's the first sub-objective. And then you want to head back over here through this other door. And then if you turn left, once you go a little forward, there'll be the second marker. Alright, so we got the sub-objectives done for this mission, both 1 and 2, so when we do mission 2, we won't have to do those. So now we're going to head back down, and I believe either we're going to collect the next archive, or we're going to... actually, no, I'm sorry, the second archive is going to be in mission 2. So you want to head up this other tunnel or shaft, whatever you want to call it. And once you reach the bend, which I say is once you pass the number 3, you want to sidejack the Sniper Shibito that's here, because you're going to have to kill him so you can push the trolley. So once you come up to the second 3, sidejack again to make sure he's not looking at you with the little blue cross right there. And then if you need to, take a little more time to walk up, but just walk up, aim, and shoot. Okay, now that he's dead and we have the wire cutters, we're going to free the trolley and push it. so we can get rid of the Sniper Shibito that's on the other side. Now, granted, you can actually just kill the Sniper Shibito without having to do all this, but this is the intended way and probably the easiest, so you don't have to spend all this time trying to find an angle where he won't shoot you first. Surprised Akira can push it. See how to show him dying now because he can't outrun it. Alright, so now we're just gonna have to go to the other side now, where he was guarding. But these guys are up now, so what you'll have to do is you'll have to get a little angle. This one's not too hard to get. You want to take out his friends first if you can see them. But the Sniper Shibito that's on the or the Siren shack, sorry, you just need to get another angle to kill him. Again, it might be kind of hard to see, but you just need to take just a little bit of time to look. Or you can sidejack, which is, you know, available for all of them. If you need to sidejack them so you can see exactly where they are, you can do that as well. I'm just making sure here that he's not looking towards the tunnel, because there has been times where I kind of went down a little too far and he's looking directly at me and I just get shot. So I'm just like, just moving up just a little bit, so I can just see him on like the side of my screen. Just need to get a perfect angle where he can't see me, and then I can just shoot his leg. Need to move up just a little bit more, and now he's in full view. Shoot him, and now we can go. But we got to make sure that we take out his friends as well. So we didn't get attacked, so that's good. So now what we can do is, I believe there's one more Shibito that we have to take care of, and then we can just go to the end of the mission. Oh, we have to pick up this key right here, which is to the gate. This one right here. I guess he's not there yet. So yeah, all you have to do is go down, go to the left, climb up this debris here, and once you reach the other side, you've completed Akira's Day 1. Mission 1. Akira's Day 1 Mission 1. Because these missions have second missions that you'll have to complete as well. And now we go back to Hisako.
Tomoko! Have you seen Tomoko?
Tomoko!
Tomoko!
She's not with you?
So Tomoko is a character that we'll be playing later on. Those are her parents, and they were looking for her. But she will be a companion in the next mission, but you also get to play her as well. So we're going to be playing another Makino mission where we'll actually be escorting Tomoko.
We're safe here.
The sea.
The village is disappearing.
Look. What is that noise? It sounds like some kind of animal. What is going to happen to us?
All right, so what you want to do, well, you get the first archive, first of all, at the start of the mission. So the first thing you want to do is sidejack Tomoko because it does count towards the Do You See What I See achievement or trophy. And then what you want to do is make sure you tell her to come here because it also counts towards the achievement, which I forget the specific name for it, but it's completing 5 missions without telling your companion to wait. So this mission is pretty straightforward. You just want to run until you get to this tree up here. Tomoko is still trailing behind, and you're gonna get up to this house, and there is there's 2 Shibitos here actually. There's one to the left that is doing some gardening or whatever, and another one that is patrolling. I'm sorry, there's actually 3, but the third will show itself later. So what you want to do is just make sure that when you have to walk around the house on the right side, that the Shibito is not too close. So that's why I was sidejacking that. And it's I believe the piece of the house that you can see is like the pole that extends outside that we just passed. But I mean, I guess it's easier to tell because of where it is. You can do it by when he passes the other guarding Shibito as well. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna head up the stairs. We're gonna make sure we walk. Now, once we get either halfway or to the top of the stairs, we're gonna sidejack another Shibito, which is gonna be to our left. And this Shibito is watching the area where we need to climb up. So she's looking down, and now she's looking up. So once she turns back down and looks down the stairs, then you can cross and pull up Tomoko. And don't worry, you'll have enough time to do it. Alright, and then once we pull up Tomoko, we're going to complete 2 sub-objectives up here. Well, actually, since we have to complete the sub-objective, we can't get it here because we have to tell her to hide for the sub-objective. So this one doesn't count. Or I guess it does because it's wait instead of hide. So yeah, it'll still count. So yeah, this mission still counts. So you're going to make her hide and she's going to pick up a key.
Oh. What's this? It's so rusted. What is this key for?
Okay, and then the next thing you're going to do is there's a rock nearby. You're going to pick it up and you're going to want to use it on the small shrine that's right by you. And I'm sidejacking the Shibito down there because once we do complete this sub-objective, she is going to look up at the ridge up top. And you can't jump down while she's looking or she'll catch you. So you'll tell Tomoko to come here and then you'll sidejack. Yeah, so you'll head to the ridge once Tomoko's by your side. And then you'll make sure that she's not looking at you. I could have sworn that she looks at you as soon as you complete this objective. I guess it was wrong. So then you just drop down. What you want to do is make sure you immediately turn to the right and walk, because if you just stand there, then Tomoko will fall on you, pushing you forward, and sometimes that can actually alert the Shibito. Okay? So now we're just going to walk around the house. We're going to continue walking because, again, we don't want to alert that Shibito. And then once we get by this little red water lake, I don't know what you would call it, just a little body of water with the red water in it. We'll still walk here, but then once we get down the stairs, we can start to run. It's the safest spot. Again, I'm recording this without a script, so I'm kind of just going off of what I see and just what comes to mind, so it's not going to be perfect. Like that. I'm sorry, Tomoko. Yeah, you want to pull her up. I don't know why it didn't let me pull her up here. But you have to be careful, though, because the Sniper Shibito that caught us in the beginning is right there, and we have to get past him. Okay. So yeah, just make sure you walk slowly and drop down. And then all you have to do now is walk slowly towards this area here where you'll climb up. And then you're going to want to turn and pick up Tomoko. But when you try to pick up Tomoko, there will be a cutscene and, well, it's not good for Tomoko.
Tomoko!
Now you can just turn and run towards the end, but sometimes you get shot. So I found the easiest way. So just as soon as you take control of Makino again, just pull back. I've done it 3 times in a row without being shot, so that was the safest way I found. And that's mission complete. All right, and now we go back to Tamon.
Professor, my head. I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh, I'm so thirsty.
Haven't you heard of Yomotsu Hegui? You mustn't drink the water.
So what he means by that is, I'm trying not to
Do you
talk
mean
too much
this
over
is the
the
underworld?
cutscenes, but if you
Just wait here.
consume
Don't follow me this
anything
time.
in the
You'll put both of us
quote-unquote
in
underworld
danger.
that they're
Don't
in,
move
you
an inch
can't
until I come
return
back,
to
okay?
the real world or our reality. So that's why it's like I was explaining earlier with Kyoya, if his body had consumed any more water, then he would have turned to a Shibito. And that's the conclusion of the first loop. But again, yeah, so anybody who consumes the red water or dies in this world, then you would immediately turn to a Shibito and you can't return to our reality. And this is our introduction to Shiro.
I've come on behalf of the Kajiros.
Thank you.
It's been 27 years. I wish you the best of luck. I must be going now. I'm so scared. I just don't know.
Don't worry. This time it will all work out. I've been observing everything for a long time.
There are a lot of archives that you get just from starting missions or watching cutscenes, so I don't really go over those because they're auto-earned and they're not really hard to get. So you'll probably have those by the end.
Not possible.
So to kind of explain what's going on there is that Shiro, before the siren went off, was burying a body, and once the siren went off, the body that he placed into the hole, or the person, I guess, woke up, and I believe they knocked him out, or he was knocked out by the siren. I forget, but it's one of the two. We'll go over it later and see exactly what it was. But to start, you want to pick up the flashlight and you want to head to his car. You're going to open the trunk and there's going to be a tire iron and a flare, or wrench. Sorry, I don't know why I said tire iron. So yeah, the wrench and the flare, you want to grab both because you'll need both. And then you'll want to walk this entire section because on the in that little area in front of the car, there's a Sniper Shibito waiting there, so you want to be careful. So now what we're going to do is we're going to head up. There's this Shibito roaming the path here, so we're going to give it 3 easy heavy attacks and continue forward. There's going to be another one up here as well. But the first thing that we're going to do is there's an archive item, which is also a key item that we use in mission 2. We're going to pick it up now here as well. We're going to take out this Shibito first. Don't whiff like I did. Again, just 3 easy heavy attacks and we're good to go. Right. So again, this item is not required until mission 2. So if you want to wait till mission 2 to pick it up, you can, but it is an archive item, which is why I picked it up now. Alright, and so there is a Revolver Shibito on the bridge that we need to cross. So once we kill this Shibito, we're going to head up and we're going to walk so we don't accidentally alert him. And there's a trash can right here where we're going to stick the flare in. And then we take control of Shiro once again, and we're going to walk back down the path, and we're going to go down and up the other path on the other side. That's going to allow us to walk around the Shibito once he gets attention, or the flare in the trash can gets his attention. So we're going to sidejack him, that's him there, and we're going to wait until he fully gets there. Now, if you get out of the sidejack here, which I believe I did, you might be able to see him pass you, and that'll be the indicator. Well, I guess I was a little bit down, but yeah, if you're at the top of the steps, I guess I was playing it a little bit more safe. But yeah, regardless, once he goes towards the trash can, you want to walk across, and then we can continue. And then once we get to the end of the bridge, you're going to want to make a left so we can grab the second archive item for this mission. And we're going to make sure we walk all the way down because there is a Sniper Shibito at the end of the path. So we're going to come towards a double door that'll be open. Once we reach that, we're going to crouch so we make sure there's no air in our movement that'll get the Sniper Shibito's attention. So right here, we're going to crouch because there's also glass as well. And then the archive is going to be laying right in front of us. Alright, and now we're going to turn, flash our light just a little bit so we can see where the stairs are, and then we can get up and walk up the stairs and continue the mission. And that was the last archive item for this mission, so there won't be any more. So now what we have to do is get the gas can that's located at the top of this structure. I forget the name of what it actually is. So we're going to head back inside here. And there's a gas can. So now what we have to do is we need to grab the gas can, which we just did, and then we're going to take it all the way back down to our vehicle, and we're going to siphon the gas from the car. Once you get onto the bridge again, make sure you walk, because if you do run, you will you will get the attention of the Revolver Shibito, and you don't want to die and restart the mission. The missions, by the way, do have checkpoints, but if it's anything like Siren 2, the checkpoints do change enemy behavior and spawns. So realistically, you don't want to start from that point. You just want to make sure you can get it going through. So in either game, I always suggest to people to restart the mission from the start unless you're specifically trying to manipulate enemy spawns or behavior. It works the same in Blood Curse too, I believe. Alright, so she's back up, so we're going to hit her again with the heavy attacks. I love how they do their like little yell or growl just to throw you off. Sometimes you're prepared for it, sometimes you're not. Alright. And then again, remember when you go down to the car, because we have to get, we're not going to go to the trunk, we're going to go to the gas tank, so you have to be careful. Make sure you're walking, because there is a Sniper Shibito in that dark corner that you can't see. You can actually sidejack them if you want to, but you want to make sure. So yeah, what I would suggest is just going by the right side tail light and just pressing X until he gives you the prompt that shows that there's gasoline in the car, and then you can just press triangle and grab it. Alright, so once we reach the path again, we can start running. And we want to take the downwards path. We don't want to drop on the other side. I mean, we could, but again, we just want to be very careful to not startle any of the Shibito in this area. Because I believe the one with the shovel should be up again as well, but they're just guarding the opposite side of where the Revolver Shibito is. So we're just going to walk past the bridge, and then we'll go ahead and put the gas into the generator, and we'll turn it on. And by the way, the reason that we're doing this is because there is another Sniper Shibito that's inside. And once we turn on the lights, he'll move from his position, which he's guarding the exit, and then we can leave the level and complete it. So yeah, after you turn it on, just go back down the steps. And then you can just go, you can sidejack him if you want to, but I already know that he's going to be walking towards that area, so I can just go ahead and walk around and leave. And that is another mission complete. Alright, and now we'll be introduced to another playable character, Risa Onda.
Is it a dream? What is this? Haven't I been here before? That wasn't here before. I wonder if anybody's here. Then again, why would they be sitting in the dark? Hello?
Alright, so this mission is fairly simple. There are, I believe, there's one archive and 2 sub-objectives. So at the start, you can grab the first archive. You'll run into this little house here. Go up, and if you open this drawer, there will be a drawing, and that'll be the archive. Alright, and the next, you'll want to head back. And since I know the pattern, excuse me, of the Shibito here, I'm just walking straight forward. But if you're not too familiar, I do suggest sidejacking them so you know. In mission 1, by the way, so the first thing, by the way, that you'll need is the kite twine that'll be in this doghouse. And then if you go over to the bush over here, there will be a key that you need for a later mission, so you just pick it up there. But like I was saying before, in mission 1, there's only 1 Shibito patrolling around, but in mission 2, there will be 2. So I suggest, if you're not familiar with the routes that they take, to make sure that you sidejack them once the mission starts so you can see them. I'm more familiar with it, so I didn't need to sidejack them until I got the kite twine and the key. So now all we have to do is we're gonna go and power up or restore power to the kitchen. So if we keep walking around here, so yeah, once you hit the end of this path here, there will be a little breaker box here. So you'll go ahead and switch it on. And now we'll turn the corner, head down, and then at the end we'll make a left, and that'll be the door to the kitchen. And once we get inside, we're gonna turn to the left and step up and examine the secret cupboard or compartment. We're gonna open it up, and there's another marker, and we're gonna go ahead and push it over and complete the other sub-objective for Risa Onda. By the way, unless I specify that only a sub-objective or secret objective can be completed in mission 2, you won't have to repeat these in mission 2. It counts for the whole mission. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna tie the kite string to the ventilator, and then to this area here. the cupboard. And then we're gonna go ahead and turn on the ventilator, and then we have to give it some time to drop the cupboard. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna drop back down, and then once you go out the door to the right, there'll be like 2 barrels that you can hide behind, so you can just crouch behind this, and you'll need to sight jack the Sniper Shibito that is guarding the exit, and you'll just have to wait. Alright, so now he's running up. I suggest only starting to leave towards the exit once you physically see him in the door. So yeah. So now what you can do is just run to the end, and that's another mission down. Alright, so now we're gonna start our first mission 2, I believe, and it is for Makino.
It is Akko. Where is everyone? What's this?
Alright, and mission 2 is to find Hisako's veil. Or veil, whatever you want to pronounce it. So again, we start the mission off the same. We're going to sight jack the Shibito that is patrolling on the rooftop. And then once he turns, we're going to walk up the stairs and go towards the door near the kitchen. Alright, and so as I had stated before, we do have to get a secret objective that I forgot to get in mission 1. So that means that we'll have to do the entire sequence that we did to get the tape deck, or the code from the tape deck. So we're gonna have to first grab this 5-gallon can that appears in mission 2 now, so we can climb up top and get the veal. But it's the same thing. Once we get to the end of this little pathway here, we're gonna crouch and we're gonna go forward, making sure we don't alert the Shibito to our left doing the guarding. And then we're gonna sight jack the other Shibito that's up top hammering the wall, and make sure that he's not looking at us when we go into the house. But again, the sub-objective that I do in this mission can also be done in mission 1. So it would make this a whole lot faster. And this also contributes to the stealth trophy that you need to complete, I believe it's 5 missions without being seen, or alerting the Shibito. So again, once you get to the edge here, just make sure you sight jack the Shibito up top to make sure he's not looking at the veal. Once he goes back to the wall, then you can proceed forward. Alright, so now we can move forward, and then again, the code that you have to input on the tape deck is 0705. So just go in there, put it into the tape deck, get the code, come back out, grab the rope, and then you can climb up and grab her veil.
0. 0.
Alright, so depending on whether or not you got the rope in mission 1 or you're doing it now, to complete the mission, what you'll have to do is go to the back end of the shed and place down the 5-gallon can. It's important to sidejack the Shibito before you place down the can, because once you're up, you won't be able to go back and he'll just drop. The only reason I say that is because this is an easy mission that you can get towards the completing 5 missions by not alerting the Shibito in the mission, and you probably just don't want to ruin that, so yeah. Alright, and then so our next mission, we're going to go back to Shiro. This will be a new one.
Help!
Mina.
Wait, are you... You must be Dr. Miyata. I'm Mina's twin, I'm Risa.
Mina's sister.
I was just on my way to see her. And is she okay? Where is she? Where is she?
Twins.
So yeah, Risa is a twin, and that's who Risa was looking for. So at the start of this mission, this is another mission where you can get it towards the achievement of not taking damage with a companion, sightjacking a companion, and yeah. So we're gonna make sure we tell her to come here and not making her wait. So we're gonna attack this first Shibito here. Again, 3 heavy attacks. And then we're gonna sightjack Risa as it's a requirement for the trophy. Alright, and then we're gonna go forward. And I also forgot to mention that there is an achievement that, I'm sorry, trophy. I'm used to Xbox achievements. But there is a trophy where you complete 5 missions without you or your companion taking damage. But realistically, if you just follow the guide, whether it's the commentary or no commentary, it should be easy, because I did each mission with the intent of doing no damage. There's about 2 missions where you're forced to take damage. And those are a Tamon mission and a Akira mission. But back to this one. So you're going to just want to walk across here. The first sub-objective is to have Risa crawl through this little crawl space that this house has in the back, so that she can unlock the front door for another character later on.
What? You want me to go inside?
Because somebody, there is a runner that has no damage this game, but for the Tamon mission that they did it for, it's very tedious. It's bringing an enemy to another area, and then the enemy is kind of annoying to deal with. It's a, I believe it's a dog Shibito. But anyway, so there's a Sniper Shibito that is up here. So you want to sightjack him before heading back, because you don't want to get shot when you're heading back towards Risa. You can actually sightjack him at the start if you want to as well, just to make sure when you cross. But if you do it at the same time that I did it, then you can walk by, because the Shibito are on a they're on a set pattern once you start the mission. So now I'm gonna walk by him again, and then once I get out of the little gate here, I'm gonna go towards the right. Well, he saw me there, so that's fine, but I can run because I'm out of his line of sight. I'm gonna kill this Shibito here. So I guess this one doesn't count towards the alert, but it's fine. We'll do the other ones later. So you're gonna open the door, and I believe there's an archive item right here in this mailbox. And then you're gonna open the door, and I believe there's another Shibito in here. Oh no, it's just Risa. I'm thinking of Kyoya's mission later. And now the second sub-objective that you're gonna do is picking up a hammer in the garbage can. Alright. And then once that's done, we've completed all that we need to do for mission 1, and now our objective is to just leave. But the Sniper Shibito is still there watching, so we have to be careful. So we're gonna make sure that Risa's there because we're gonna get ready to run soon. So we're gonna wait for him to rotate to the other side that he was looking at, and then we can just run towards the end. Or I believe we walk towards the end. That we'll see. Because again, I'm watching this as a playback. Yeah, so we're just gonna go ahead and walk, and then once we get down at the end of the stairs, then we can just run to the end, and that'll be another mission complete. Again, this is an easy one. It's just making sure you or Risa don't get sniped by the Sniper Shibito.
What's going on?
Risa? Mina?
So Mina is a Shibito, and we'll find out what happens to her a little later. It's actually quite sad. Alright, and now this is going to be our second mission 2, which is for Akira.
There's something in the air.
Alright. So for his second mission, you'll just want to escape a different way. So again, at the start, once you make your way a little down, make sure you sidejack the Sniper Shibito that's on the Siren shack, and making sure he's not looking at the path that you're coming down. Yeah, if you don't see him in the, or if you can't sidejack him, just make sure you head a little bit more down so he'll appear there. I was having a little bit of issue. There he is. And you just want to make sure he's not looking at the path, and then you'll turn and do the same thing again. Now we do have an archive that we're going to collect in this mission that we didn't in the previous one. And that's fine. And again, you can still get the kind of cheeky angles if you just go into this corner over here. Remember, there's 3 enemies that you'll have to take out in the main area. That's 1, and then there's the Sniper Shibito on the Siren shack, and then another roamer. Also, by the way, if there's any explanation for trophies that I miss or anything else, I will have timestamps in the pinned comment below. So if there's a specific help that you need for any missions, archives of missions, and things of that such, it'll be there, so you can just skip around to it. And there's also the option for the no commentary video as well. So we're still picking up the flow for the mission still stays the same. As just that with mission 2, we're not gonna do the thing where we complete the 2 sub objectives because we already done them and it counts for the mission. So same thing here. Just make sure you sight jack and careful when you walk up, because if He sees you. As soon as he turns around, he's going to snipe you. And they have aimbot, so they will immediately just snipe you down. They don't need to take time to aim at all or nothing. Alright, again, that guy's taken care of, but you want to be careful when you go back down because the chances of the Shibito in the main area down here being up is very likely. But yeah. Well, actually, I think it's only if you do the secret objectives up there. I think if you are on mission 2, you can probably just skip by like I did there. But again, just want to make sure, because you might take a little extra time and you run down there and you just get unknowingly sniped because the Sniper Shibito is up on the Siren shack. Anyway, so now we got the key to the gate, and now we're going to open the gate, but instead of leaving, I'm going to head down the stairs and actually go to the right. There's a Shibito here, so he's going to let me get up, or no. We'll go inside here, and we're going to grab the old pickaxe. And then with the photo that you see there, you're going to examine it for the other archive that is in this mission. Alright, so now that we have all the archives, all we'll have to do is head back now. And the pickaxe, of course, to get out of the area. Or, get out of the area with the new exit. Alright, once you pick up the pickaxe, the other Sniper Shibito will be up. Don't miss your first shot like me, but if you get the second one, you'll be okay. So for this, what I suggest is running down here and kind of hugging the wall to the right, because you will have to take out the Sniper Shibito again. Make sure you reload, because I've killed a lot of them. I think the maximum amount of bullets you have in the, or you can have in the gun is 10, but I'd have to double check that. So what you want to do is hug this thing a little to the right because the Sniper Shibito is there, and then take out the 2 roamers at the bottom, and then sight jack the Sniper Shibito on the Siren shack, and make sure that you have the opportunity to peek him, or just run like I did. It's easier just to run because once you get inside, which I killed him anyway, I believe, but once you get inside, I believe you can just leave. But if you want to be extra safe, you can just kill him, which I just did there. Because he doesn't have a, because once you go up here, he doesn't have a vantage point of where he can hit you, because there's like a whole wall in between. But anyway, so you'll go up these stairs. You can examine the lock if you want to, and then use the pickaxe. Alright, now all you have to do is open the door and climb up and run towards the end, and that's another mission complete. Alright, now to introduce us to another character, which I believe is Naoko.
This sucks. I want to shower. Oh, where is everyone?
outsider. Now you're involved too.
I seem to have gotten lost.
It's all her fault. She hasn't aged in all these years. Yalbakuni. She's a monster.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. But anyway, how do I...
Do you want to be like that? Do you want to live forever?
Huh? That's why I hate the countryside.
All right. So I believe it's either it's Naoko or Naoko. I probably butchered both of them, but you get the point. But she's the next character that we're gonna play, and we're gonna be on in the same area that Akira was in. This again is another generally easy mission.
No way. I was just here. If you're out there, filming me going round and round in circles, I'm gonna kill all of you! Ah! They shouldn't be allowed.
I've always wondered, I don't know the exact reason, but in Siren 2, they got the Japanese voice actors to do the English voice acting as well. So I kind of wonder why they got like the British to do the English, because I don't even know if it's present in the Japanese version of this game.
What's going on here? I'm not so crazy that I'm having hallucinations.
Because what I like about Siren 2 is that there's an option to have the Japanese voice acting with the English subtitles, which I prefer for most Japanese media. So it was nice to have that. Alright, so for the start of this mission, you're going to want to run down the steps. We're not going to take the stairs down. We're going to drop down the door. This little, well, I guess it can be considered a door, whatever you want to call it. And then you're going to want to run straight and then walk a little bit. There's a Shibito there, so you want to hug the wall to the left. As long as you do that, he won't catch you. And then you can run up the shaft here. So once you hit the second 3 on the wall on the left of the in the shaft, you'll come up on a Shibito. He's looking at something. He's actually looking at one of the keys that you need. So when he turns and heads back towards the exit over there, you can just grab the key and get out of there. You can sidejack him as well, but it's not necessary. Alright, so what I do is when I run down, I make sure I flash the flashlight a little bit so I can see where I'm going. But if you hug the right again as well, you could just run straight without having to wait for the Shibito. Once you come up to this section here, there is going to be a Shibito that's going to be walking in front of you. You're going to have to walk a little bit behind him. Make sure you're not too close or he'll spot you. And then there's going to be a break where he's going to turn to the left, and that's how you can continue forward. So just make sure you stay a little bit behind him. Once you do come up to this gate, there will be another Shibito that's going to be looking at the gate, so you'll have to wait until he looks at it, and then you can then you can go through. I was going to say key, but this is not the Akira mission. So yeah, this guy. So if you just stand right there, he won't see you. So he's going to look at the barrels, and then he's going to go around. He's going to look at the door, and then once he looks at the door, or once he looks away from the door, then you can go through. I call it the anti-speedrun pattern, which you probably can still do, but again, I try to make these, well, most of these missions are no damage, so I tried to make it in a way where you can do that so that there's less hassle. So you're going to run around to the right side of the house because he's going to be looking that way. And then once he turns back, you can just walk around and get inside. I guess this is a shack. And then inside will be a pistol, and then we can roam freely without worrying about not being alerted because we can just shoot them. And Naoko, she does get bullets for the gun automatically too, so you'll have enough. There's gonna be a key that also drops once you leave the shack. You don't need to worry about that if you're on mission 1. It's only required for mission 2. So if you heard it, it just dropped. So once you get outside, you just shoot this guy. And again, you don't have to worry about the enemies in this level once you do get the revolver, because you have a gun and none of the enemies have guns. Except for, there's a Sniper Shibito at the end actually, but you don't have to worry about him too much in mission 1. Because we're going to be sneaking by him anyway. Alright, so there is a sub-objective and archive here. So what you're going to do is we're going to kill this Shibito here in front of the Siren shack. And then we're going to turn and head this way and collect the first archive for the mission. Akira's license, our hunting license. And then once we do that, there's another Shibito here that we need to take care of. Make sure we reload. And then we're going to go back up I guess we'll call it the 3rd shaft, because there is a sub-objective and archive up there, and we can kill the Shibito and grab both. And this actually nets you a trophy as well, because it tells of the story of what happened to one of the people in the village. So kill him, and then there's a book bag over here that you can examine. And she picks up a book card, or library card. And that's the sub-objective done. And then once you do that, there's this little triangle on the ground that you examine as well. And that's the other archive. So now all we have to do is get out of the area. And we're going to be going to the area where Akira started in this area. But there is a Sniper Shibito, so what we need to do is we need to get into the Siren shack right here. And we're going to press the switch to set it off. Alright, once we set that off, this guy, if any of the Shibito are up, just take care of them, you'll have time. So what we're going to do is run up these stairs, and then move a little bit forward here, stop, crouch, and then just wait. Now you don't have to side jack the Sniper Shibito, because they'll just run right past you. Yeah, see, he was right there. So you don't have to side jack him, you could just wait. Because if you haven't noticed already, when you have your light off, there's still this aura around the character that kind of lights up the areas as you move forward, because it will be too dark to see without it. So that's another viable way of kind of moving around. Alright, we just run to the end, and we just complete another mission, mission 1.
What is this? This village? Those people? And you too? What did that guy mean when he was talking about the other side?
You think I'm strange, don't you?
Of course I do.
Well, I don't like this village much either. Don't worry. I won't let you turn into one of them. I promise.
What's that supposed to mean? Hey!
I'm trying to sleep.
How can you sleep when all this is going on?
Well, she's definitely not suspect there. But I feel like that's that cutscene's self-explanatory. All right, and that's the second loop done. We still don't have. Let's see. Do we have stage select now? We don't. Okay. And this is a little bit more lore about Tamon.
Mummy! Mummy!
So for that cutscene, Tamon used to live in the village, and one day there were like landslides and stuff that happened, and it killed his parents. All right, now we have another mission with him and Miracle.
I told you not to drink from there. I hope you stayed here like I told you. Listen, they didn't attack for no reason. Somebody is controlling them. We have to stop whoever's behind all this madness. From now on, don't listen to what anybody else says, okay? Just do as I tell you to do.
I like how he
Promise
says
me.
that. Who else is
Don't I always do what you
saying
tell me to
anything or
do?
telling him or telling Yuriko?
I think we should hurry up and try to get help before we do anything else.
So this is the
It's coming after us.
mission where we deal with
We can't
a
be safe here.
Shibito brain.
Come on. Let's go.
So you can actually bring Yuriko on mission 1. I used to leave her, but you don't have to do that. So at the start, make sure you just tell her to come here, and then you'll head up. And the first archive is going to be here, which is also a trophy. So you'll go up here, you'll read the paper fortunes, you'll pick a fortune, and that's the first archive. After that, there's going to be a dog Shibito, I believe, that is guarding the stairs. You're going to want to shoot that. There'll be 2 shots. There's a fly Shibito that is also patrolling as well, but it's not as accurate, so you don't have to worry about it hitting you. Just kind of wiggle to the side. Get into the police car, and on the passenger side, there's going to be bullets, so you kind of have to look down and see there. Okay. And then get out of the car. And then you're going to go up, and there's going to be another dog Shibito. So you kill that, and there'll be another one as well. You kill that, 2 shots. And then you'll want to go inside this house and collect the second archive for the mission, which will be right there, an old magazine. Okay. And if Yuriko would get out of the way, we can continue. Can you move? I need you to move. Please move. Okay. See, this is why I don't bring her, but for the sake of that trophy, I brought her so it can be an easy mission. Now the third archive is in this room. You just open this door and you'll examine what that is. And we're gonna reload. Okay. And then we're gonna go up the stairs that we went up with Makino and Tomoko. And we're gonna climb up. Basically, the Shibito brain is going to be right down here. So what we're going to do is just going to drop. Turn our flashlight so we're accurate. Shoot it. And the reason that I run around and go behind the house is that the Shibito brain... I'm sorry, the dog Shibito that we killed on the stairs is actually up. And if you wait there, it'll hit you even though you took out the Shibito brain. Alright, that's another mission. And we got a trophy. Again, I go over the trophies in the description of the video, so if I don't go over them too much, you can just refer to it there. Alright, and then another mission 2 for Tamon, which I believe is the first mission. Yes, it is.
Professor, What is this place? Where are we? I just don't get it. What's going on?
I told you to wait in the car.
But what's happening? What is this? Why is this happening?
This is exactly why I told you not to come.
Professor, we need to find the villagers. They must be panicking.
Please, shut up.
What is this?
Oh my god. From now on, you will do exactly as I tell you.
What?
Until I call you, keep your eyes closed and stay still. Do you understand?
Oh. Professor, is that a real gun?
Okay, come on.
Okay.
All right. So the second mission is we have to get atop the fire tower and listen to the school announcement. So if you remember earlier, there was a sound that we heard far off in the distance of like a megaphone microphone, and that was for another character in the game named Harumi. Anyway, so now on mission 2, there's gonna be a Revolver Shibito, excuse me, that's over here, and so you have to walk slowly so you can walk up on him and shoot him. Make sure you turn on your flashlight once you get close to him, because again, having your flashlight off does affect your accuracy, and that's for every character. Well, if you have the revolver, the rifle isn't affected by it. Okay, so now we can kind of just roam freely. Just gonna take out the Shibito that are roaming around here. But now there is another sub-objective that unlocked with mission 2. So remember where we got the archive? Now we need to go back over there. And with on one of the graves is a key. So now once you grab the key from the small graveyard, you want to go back down the way that you came. And take out any Shibito that may have spotted you on the way. So I'm actually going to go back and take care of this. Alright, this guy got up too. And don't worry about ammunition, we have enough. So you want to head down this path, and looks like a small river. And on the right side, you're going to see this here. And you want to use the key to unlock the valve. And then make sure you turn the valve, because I did forget this a couple of times during my first playthrough. Alright, and that's the second and last sub-objective for this mission. So now all we have to do is get atop the, I believe it's the fire tower. So yeah, there's a way here that you can climb up. So you just want to climb up, go straight here. And then you go here. You're going to want to get the Shibito's attention, because there's a Sniper Shibito that you have to kill up top, and you want to make sure that none of the roaming Shibito that are on the bottom climb up and disturb you once you do that. So once you climb up here, well, that guy is chasing me, but since he's down on a lower level, he's not going to capture me. So I just figured I'd just run there. So if it's him back there, maybe you can go back and kill him. But I know that I was safe, so I just opted to just cross the rooftop and kill the Sniper Shibitos because I'd be okay. Because it would take him way too long for him to reach me before I got to the Sniper Shibito here. Again, turn on your light, aim, and shoot. So as you can see, yeah, he's still lagging behind, so he's not going to catch me. And Yuriko's safe, so we don't have to worry about her. So you just climb down there, and then the ladder to the fire tower is right here. You got to be careful too, because there's a Shibito over there as well. That's why I was walking there. But all you have to do is climb up, excuse me, and that is another mission complete. Alright, and now we just unlocked another playable character, Mrs. Takato. And her Harumi are holed up in a school.
Mrs. Takato, I'm scared. Where is everybody?
It's okay. The principal will save us. He won't be long now. But until then, we have to keep going, okay?
Alright, so this one's fairly simple. It gets a little tricky near the end, but it'll be... it's not too bad. So, we have to sidejack Harumi because she is a requirement for the trophy. Do you see what I can see? I believe what it's called. Once you do that, head out of the classroom. Tell her to come here, so you don't leave her in the classroom. And you're gonna want to start to walk because there is a Shibito there. If you can see to the right, there's a little alarm that you can see. Once you pass that, you'll want to crouch, because if you try to walk behind the Shibito even slowly, which actually, I'm sorry, you can only walk and run, but if you try to walk behind the Shibito, they'll instantly catch you. So as soon as you pass that red button that you saw on the right, which is an alarm, you'll crouch and you'll move forward. And once you reach the stairs, you can stand up and walk down. And then once you reach the end of this flight of stairs, you'll want to sidejack the Shibito that's patrolling. Because what he's going to do is look up at the stairs as he's doing now. So you don't want to get caught. But once that's done, or once he looks away, you can move down with Harumi. Her face. So you just want to stand here and look at him and wait for him to go into one of the bathrooms. So this next part is actually a little bit tricky because you do have to grab an archive. So what you'll have to do is go down, walk a little bit further once you make that right, and the archive is right there, but it's too dark to see. So you'll have to turn on your flashlight. And then after that, you'll have to push Harumi into the room, because if you go into the room without Harumi not being there, she'll run straight towards the Revolver Shibito and she'll get caught. So once you're inside, one of the sub-objectives is for Harumi to give you candles. So you want to make sure that once you're near that little cupboard there, you make sure she hides, because she grabs them while she's in there. Also about the flashlight, you have to be careful with that as well, because if you're turned too much to the left when facing the archive and you turn the flashlight on, the Revolver Shibito at the end of the hallway will see you. It's happened to me a couple of times. So let's see here. So what you want to do now is you want to sidejack the other roaming Shibito and watch him go up to the Revolver Shibito. Because if you do open that door and you're trying to go to where you need to go with Harumi, he'll see you and they'll both turn and you'll get shot and die. So once he turns, you can open the door and walk forward with Harumi into the room that's right here. And then you get a cutscene. So at this point, you and Harumi will separate.
I need to find some kind of tool.
Mrs. Takato!
Harumi!
I'll look for a tool to break this. Now you stay right here, okay? I'll be right back. I promise.
Okay. I'll wait for you.
All right, so there's an archive here. As soon as you take control of Mrs. Takato again, you'll just examine that. And then if you turn around on the desk, there's going to be a key. And once you grab this key, Harumi will give you the candles, and that'll complete the sub-objective for this mission.
Mrs. Takato,
As long as you did hide her
look
in
at
the
this.
cupboard. All right. So now what we're going to do is we have to get past the rifle Shibito, so we're going to make sure that he's not patrolling in front of him. And when we walk outside, we're going to walk towards his right side, as you can see. And once he gets alerted, we're going to run around the left, and we're going to unlock the door. Once we do that, we're going to open the door, run forward. There'll be another door that we need to open. And then once we open that, we'll go to the right and we'll go straight, as you can see that I'm doing here. And there'll be stairs that lead down, and you'll pick up the crowbar. And then what you want to do once you pick up the crowbar is sidejack the rifle Shibito to make sure that he's returning to his original position, because you just alerted him. So yeah, as you can see, he went back, so... Or actually, I don't even think he moves. Sometimes he'll move up towards you, so you have to be careful to make sure. Because he'll actually be in this room. And that's the alert that you heard as Kyoya and Tamon. And the principal is turned into a Shibito, so you gotta beat him up. Okay. With Mrs. Takato, it's actually very important that when you do your heavy attacks, you move forward, because she has more startup frames for her heavy attacks than any other character. So it's important that once you do a heavy attack and you land it, move forward so the next one will hit. Alright, so now we got the padlock key. There's a Shibito up there, but we don't have to worry about her, because what we're going to do is we're going to unlock this door, and then we're going to turn around and close it. Then what we're going to do is the Revolver Shibito just saw us, so we're going to hide behind this door. We can actually hit him. Sometimes it won't register, but if it doesn't, that's okay, because what's going to happen next is that he'll turn. So he'll either go into the classroom or walk back to his original patrol area. You just want to make sure you abuse this door, because he basically gets confused because he can't shoot through the door. So yeah, so now he's walking away, and now I can go ahead and go up to him and deliver the final blow. My controller was actually messing up here. I was surprised I didn't get shot because it wouldn't, the heavy attack wasn't coming out, but I got it. And just get this guy. And then most likely Harumi is upstairs in the classroom where you guys first started, so what you can do is go up there and kill this Shibito and then grab Harumi. If she's not there, she's in one of the bathrooms downstairs, so if she's not in here, just make sure you sidejack her and you'll see where she is. And you have to be vigilant too, because the principal is already up and he gets up very quickly. So you have to make sure, well, that's if you're trying to escape damage. I mean, still, he can kill you pretty quickly, but I would just stay vigilant, because I believe that once we go back down the stairs, he's going to be there, because he gets up very quickly once you get out of the gymnasium. I'm just standing here to get my stamina back now. I gotta make sure Harumi's following. I went through the classrooms here just in case any of the other Shibito that I just beat up on this floor had gotten up, and if he was patrolling. So, but yeah, once you get out, once you get out of the gymnasium, he gets up very quickly, so you gotta move. All right, and then you just go into this room, and there's the boards on the window. You just have to use the crowbar to open it up. You gotta wait for Harumi though, and once you do that, it's another mission complete.
Mrs. Takato, let's get out of here.
All right, and there's another trophy. Again, for the specifics on the trophies, just make sure you check the description because I have all the missions that you need to complete with them, timestamped and all that. And now we're moving back to Shiro Miyata. I believe this is the first mission. Oh no, this is the second mission with Risa, which again is another simple mission.
Help!
Mina.
Wait, are you... You must be Dr. Miyata. I'm Mina's twin, I'm Risa.
Mina's sister.
I was just on my way to see her. And is she okay? Where is she? Where is she?
Twins.
All right, we're going to start this mission the same, but we're not going to sidejack Risa because we don't have to do that. We already did it in the first mission.
I was looking for Mina as well.
Okay.
Let's go to the hospital.
All right, so tell Risa to come with you and then beat up the first Shibito, excuse me, that you see on the street. All right, and then you're gonna want to go over here, make sure you're walking to avoid the Shibito doing the gardening here. Risa will do the same, she mimics your movements, so it'll be fun. And then once you get a little bit ahead, what you want to do is go into the kitchen now. So remember the towel that we froze as Makino, or that we put in the freezer as Makino, it should be frozen now. So we're going to take that out. Make sure you don't shout and alert the cop that's eating food in the next room. Alright, so there's a piggy bank as you can see there, so you want to place down the face towel first. It's important to do it in this order because if you don't do it, then it's just going to mess the mission up and you'll have to restart. Alright, and then you'll put down the piggy bank. Now all you have to do is wait for the face towel to dry out or heat up so the piggy bank will drop. So I'm going to go ahead and close this doors, making sure that Risa was out of the way. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around here. I'm going to kill the Shibito that's working on this wall over here. It's very important that you take him out because it can mess up the mission. So what you're going to do now is go up this little step up here. And then you're going to crouch and you're going to sidejack the Shibito eating the delicious meal that you'll see on your screen here. I don't know what that is. Looks like a mixture of lasagna and I don't know. But you're going to want to make sure that you sidejack him. I sidejacked Rina again just in case. Or Risa, sorry, not Rina. I put Risa and Mina together. But yeah. As you can see, the ID holder's right there. You just have to wait for this gentleman to get distracted from his delicious slop. So yeah, you can sit there and watch him eat the slop until the cutscene plays, or you can go back to Shiro and Risa waiting. That is nasty though. I don't know what this is. Yeah, you just have to wait. It's just being patient. There is an archive in the room that you have to get before picking up the ID holder, so I'll point that out once we can walk into the room.
What are you doing?
Don't worry about it. You actually come to find out that Shiro's not a character that you like, or that you're gonna like when you find out the stuff that he's doing. Alright, so the piggy bank is going to break and the cop is distracted. Okay, so as soon as that cutscene's over, you can run around here, open this door, walk straight ahead because there is an archive on the wall here that you're going to pick up. Hanuda noodles. And then you'll just turn and examine the ID holder and you're good to go. Another mission down. All right, and now we're going to start our first day 2 mission with Kyoya. And this is him and Miyako in the house.
What was that?
It's them.
All right, so at the start, what we're going to do here is turn and tell Miyako to come with us. Open this door. And then we're going to turn here and open this door. Now, I believe if you didn't complete the sub-objective in, I believe it's his second mission, you won't have that. So if you don't have this key, then you'll have to go back and do that.
Ouch! What's going on here?
All right, so then we make sure we break that because Miyako is going to step over it, and that's going to complete our first sub-objective.
Where is it?
All right, and then the thing that I see on the wall there is not something I'm going to pick up, so you don't have to worry about that. Or it's not an archive. So then we're going to turn around, and there's going to be a Shibito here. Just going to beat him up. You have to be careful of the walls here. Because your fire poker can get stuck on that, and then it'll just negate the hit. Anyway, once you beat him up, you're going to open that door and sight jack the Revolver Shibito that's right here. Just going to wait for him to go into the room. And once he does that, you're going to go and you're going to walk. You can't run or you'll alert him. And then once you reach the stairs, go around and make a right, turn left, and then you'll go into the bathroom where the bath is filled with red water. So you're going to pull the chain. And whatever that is going to slither away. And then there's going to be a key in there. And that key is to the drawer that's upstairs. So we're going to continue to walk and go up the stairs. And then we're going to make a left. And then the door that we have to open will be here. And then we'll open this drawer with the key that we just got downstairs. And we'll pick up the pliers. All right. So now we need to go back downstairs. So we're going to go to this point. We're going to sight jack to make sure that the Revolver Shibito is not looking up the stairs. And then what we're going to do is we're going to walk down and we're going to beat him up. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And the other Shibito should be up by now, so we're going to beat him up as well. 1, 2, 3. All right. Now we can head back around, or you can go wrap around the other way as well. It doesn't matter. Now you just need to get back to the altar. I shouted there. That's why I made that word turn to cancel the action. Okay, so now we're going to open it up. And this is, you'll get the archive for that, so you'll get it automatically. And then all you have to do is press triangle to pick up. But once you do that, there's going to be a Shibito that's going to burst through on your right side. So what you'll have to do is just do the quick attacks. Because since he's so close, doing a heavy attack is not wise because he'll just grab you before you can do that. And then there's a newspaper by the hole that you can see. It's yellowed, so you just have to examine that, and that's another archive. And then tell Miyako to come with you, and you can leave. Okay. So once you can take control of Kyoya again, which we'll wait here a little bit.
About time.
We're gonna go over here, and there's another archive. It's a bright red flower. That is the last archive for the mission, I believe. And then we're going to head around and we're going to meet a Shibito that's patrolling, that's heading straight towards us, and we're going to beat them up.
At me.
Then we're going to turn around and there's this little shack here that we can go inside. We have the key. And then we're going to complete another sub-objective, which is grabbing the sake bottle. Alright, and the sub-objectives for this mission are done. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go around, and there's going to be a Shibito on the floor. Now that is the Revolver Shibito that we killed earlier inside of the house. So if you kill him and you get out of the house before he gets up, he will be right here.
Hurry.
If not, where I picked up the red flower is where he'll be. So I found this strat to be better, because you can just wait for him to get up and he's not blocking that left side. Now I'm just sidejacking Miyako here so she can move quickly with me. I don't have to worry about.
I can't.
So yeah, since she's doing that, you don't have to. So for the companion achievement, I forget, or trophy, I forget what it's called. You only have to sidejack them once. You don't have to sidejack them in every mission that they're in. You just have to make sure that it's just one of the missions, and that's another mission complete. Alright, and now we're going back to Naoko, however you pronounce it. We're going back to her first mission, and we'll complete mission 2 now. I'm sorry, I'm bad with Japanese names.
No way. I was just here. If you're out there, filming me going round and round in circles, I'm gonna kill all of you!
That's funny every time.
They shouldn't be allowed.
Okay, so this mission is just as simple as the first one. It may not seem like it, but it is. So you have to defeat all the Shibito before you leave. But again, it's very simple.
What's going on here?
I
I'm not
believe
so
after this
crazy
one
that I'm
we
having
unlock, stage
hallucinations.
select, so we won't have to play in the order that they want us to. I believe it's the
What
first
was that?
19 mission. After the first 19 missions, you get
Creepy.
to select the stages yourself. All right, so this mission starts out the same. You're gonna open the gate, turn off your flashlight once you get down the steps, and then go. Don't take the stairs down. Take this door-like entrance, I guess. And then you'll drop down. You can flash your flashlight just in case you can't see where you're going. Hug the wall to the left so that the Shibito that's patrolling to the right won't see you. And then just run up Terminal 3. Again, it's this Shibito is not required to be sidejacked, as you can see his movements in real time, I guess, with Naoko. So you don't have to sidejack him. But if you need to, you can. But he's looking at the key now. Once he turns away from the key, you'll just go and grab it. And then you'll turn. And then you can just run down. And again, if you need to flash your flashlight once you reach the end of the shaft to see where you're going, you can do that. But you just generally, you're going to want to hug the right so that the Shibito on the left doesn't see you. Okay? And then again, you have to make sure that you're going to trail the Shibito here that's patrolling. You're going to give him a little bit of space. Because if you get too close, he will just turn around and spot you. And since you don't have a gun, it's going to be very hard to evade him. Or even take him out because you have nothing. Just keep moving forward. Just give him a little bit of space. Alright, and then once he turns the corner, then you can move forward again. Don't run, because you'll alert him. Just keep walking forward, and then we're going to go to the spot that we had before, where we're going to avoid the other Shibito that's down by the shack, or where we need to get the gun. So you can just hide right here. This guy you won't need to sidejack either, but it's easier. So I would just suggest doing the sidejack. Okay. And then again, he's going to look up at the door. Once he turns away, that's your opportunity to move towards the door, open it, go down, and then make a right and go around the right side of the shack. Or I guess our right that we see from our perspective. Okay, and then you're going to want to sidejack him again to make sure he's not looking down the way that you're going. And then you can just slowly walk around, go into the shack, and pick up the revolver. Like in the last mission, I had stated that a key had dropped once you leave the shack. And in mission 1, you don't have to worry about it. You don't. But now in mission 2, you're going to need that because we're going to need to use that to kill all the Shibito before we leave. So pick up the revolver. If you want, you can just kill the Shibito before you go back, but if not, you can just pick it up. So we got the key to shaft 5. I'm going to kill this Shibito here. We're going to follow the same route that we did in this area for mission 1, just killing all the Shibito that are in our way, so just take them out. And it's important that you do because, again, we have to kill all the Shibito before we leave the area. So making sure that these two are down is very important. Alright, there's another Shibito right here in front of the Siren shack. Kill him. Alright. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to go into the Siren shack and we're going to set it off. Because if you remember, when we set off the Siren last time, the Shibito, the Sniper Shibito that's waiting at the end of the shaft where we need to escape, he ran down because he heard the siren. So what we're going to do is when we go up to this shaft, we're going to push down a trolley that's going to eliminate him and the other Shibito that's lining up on the track. But there is a Shibito up here as well, so make sure to take him out. He's going to be on the right side. Alright, and then all you have to do is push down the trolley once you see him on the track. And again, if you're not able to do this, that means that you have to go back to Akira's mission in this same area and make sure that you change the track in his mission. Alright. So we're going to reload just in case we have to take out any more that are down there. And then we're going to we let the trolley go down a little bit ahead of us. The trolley, sorry. And now we can see that all of them are down. Except for one, which is the guy from the other shaft, which we didn't get. But since he heard the siren, he came down. And that is the last Shibito we have to kill. Now for the Sniper Shibito that came down, I don't know if you saw, but with the sidejacking, I just sidejacked this Shibito that was nearest to him and saw his back. If you need to sidejack him and to make sure that he's on the track, just make sure you sidejack the one that's on the track. It'll be him with the sniper. But I can just tell from that perspective, so that's why I just pushed it. Alright, and that's mission 2 complete.
Makino, you're safe.
Have you seen a young girl recently? The Maedas are looking for their daughter.
No. Were you with her?
You're so alike. Are you twins too?
So Risa mentioned in their likeness and if they're twins will be important later. But we just completed another loop, and that means that now we have stage select unlocked. Which means that if you don't want to follow the order of missions that I play at this point, you don't have to. I try to order them in a way where you don't have to replay missions outside of mission 1 and 2 to complete secret objectives and things like that. But there was one mission, which is an Akira mission, that I did have to go back and play to complete the secret objective because it doesn't unlock until you complete a certain loop, but that was the only one.
Not possible.
But now we're going to be doing Shiro's mission 2 here. And as I had mentioned earlier, we're going to need the card this time. We won't be picking up the wrench because we're going to be avoiding combat on this one. So we're going to have to sightjack the enemy that's roaming now because, again, we're going to be avoiding combat in this mission because it's not necessary. We're also going to be completing the secret objective or sub-objective in this mission, which is the last marker that you need to get with Shiro. So you'll go up to the small shrine and pick up the phone card, and then you're going to want to head back down the path. And once we're down the path, we're going to have to sightjack the Shibito to see where she is on the path. So you can hear her and see her right there. The path that we actually need to go to was behind Shiro on his right, but this Shibito's pathing makes it to where she's going to be going down and around and back up the path that we came from for getting, or when we got the card. So we'll have to wait for her to do the loop around so we can use the phone card. So as you can see, she turns to her right and she's going to go up. So what I did was follow her down her path so I can get straight to the phone once she goes back up the path. And the phone booth is right there straight in front of her. So now she's going to go back up, and once she reaches the end of the path, we can start walking here. So what's going to happen now is we're going to use the phone card on the booth, and there is a Sniper Shibito on the opposite side of the bridge, and we're going to use this to get his attention so we can cross. So you'll hear a beeping noise once you enter the phone card after this cutscene. So now we'll turn around and we're going to walk straight towards the sign here. And once we do that, we're going to sidejack the Sniper Shibito crossing the bridge so we can see his position. And you'll know which one it is because he has the sniper in hand. You can see the blue cross on the left side of his perspective, and he's moving towards the phone booth. You do have to be careful when you do start to move out from the point that you're at, because if you go too early, he'll see you and shoot you. Okay, so we're going to start moving forward because I know that he's going to make his turn here. So I wait a little bit and then I go forward. So coming up, since we do have to complete the sub-objective, there is another Shibito roamer that's roaming towards where we need to get the objective and a possible location for the shoe. So we'll come up here, and once we get to a certain point, we're going to crouch because I know he's coming up. So as you can see at the bottom left here, he's coming up the stairs with a flashlight. Just make sure you don't get too close to be in his vision because he's going to look straight at us, but he won't see us. And once he's turned, you can stand up and start walking and go down the stairs. So again, what we're doing now is we're going to complete the sub-objective for this mission, which is to push the marker. So once you get down the stairs, you'll make a right and then follow the path all the way around. And then once you get closer, you'll hear the sound. And there's the marker for Shiro and the sub-objective for this mission. So now that that is done, what we're gonna do is we need to sidejack the Romer Shibito because the location of the shoe in this mission is RNG. It can be in 2 to 3 different spots. I don't remember specifically if it is 2 or 3, so I just want to make sure that you know that it can be in different places. But what you also have to be aware of in this mission is that the Sniper Shibito does return back to his original place on the bridge after a certain period of time. So once you go back up, you have to be wary of that. And as we can see, the shoe is in the first bush that the Romer Shibito, or just the normal Shibito, would look in. So we have to carefully get over there. So since he's coming back down these stairs, what he's going to do is go straight once he gets to the end of the second flight of stairs. Or set of stairs, same thing. So yeah, he's going to walk straight. And the location he's actually going to is another location of where the shoe can actually be. And is actually an easier one, but regardless, we can still go up now and get the shoe because we know the location. And once you grab the shoe, excuse me, you don't have to do anything else. That's the end of the mission. And we already grabbed the archives that we needed in mission 1, which did include the phone card, which we also got in this one, and the other archive that was in the structure to our right. So now all we have to do is go up to the shoe, grab it, and the mission is complete. There it is.
Who did this?
Alright, so we did unlock stage select, but even though we did do that, once we complete certain missions, it'll automatically carry us to another mission like it does there. So we're doing another one of Risa Onda's day 1 missions, and this is inside the clinic or hospital.
Risa.
Mina? Mina, is that you?
So this mission is actually pretty easy. So that's Risa's twin sister, Mina. And what you'll do is you'll just turn around and head up the stairs here. Once you get halfway, you'll just crouch and turn around and sidejack Mina. And she is a Shibito brain. So doing this was actually a trophy on in the PS4 version, but it is an effective way to make sure that the enemies on this stage stay down for quite a while. So what Mina is doing now is she's walking back, and what we're going to do is take out Mina. So we're waiting for her to get to a certain point, and then we're going to go ahead and head down the stairs with Risa. So I didn't do it in this mission, well I mean mission 1, but in mission 2 you just need to make sure that you sidejack Makino and Shiro for the Do You See What I See trophy, as they are the last ones that you'll need to sidejack. So what you're gonna do is once you go back down the stairs, just head towards the door and go to the right. And there's going to be an umbrella in this room, which also counts towards the arm yourself trophy. So what I do is I stand in the doorway, but not where I'm too visible, and then I sidejack Mina, because what she's going to do is once she gets a little closer towards the fire extinguisher that you see there, she's going to turn around, so you have to wait until she does that and then you can move forward. So there's the turnaround, and then now I can go ahead and move forward. To play it safe here, I would suggest to kind of stutter step and keep sidejacking Mina to make sure that she's at a good distance from the fire extinguisher, because you don't want her to grab you before you pull the pin. So yeah, what you're gonna do now is pull out this pen, and you'll get this cutscene. And then once you control Risa again, do one heavy attack, and then just keep heavy attacking and moving back so you don't get hit with the shovel, because it does kill Risa in one hit. Alright, now that Mina's down, we're gonna go complete the only sub-objectives for this mission. So you'll just go around, and the door is here, and there's a chute that you need to open for Shiro in one of his later missions in the clinic. So as you can see, the dog Shibito is on the ground because we killed the Shibito brain. The garbage chute. Alright? And so that's the only sub-objective. So now what we're going to do is head towards the main objective and pick up the only archive for mission 1. There is an archive for mission 2, but you can't miss it because it's the primary objective of mission 2. So just head back up the stairs where you were hiding from Mina, and then if you go to the right, there's a little opening in the door, and you'll have to press triangle to get the prompt to squeeze through. Alright, and as you can see, the dog Shibito are dead, or hibernating, they don't die. So you can move freely with Risa without having to resort to fight them. And you'll go all the way around towards to this door, and then you'll open this one. And then straight ahead you'll open this door, and there's some type of plaque or picture on the wheelchair here. And you'll just need to examine it to get the archive or frame. Okay, and then now all you'll need to do is go out the room, head to the left, go down the stairs, keep going down the stairs, and then you'll press the alarm button that you see here, and that completes mission 1.
Oh no.
Thank you. You saved us. Don't worry about it. You're not used to dealing with this, Makino. What can you expect? I'm going to follow her. Please take care of Risa.
So although that cutscene bridges the gap between Shiro and what he does for his next mission, it's also important to highlight Makino and his behavior. I would say he's cowardly, but I feel like anyone dealing with a Shibito that looks like that is gonna be scared. But it's supposed to highlight the contrast between the two, where Makino is kind of scared and hesitant, while Shiro is confident and brave.
It's okay.
And
The principal will save us. He won't be long now.
So our
Don't
next
kill them.
mission is
We have to
completing
keep going,
Mrs.
okay?
Takato's day 1 mission 2. Well, one of her day 1 missions, mission 2. I confuse myself sometimes with that. But yeah, so the flow of this mission is going to be pretty much the same. As just we'll have to do something extra in the gymnasium, which is unlock the door for Naoko. So same thing, make sure you call Harumi and make sure she's following you. And once you get out of the classroom, go ahead and get towards that red button that you see on the right. And once you reach it, go ahead and crouch and move forward. Because again, you cannot walk by this Shibito and not get caught. Maybe you can, but in my experience, when I practiced and routed out this run on both the PS4 and PS5 versions, I always get caught. But once you get to the stairs, you can stand up and you need to sidejack the roaming Shibito that's roaming around the immediate area. Because what he does is he's going to look at the stairs, so you want to make sure you're not on that set of stairs when he looks up. So once he turns, you can walk down and stand on the stairs and observe him, which I do observe him through Harumi's sidejack of Mrs. Takato here. And what you'll just need to do is wait until he goes into the bathroom to move forward. And you'll just need to go into this classroom and make sure that Harumi is behind you, because again, if you just run forward and Harumi's not in the classroom, she'll run straight towards the Revolver Shibito and she'll get you both killed, and that's mission failed. Okay. So now that Harumi is here, what you want to do is sidejack the roaming Shibito and make sure he's not walking towards the Revolver Shibito. And if he isn't, you can just go ahead and cross over to the next classroom.
I need to find some kind of tool.
Mrs. Takato!
Harumi! I'll look for a tool to break this. Now you stay right here, okay? I'll be right back. I promise.
Okay. I'll wait for you.
Alright, so same thing here. We're just going to grab this key and head out of the classroom. Harumi's going to stay behind to make the mission a little easier. Once we get out the classroom, we're going to make sure that we walk towards the right side to get on the right side of the Revolver Shibito. And then once we see the alert indicator, we'll run to the left. So he has to do a full rotation, open the door, run forward, open this next door, and then we're going to make a right once we're in the gymnasium and go straight down and run to get the crowbar. Once we get the crowbar, we want to sidejack the Revolver Shibito to make sure that he's not still in the gymnasium. As you can see, he still is. So we have to wait until he goes back into his neutral position. Okay. Once we see him heading back, we can go up and we can start dealing with the principal. Alright, so we're going to head up a little bit more up the stairs and we'll get another cutscene. Which again, this is all the same as the first mission. It's just that we need to open the door for Naoko up top now. So again, Mrs. Takato has more startup frames for her heavy attack. So once you do her heavy attack, you need to move forward and do it again just to make sure that it hits the principal or any of the other Shibito. Because if you do miss or whiff, what sometimes they'll do is instantly grab you and they might put you in a chain. And for this instance, I did complete most of the missions no damage, so I wanted to make sure that I got it that way. So anyway, there are 2 Shibito that are roaming up top. That is the first one. You can just use the animation of her climbing down the ladder and get 2 easy heavy hits on her. And then when we turn this next corner here, there's going to be a Shibito that's going to be getting up. You want to wait a little bit for him to get halfway through his animation, because he'll get iframes if you do it too early, and you'll get 2 heavy hits onto him, and then you can go ahead and proceed and open the door. Alright, so we did that, and now all we have to do is get back to Harumi and escape. And you should have enough time, or you will have enough time if you do it as I do it in the video, to get out of the gymnasium without any of the Shibito getting up. But again, the principal does get up fairly quickly once you leave. And I do remember that in this mission, while I was dealing with the Revolver Shibito, that he did get up and he was behind me, so I had to take him out again. I think I had to take him out in this mission at least 3 times. So just be wary that if you do take your time with doing that, and make sure you shut the door too, that you may have to take him out a couple of times to keep yourself and Harumi safe. Okay, so with the Revolver Shibito, when you go back, you just want to head forward and to alert him, and then hide behind this door because it confuses him. And what he's gonna do is he'll turn away. But unfortunately here I did have the bad rotation of when the Shibito that's roaming goes up straight to him. So I had to wait a little bit to go forward, so I had to do it twice because he messed up the exploit that I do on the Revolver Shibito. But as you can see, the principal got up, so I had to deal with him again. Just a couple of heavy attacks, 3 there. And now I can go ahead and take care of the Revolver Shibito, because the other Shibito is roaming around again. So again, just get his attention and hide behind this door because it doesn't open. And then he's going to turn around, and then you can go ahead and just attack him. Alright, he's dead. And the principal is up, so I created some space here so that I could have some time to do the heavy attacks. Alright, and then I had the other Shibito here, so I moved a little bit up close to him and hit him with some heavy attacks. And again, what I did mention in Mission 1 is that Harumi can be in different spots when she hides. And so you have to make sure that if you go upstairs and you don't see her, that you sidejack her, because she'll be in one of the stalls. And I had a bit of trouble here because Harumi, when I opened the stall, wouldn't come with me, so I had to defeat the principal again with, again, 3 heavy attacks. And then I figured out that I had to use the shout command to get Harumi to come with me, because apparently she just doesn't see me standing here. Her savior.
Mrs. Takato.
I'm sorry, Harumi. Alright, so now we're going to take the principal out again. Yeah, because like I said, he gets up very quickly. He's a huge annoyance in this mission. Alright, so the other Shibito are still down. So I'm just going to go ahead and rush ahead. And I believe that Harumi needs to be in the room for this, or she does. And then all you have to do is use the crowbar on the window, and it's mission 2 complete.
Mrs. Takato, let's get out of here.
Alright, so with that mission complete, it's going to lead us into Naoko's mission in the same area. All right, so this mission is very simple. So at the start, what you're going to want to do is crouch and move forward because there are two Spider Shibito that are in the gymnasium. And you would think that with whatever that is on the left side that's blocking the path or shielding Naoko from the Spider Shibito that she wouldn't get hit, but you still can. But anyway, so once you crouch and move forward, you're going to keep doing it until you see the Spider Shibito on the left appear. Once you do that, stand up, turn on your flashlight, and shoot. Then you're going to run and go forward. You'll see another one, and then you'll shoot him again. If it takes 2 shots, it's fine. You just want to make sure that he doesn't get close to hit you. Then you're going to go ahead and head down the ladder and go through the double doors to exit the gymnasium, and make sure that you close the door behind you so they can't chase you. Okay, and I do suggest reloading before you go through the next set of double doors. So now what our objective is we have to head upstairs and acquire a key, as it says here. But once we go upstairs, we're gonna find more dog Shibito and the Shibito brain, which is the principal. And so what I do here is I'm gonna run straight upstairs and run to kill the principal since he's the Shibito brain, and it'll take out the rest. So once you get upstairs, go through classroom 5 and 6. You see his little flashlight there. Turn, aim, and shoot. Takes about 3 shots, and then open this door. You're gonna wanna take a couple of steps back once you do, because this Shibito dog Shibito, sorry, can actually hit you because he takes a while to go down. Then you go into this room and you'll pick up the compasses, and then you'll just head back down the stairs. Or you can take the classroom out, it doesn't matter. So what we're doing is we're going to be heading back towards the gymnasium to get the key, and we needed the pair of compasses to do that. And once we're here, we'll also get the only archive in mission 1. So once you get back here, you're going to want to go into here, and the archive is right there. And then you'll turn around and there's a little key in the slot here, and I do suggest reloading because you'll have to kill the principal, aka the Shibito brain, again. And then you just want to use the compass to get the key. Now there is another archive, but it is in mission 2, and you can't miss it because it's the primary objective of mission 2 for Naoko. So once you grab the key, just go ahead and go back through the classroom, go around, and then once you hit this door, the principal will be on the stairs. Just turn, shoot 3 times, and then the exit is right there. So just press triangle to bring up the prompt. Open this door, and then go to the next door, and that's mission 1 complete.
I did it!
Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and wrap up possibly the easiest mission in this game. And that's mission 2 of one of Kyoya's day 1 missions, which is pretty much the first tutorial, or the second tutorial mission.
It's gone. Blood!
You just connected with me, didn't you? You can see visions. Relax. Although I guess that's easier said than done. Are you all right?
I just got shot, but
I understand. Listen, you have to come with me. You're not safe here. Follow me.
Alright, so mission 2 for this is find the letter, which again, this is super simple. So you'll still, you can skip or watch the cutscene.
This red water is now coursing through your veins. In place of all the blood you lost. You have the water to thank for your recovery. I know you're still shaky, but you will be better soon. I'm so relieved. It was any more. Anyway, we must hurry now.
So once you get control of Kyoya, you don't have to listen to whatever
Close your
Sako's
eyes.
saying. Just run,
Relax.
head up the stairs,
Look forward.
head to the right, climb up here, climb up here, and as you can see, the letter is right there. All you have to do is pick it up, and that's mission 2.
A letter.
Alright, so next we have Kyoya Suda's Day 1 0800 Mission 2 that we're going to be selecting. This is another straightforward mission. There will be one sub-objective and one archive, but again, it's very simple. So once this cutscene plays, we'll go ahead and go over what we need to do.
Are you okay?
Can't you walk a bit more slowly? I'm losing you.
What do you mean?
I can't see unless I use my cherub.
Oh. Are you... Your eyes? Miyako, you still have more to do. You know that we can't proceed without you. Won't be long before someone takes a trip to the other side then. The other side? It looks like you've been taking good care of my sister. Thanks for that. Your sister? Hey!
Let's go.
That must have hurt. Okay, so for mission 2, you have to find the Takeuchi grave for the family. So for this mission, you don't have to bring Miyako. You can if you want to, but I would suggest not to because it just makes it more complicated than it actually has to be. So what we're going to do is pick up the poker because there is going to be some Shibito that we do have to take out in this mission. So if you just head up here and climb up these mounds, this is what I call them, you'll see the smoke there. And then you'll just head towards the smoke and you'll pick up the fire poker. Next, what we're going to do is head towards the gate. We don't have to go around for the other sub-objective because we did that in mission 1. So if you missed that for this mission completely, then you'll have to go back and check to see how we did that in the first mission. But again, if you need timestamps for any of the missions that are in the pinned comment below. So once we open the gate, we're going to do the same thing that we did in mission 1. We're going to cheese the Shibito here, basically waiting for him to climb up and hit him with easy heavy attacks so we can avoid damage. It's funny too because I feel like he can just go around on the pathway that we'll use to go down, but he'll rather just climb up. There's another Shibito over here that's going to be falling down, so we're going to take care of her. You can actually go up the path to Kyoya's right and attack her there, but you can also wait down here, which is what I usually do. Don't whiff like me and just hit her with, I believe, 3 heavy attacks. I believe that if you go up top, or go up the path and hit her when she falls down the from the first drop, if you heavy attack her, then it only takes 2. But anyway, so now that we're done with that, we're gonna head this way that we're heading now, and then once we get over here to these trees, we're gonna make a right, and we're gonna clear the brushwood here, and there's a valve that we're going to be able to turn now. So with this, before I believe that it had to be completed with with Mrs. Takato's, I forget which mission it is. I think it's like day one. It's one of her day one missions. But you have to reach a certain loop before you can turn this, and that happens with a lot of the missions in this game, actually. You might have it unlocked, but you can't complete some of the items until you complete a loop. But since we did that, we just completed the sub-objective for mission 2. So now all we need to do is, since we drained the water, we need to jump down and find the path to the Takeuchi family grave. So what you'll do is just go back the way that we came. Alright, and then once you get here, you're just going to want to head up the path. We're just basically going to go all the way around to the starting area. And once you do that, you could just follow the path all the way around. And then once you get to the, there's like a crossing path over here. You'll notice that there's a drop down that you can use, that we can actually drop down now since the water is drained. So you'll drop here. And then once you drop, there will be a stairway leading up. And then before you examine the grave, to the left of it is the archive for mission 2, which is an old pamphlet. You'll pick that up and then examine the grave, and you've completed mission 2.
Takeuchi?
You know, it's funny when you save here. The next mission is actually a day 2 mission, but it shows as a day 1 mission. So if you can see right here, it says Tamon Takeuchi day 1 1800, but then you get to the mission select and it's day 2 1800. But anyway, that's the next mission that we're being dragged into.
First there was the village that shouldn't exist, and now the hospital.
Alright, so with this mission, it's fairly simple, but you'll need to conserve your ammo for the final fight that you'll have to experience on this mission 1 level for Tamon. So what I do here is I'm waiting for the dog Shibito to come towards Tamon. So what's going to happen, he's going to get alerted. I'm going to take a couple steps back. I wait for him to do his little chant, and then I run by. Once I run by, I open the door, and then I'm going to turn around and close it. Then we're going to go ahead and head up the stairs here. Go straight. And this is one of the missions where you're going to be forced to take damage because there's a dog Shibito waiting beyond one of these doors, which is right here. So as soon as you open the door, he's going to come towards you. You'll take the hit, and then you can just shoot him. Alright, so now that he's dead, you're going to make a right here and go past the, well, looks like cells, but they aren't. You'll go down. You'll keep going down, and you'll open this door here. You'll go down. And then you're going to go into the door here after you kill the dog Shibito. It'll be the second door, and you need an item in here because you're going to need it to get a key. Make sure you reload. And so we pick up the forceps. And now we're going to head back to the area with the rooms that look like cells. And what I was explaining earlier is that you have a limited amount of ammo in this mission. I mean, you do in each mission, but for this mission specifically, you'll have to save enough for the fight that you'll come up at the end of this. So what I'm doing now is I'm standing here and I'm waiting for the dog Shibito to come over here and get Tamon in its sight, or just get its attention so I can take it out. And I'm dragging it back here because if I do kill it, when I do have to run back this way eventually, I don't want it in the pathway where it can easily just wake up and hit me. Alright, so you'll just go around, and the key that you're going to need is in this last room here. But next to it is an archive, which is graffiti on the wall. So you'll just need to go up to it and examine it. And that's the only archive for this mission. Next, just use the forceps to break the chain so you can get the key. Alright, so now that we have the key to the inner courtyard, we can start to head to the final area of this mission. So again, the dog Shibito should be up now, so that's why we pulled him back here, so he can't just wake up and be in the same path and hit us. Had that happen quite a few times, so I established that. So what you'll do now is just head straight, because what you'll need to do is just go down the stairs. And you'll just use the key here. And there's going to be a dog Shibito in the courtyard that you'll need to kill. So the reason I didn't kill the dog Shibito at the beginning is because, again, you only have a certain amount of ammo in this mission to use. And I found that if I used the ammo on the dog Shibito in the beginning, that I didn't have enough to fight the enemy that's going to be in this little secret crawl space that we have under the statue. Because once we do fight this enemy here, which, spoiler alert, it's going to be Mina, we have just enough to kill her, which I believe is 5 shots. We can go ahead and count.
Huh?
Nasty. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it should be one more, which is 5. And now we should be out of bullets, maybe. Maybe have 1 or 2 more to spare. But anyway, just go ahead and move forward and examine the glasses, and that's mission 1.
Yoriko.
Alright, so the next mission that we're going to select is Tamon Takeuchi's Day 1 2000 Mission 2. So the first mission, or this follows in the same essence as the first mission, but we'll have to do a bit of more steps because we'll have a new archive and a new sub-objective to complete with Yoriko.
I told you not to drink from there. I hope you stayed here like I told you. Listen, they didn't attack for no reason. Somebody is controlling them. We have to stop whoever's behind all this madness. From now on,
I love how the
don't
camera angle
listen
just
to what
gets
anybody
towards
else
his eyes,
says,
so it just
okay?
zooms in on his
Just
eyes.
do as I tell you to do. Promise me.
Very
Don't I
instinctive.
always do what you tell me to do? I think we should hurry up and try to get help before we do anything else.
It's coming after us. We can't be safe here. Come on. Let's go.
Okay, so for mission 2, you're going to have to find an item that was dropped by Yuriko, as it will show right here. So once you start, just tell her to come here. And again, you're going to run straight and you're going to go to the right. And there's going to be a dog Shibito here. You're going to take it out. And then depending on where it lands, you might have to run through it or wait for the body to go into hibernation to pass through. And then you'll hop into the vehicle here and grab the extra bullets from the passenger seat. Once you do that, you'll get out of the car, and I suggest maybe running in a zigzag a little bit so the fly Shibito won't get you. And then there'll be 2 dog Shibito on the road that you'll need to get. Simple enough. And then since we've got the archives already for the other mission, well, we won't be doing that. So what we'll do is we're going to head up and climb up the rock here. We won't need to pull up Yuriko because once we go ahead and, well, I did it here, but you won't need to do it because she'll teleport here regardless. But since I told her to come here, I pulled her up anyway. So what we'll do now is we'll go to the small shrine and we'll shoot it because we did weaken it with the stone that we used in Makino's other mission. And then once we open it, Yuriko will go ahead and grab her ID, which is an archive item.
Oh, there! Oh, did you look inside? Oh, you haven't, have you?
So since we did that, the pathing for the Shibito brain is going to change. But before we go after the Shibito brain, we're going to head back down. And head down the other side path, and there's that room with the strange, I guess, symbol or altar here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open the door and we're gonna get Yuriko sidejacked her here just in case, but we're gonna get her to hide in this room, and she's going to go ahead and close the door. And then all you have to do is wait until the cutscene plays, and then that's how you complete the sub-objective for mission 2.
It's kind of... I'll keep it just in case.
Alright, and that's done. So just to mention again, if you leave Yuriko at the start and you do the shrine first, you can just leave her there and she'll teleport and you can climb down and do that. So that's why I did it in that order, because I was supposed to go ahead and leave her at the start so she'll just teleport and then I can take her down to get the archive, but it's easy enough to just take her with you, so I just did it that way. But again, since we got the ID, the pathing for the Shibito brain is going to change. It's not just going to stay down by the, I believe it's the paper fortune, so it's in a completely different area. So what you can do is make Yuriko wait or hide here. Doesn't matter which, whatever option you want, because you're going to want to chase the Shibito yourself, or the Shibito brain yourself. And so you'll go around, even if you get alerted here, don't worry about that. You'll just need to head around because it's on the other side of the map now. And this is a static location, meaning that it'll always be there. So you'll just need to sidejack it. So you'll climb up here, and I believe you'll be able to see it. Yeah, she's right there. So once you get close, she's going to run. So you just want to hop down here, and then you want to sidejack her as soon as you get down, because you don't want to chase her on this path because she'll have the dog Shibito and the fly Shibito looking after her as she runs away. You don't want to deal with that as she's running, because we'll just find an easier path to chase her anyway. And she's getting stuck on the dog Shibito, actually. It's funny. So what she's going to do is she's going to run all the way to the house that's atop of the hill, and she's going to be behind it. And that's where we're going to catch her. So we're just sidejacking her to make sure that she goes to the correct location. Alright, and now she's behind the house. So all we have to do now is follow the same pathing that we did for both mission 1 and 2. And we'll go ahead and sneak up on her and we'll complete the mission. So yeah, this is a bit of a simple one too if you just follow the pathing. A lot of the missions in this game are just pathing and knowing where and when the Shibito will be and things of that sort, because they don't deviate that much. So again, just go down, kill the dog Shibito there. You don't have to worry about the fly Shibito. You can kill it if you want to, but it's not very accurate, even with your flashlight on, so I usually just run by it. And then the 2 dog Shibito that are on the road. And then it's very important that once you do kill the second dog Shibito, that you go around the right side of the house, or you're going to have to chase the Shibito brain again. So make sure you reload so you have enough bullets in your gun so it can't run away. And then you can just go ahead and go around this side of the house. You can run or walk if you want. And she'll be right here. And you just need to unload on her until she's dead. And that's mission 2. Alright, and then the next mission that we're getting dragged into is Akira Shimura's Day 1 1600.
Are you the one who's been calling me?
Help! Leave me alone!
So many strangers.
Alright, so this one can be a little difficult if you don't know the pathing of where you need to go, especially in mission 2. So at the start, what you're going to do is you're just going to aim and look down over here, because there's going to be a Shibito in front of Yuriko, so you're going to wait until it gets into the cone and shoot, and then just bring it behind her and shoot again. Then what you're going to do is climb down the ladder. What you can do here is once you go down, count 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then press circle so Akira can drop down faster. So we have an archive item that we need to clear up here, so we're going to head up here, and it's going to be in this shack here. There actually is going to be 2 archive items, so this is the first. Okay, so we got the villager's diary. Then we'll just go up and continue on this path here, and there's going to be a Shibito at the end. So we're going to get towards the end here and take her out. And then next, there's an angle that you can get on the Shibito, the Sniper Shibito that's up top this building here. So if you just shoot there, you'll get him. And then Yuriko is going to be in this shack here, or house. We were debating whether or not it's a house or shack earlier. But once you do that, there will be another Shibito here, a Sniper Shibito. So you want to run up here. You'll get an angle from this tree, and then you'll shoot it there. It might be a little hard to kind of reference where the points are, because I played this mission a lot to kind of remember where they are. So if you need to reset and do it a couple of times to memorize the spots, you can. Because there's also a different path you can take as well, but this is the one that's most efficient for me that I see without the time mission, which I actually believe that I did. So there's actually a sub-objective that you're supposed to do here, where if Yuriko follows you, you have her hide there, and she picks up a family picture of Tamon and his family, but you can't do it until you complete a certain loop, so we can't do it now. But anyway, once you go ahead and get Yuriko to follow you, you're going to go ahead and drop down, and there's going to be another archive item here in the mailbox. Alright. And then now we just need to go to the end, so we're going to drop here, and we'll drop here as well. And then just make sure that Yuriko is following you. There's going to be a Shibito to our left that's kind of hiding here, so we want to move up a little bit. Well, actually, I guess he's on the other side here. So sometimes what will happen is they'll actually be on the bridge side. Like he'll run across the bridge to stop you. So sometimes you have to sidejack, but normally he's just going to be hiding there if you take this route. And then again, earlier at the start of the video, I mentioned that if you do the sub-objective in Tamon's first mission, that there wouldn't be a Shibito at the bottom of the ladder for one of Akira's missions, and this is the mission.
But don't shoot me.
So for here, you'll just send Yuriko as a decoy, and then you'll just shoot the Shibito. It'll run forward after it misses, and you can shoot. You'll just tell Yuriko to come here, and you'll just both need to leave, and that's mission 1. But yeah, so it's the ladder will be free depending on whether or not you complete that sub-objective in Tamon's first mission. I always suggest doing it because if it's your first playthrough, you should do it so you can get the archive. Alright, so next we're going to go to do Risa Onda's Day 1 0400 Mission 2.
Is it a dream? What is this? Haven't I been here before? That wasn't here before. I wonder if anybody's here. Then again, why would they be sitting in the dark? Hello?
Alright, so this is another simple mission, but it is going to change. We have to get the man across. But it is going to change because now we have an extra Shibito that's patrolling around. So what we're going to do at the start is head here. As you can see the flashlight ahead. So we just need to get the perspective of the other one that's walking around. And that's why I suggest that if you are looking for help or for a guide and you haven't completed, let's say for example you haven't completed the sub-objective, or you didn't complete the sub-objective the first time around, that you reference the character guides that I have in the description, because they go into detail on how to complete these missions if you have both unlocked. So all you have to do is wait for the Shibito to look at you there, and you can just walk and run ahead. If you want to play it more safe, you can wait, but don't wait too long because the other Shibito will cross, because they're actually doing it in rotations and you'll get caught. But once you get past, all you'll need to do is climb up here to the rooftop, and there will be an item to dig here. So you just need to pick it up. But you'll have to wait because, again, the Shibito are doing the rotations, and if you try to rush, they'll just catch you. And Risa has no way of defending herself on this mission, so it has to be done completely stealth if you don't want to die. Or, I mean, you can go and they'll grab you and they'll hit you, and maybe you can get away and hide and lose them, which is possible. But, again, that's the harder way. And it's easier just to avoid that and be patient and wait, because all we have to do once we're clear is go down and dig up an item, and that's the end of mission 2. And we've already completed all of these sub-objectives and gotten in the archives for in mission 1, so we don't have to do anything there. So yeah, when mission 2 comes around, there's 2 Shibitos now patrolling instead of 1, as a kind of, I like to call it the kind of speed run preventer, where it just prevents you from just running to the end. Kind of gives you somewhat of a challenge. Even though I'm pretty sure most speedrunners probably find a way to do this way quicker, but I'm not too familiar with Siren speedruns. So once you're done, you're just going to climb down and head to Risa's right, and once you do that, you'll see the area that you need to dig. And once you do that, you'll just open the prompt to dig, and that's the end of mission 2.
Takeuchi.
Alright, so now the next mission that's going to take us to is Tamon Takeuchi's Day 2 1000, and we are going to be doing mission 1.
Look at this. I made this mark when I was a child.
What do you mean? So, you...
I was born in this village. I was raised here until my parents were killed in an accident. What a homecoming. Look, I'm sorry to get you involved in this.
It's not your fault. I decided to follow you.
Yoriko!
And Yuriko has been shot, unfortunately.
Professor, I've been shot, right? I feel a bit strange.
Yoriko.
Am I going to die? Or will I turn into a monster as well? Oh.
Yoriko, your body can't take any more red water. I'm gonna get him.
All right.
Stay here.
So to start, what we're gonna do is we want to sidejack the fly Shibito that's patrolling currently, because we're gonna need that for later. So once it looks at the steps, you can go ahead and leave. So once it moves away, you can go ahead and get started. This mission is not too difficult. The only issues that may arise is when you have to kill the sniper at the end. So anyway, what you'll do is you can see on the screen is just going to head up the path here, because we're going to have to go complete the sub-objective before we start the process of killing the sniper. So just head across the bridge, and then there was the shrine that was present in the earlier mission with Shiro Miyata. If you remember what that was, that's where we're going to be heading now. So behind the shrine is a hose, so you're going to pick that up, and that completes the sub-objective needed for this mission. And before you run back, make sure that your stamina gauge is reset. How you'll know is if the character does their idle animation, so Tamon slicks his hair back, so that means that your stamina is back at full. So once you do that, you're going to run across the bridge. And you're going to head right here, and you see that there's the gas can left by Miyata. So you go ahead and use it on the bridge, and then you'll go ahead and set fire to the gasoline. So a cool little detail about this is that it actually uses a bullet in the gun in real time. So Tamon actually has, I believe the cylinder holds 5 shots, and now he has 4. So next you'll turn around, and there is a dog Shibito in this building that you'll need to take out so it doesn't mess with the process of killing the sniper. So just go ahead and let it climb down these steps here and shoot it. And after that, you're going to want to reload. And now we're going to turn here, and there's going to be a door out here, and it's going to lead to a path. Now what we have to do is kill the fly Shibito. There's one way of doing it, which is you can catch its attention and then wait for it to waste its 5 shots, which is just crouching by this little hill here, or the hill, my apologies. But what I did here is I realized that you can probably just run up to it easier and just shoot it, so that's what I did here. The other way is actually in the character guide that I did for Tamon. So if you want to see how to do it, or how to do it that way, you'll just need to go to the guide. So it didn't see me here, so what I did was I ran up to it and I just shot it twice. And that was the last trophy that we needed for the Shibito bestiary, or that was the last enemy we needed for that trophy. So what I'm doing now is I'm sightjacking the sniper, which you can tell because it has a sniper in its hand. It's the only one. So there's an archive on the bridge that we have to get. So what we have to do now is we're gonna wait for the sniper to turn around, and we'll see our perspective. Well, we'll see it as the blue cross here. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna look at the blue cross, which we're standing here, and then he's gonna shift his sight a little bit to the right. Now making sure that, and make sure you do reload, because you'll need all the bullets in your gun for this. So now that he shifted it to the right, he's looking at that, and once he looks away, you're gonna want to run straight. And then the archive is gonna be on the 6th rail. So it's 3, 4, 5, and then move one more up, and then 6 is here. So the archive is there, and then after you get that, you're gonna want to run up to the sniper, which is Akira. And you have to unload all of the shots in the gun. I suggest doing it on a pause delay, like I'm doing it here a little bit, because if not, you'll miss and Akira will just run away. And we just unloaded all the shots in the gun, and he's dead. Well, not dead, but you know what I mean.
What?
What? And that's the end of mission 1.
I can't anymore.
Shiro's just this like brooding character. It's just like every time you see him, just like he's probably up to no good, and he actually is not up to good. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and complete Akira Shimura's Day 1 1600 Mission 2. I kind of did this in error because I thought that once I completed that mission that maybe the archive or the sub-objective would be able to be done, but it wasn't able until a later loop was completed. So I did have to go back and complete this for a 3rd time because I just needed the sub-objective done. Which again, also to state, if you need to grab any archives or sub-objectives that you missed in a previous completed mission, you have to complete the mission all the way through. They changed this in Siren 2 and Blood Curse, but unfortunately it's not in this one. So we're going to follow the same pathing, but now we're with the added stress of having to complete the mission in 1 minute and 55 seconds, or under that. So same thing again. Shoot the Shibito in front of Yuriko and shoot the one behind her. Climb down the ladder. Once you're on the ladder, count to 4 as Akira descends. 1, 2, 3. Or I guess that was 3. And then you'll just press circle so he can drop down quicker. Alright, so again, but we're not going to be picking up the archives this time because we don't have time. We picked them up anyway. So follow the route around, and there's going to be a Shibito at the end of the path here, so take her out. And then if you move forward a little bit here and you stand in between the bush and the tree here, you get an angle on the Sniper Shibito on this building here. So shoot him. And then you'll go into the house and pick up Yuriko.
Oh, thank goodness. A regular human being.
Okay. And then we're going to want to drop down here.
Somewhere and got attacked while looking for it. Thank you so much.
And then if you remember the layout for Tamon's mission with Yuriko, his first mission, there's a bridge here that you can cross. So we're going to go across there. And then we're going to head to the right. Now there's going to be a Shibito that's going to be heading across the main bridge here. So once you get closer and it's visible, you're going to want to stop and shoot him so he doesn't mess up with your plans of getting this done. So as you can see, he's here. We're going to wait for him to come into the cone. And then we're going to run forward again. And this is where we're going to use Yuriko as a distraction or decoy again. Alright, so send her as a decoy and then go ahead and shoot. Once he moves forward. Once once you kill him, make sure you press triangle immediately and tell her to come here so you don't waste any time, and then you can just go to the end, and that's mission 2 complete.
What's going on down there?
It's the Umi-gaeri. They're not human anymore.
The Umi-gaeri?
Umi-Okuri, Umi-gaeri. It's a kind of custom here. A village like this in the middle of the mountains, I didn't even know we had an ocean.
Now I understand.
It's over. I'm going to get out of here. Before I turn into a monster as well.
I feel bad for Akira because of his backstory and all that, but to kill himself in front of that girl and traumatizing her is crazy. So now, the next mission that we're going to get into is another playable character, which is Tomoko, who we were escorting with Makino earlier. And that was the gunshot that Akira, or that you heard in the background that Akira used to, or when Akira killed himself. Alright, so Tomoko's mission is fairly easy. So there's an archive at the start, so you just want to turn and examine here. Got the trophy there. You're going to have to remove it, by the way, to get the actual archive, so just make sure you do that. Alright, so the next you're going to want to sightjack the Shibito that's overlooking the house, little shrine that you're in. You make sure they turn away before you leave. So the proper way to do this mission is there's the offertory box there, so you're going to want to go ahead and fling the coins over. And again, you can only do that if you completed the sub-objective earlier in one of Makino's missions. And then you'll go ahead and ring this bell, which will get the attention of the Sniper Shibito that's waiting on the stairs in front of you there. So once you do that, go ahead and run around here and make sure you're behind this, I guess we'll call it debris for now, and just crouch right here. And then you're going to want to sightjack the Sniper Shibito. It's pretty easy to know which one it is because there's only one Sniper Shibito, I believe, in this mission, and it's the one that's moving towards you. So once it sees the coins are out of the box, it's going to make that chant, and then what's going to follow is another Shibito that'll be running up to the box behind it. Alright, so once you see that they are both bent over, occupied with the coins, you can stand up and walk towards these stairs. Make sure not to run because you'll catch their attention and Tomoko will die. Alright, so now we reach the stairs, we can run down. And we're going to head towards the police vehicle, just like the one in Tamon's mission. And we're going to go ahead and get inside. Once we get inside, we're going to look to the left towards the passenger seat, and there'll be an archive there, which is the second and final archive for this mission. And then we'll go ahead and toggle the switch in the car, which will start the alarm. Alright, once we do that, we're going to go ahead and head back up the stairs. As you can see, there was a flashlight from the Revolver Shibito. He's going to go check out the disturbance. All you have to do is reach the bottom of the second flight of stairs. Watch him walk by. He does a little stutter step twice here just to make sure you're not trying to run by him. And then once you see him disappear off of the screen, off of Tomoko's left peripheral, you can just go ahead and run. And you'll just need to run to the end, and that will be the end of mission 1. Alright, so since it didn't take us to another mission, we're going to go ahead and use stage select. And the next stage we're going to choose is Kei Makino's Day 1 1200 Mission 2. And I'm sorry for the skip there. When I was recording this or putting it together, I realized that it skipped, so I just had to go with what I had. So this is going to be another simple mission. And by simple, it's just that these are ones that you just need to do stealth with. There's no really killing enemies or anything like that. And if you just follow the instructions, it shouldn't be too hard. I think the hardest thing about this mission is just making sure you don't push your analog stick too hard, so you walk instead of, or that you run instead of walk. Other than that, it's fairly simple. He's bold.
What is that noise? It sounds like some kind of animal. What is going to happen to us?
So this mission, for mission 2, follows the same structure, just we'll have to do some additional steps at the end. So it's just finding the item dropped by Tomoko. So make sure you get it to follow you and just go ahead and run. It would just keep running straight ahead until you reach the house. And you're gonna want to walk once you get past the police vehicle, so you don't unintentionally alert the Shibito that's right there doing the gardening. And there's also another one that is around the house that's patrolling, as you saw right there. So you want to walk to make sure that if you go to this side of the house, it doesn't automatically hear you once you come up behind it. I'm kind of using the perspective here instead of side jacking to see where it goes, but I'm going to have to side jack this Shibito and him as well, so I know when he's going to turn. So once you see him reach, or once he's not there, you can go ahead and move up and then just side jack him to make sure that he's going to be completing his full rotation around the house. So once you see him go towards the Shibito that's doing the gardening there, you can go ahead and go forward with Tomoko. And you'll just go ahead and walk, and there is a staircase, stairwell, whatever you want to call it, that leads up there, and you'll just continue to walk up there. Once you reach it, you can go ahead and run. Just make sure that you check for the Shibito that we sight-jacked earlier that is looking upon the path. So they're looking down now, but I just want to make sure that I have a good time, so I'm waiting for them to look up and look down, and I can continue. And by good time, I meant that I just want to make sure that I go at the proper time to where I know that I won't get caught, because I probably could have went and not have gotten caught, but I wanted to be careful. Alright, so next, just pull up Tomoko and you'll continue. So the Shibito that is hammering the wall of the shrine there. So you just want to make sure that you sight jack them, so you make sure that they're not looking up. Because if you do drop down while they're looking up or in the motion of turning back to the wood or whatever they're hammering, then you will get caught. And then all you need to do is drop down. And then again, like I mentioned in mission 1, make sure that as soon as you drop with Makino, you turn to the right and start walking. Because what can happen is Tomoko can follow Makino and thrust him forward, and that could alert the Shibito that is working on the shrine. Alright, so now we're just gonna go ahead and run around. Again, this is the same thing we did in mission 1, it's just that once we get separated from Tomoko, we'll have to complete additional steps. You know, it's funny, every time I would stream or play this game, people would refer to Makino as Harry Potter, and I didn't see it before, but now watching it back, I see it. I understand. So yeah, make sure you walk here, because there is a Sniper Shibito that is standing right there. Alright. So we're going to do the same thing we did in the first mission. We're going to just step back, make sure we don't get shot by the Sniper Shibito. But we're not going to leave. Because again, this is mission 2 and we have some additional steps. So let's go ahead and turn around or step back and crouch right here and wait for the Sniper Shibito. You got to be careful. I was kind of getting a little too close there. Gotta wait for the Sniper Shibito to just not pay attention to you anymore. Because what we'll need to do is step back down and go back. Alright, so he's turned around. Well, actually, he's gonna catch you again, but it's fine. All you need to do is run here and hop up, and you'll be fine because you'll miss. Okay. So now what we need to do is, one of Shibito had actually picked up the item that Tomoko had dropped when you got separated from her. So he's heading back towards the shrine now. So all you have to do is sidejack him, and once he gets to the shrine, he's going to go into a room with, or he's going to go towards a room, and he's going to show you the code that you'll need to unlock the padlock with. You'll just grab what is in the bucket in the room, and then you'll just leave. Which means you'll come back the same way that we were just at. You leave the mission the same way for each mission. It's just that for mission 2, you have to go back and complete this. We haven't even got really into like the complex missions. I mean, I say that from the perspective of someone who, so that's the code. It's going to be different every time, by the way, so you need to sidejack them every time. So yeah, once you go into the room, there will be an ID in the bucket that you'll just need to pick up. But like I was saying, I say simple from the perspective of somebody who's completed this game like 100% at least like 3 times. But it's pretty simple because we haven't got into the more complex missions like that really are like later in like the day 2 and day 3 missions. Because I feel like a lot of the day 1s are just teaching you how to play the game and getting you adjusted with sightjacking, using the stealth, how to work with companions and things like that. So we're just going to put the code in here. Also, the Shibito that was in this room, so oh yeah, make sure to pick it up too, because it's easy to just examine it and think you got it.
Tomoko.
So that's her student ID. But the Shibito that opened this room actually is still patrolling the area. He just like go towards the stairway that leads down, and then he turns around and comes back to the room. You don't have to worry about closing the door or anything. You just need to leave before he gets back. He's not that smart. But yeah, all we have to do now is leave the same way we did in mission 1, or how we were going to leave in this mission 2. Just go back over here, climb up, jump down, and make sure we walk and climb up again and leave the stage. But I think a lot of difficulty with these missions comes from the fact that you have to kind of just walk slowly forward. And I feel like it's harder on the PS5 controllers since they're more like pressure sensitive than the PS4 controllers were. Or even the PS3 or 2. Because I played this on every system that it was released on. What you have to do is climb up, and now we can just walk or run towards the end. And that's the end of mission 2.
I'm so happy that you're safe. Your mother and father are okay as well.
Really?
Alright, we've completed another loop. I forget which number loop, or the number of loops we've completed by now. But that's another loop done. So now what we're going to do is, since it didn't take us to another mission, we're going to go ahead and knock out Tomoko's other mission in her day 1 1700. Which this one is going to be very easy. So just to note that you can complete this in the normal way that I completed her mission 1 in. But I just would advise, instead of using the police siren to lure the officer away, that you just run past him. But anyway, so to start this mission, we're basically just going to run towards the end, right? So the Sniper Shibito is on the stairway. We're going to make sure that we run on the left side and run to the right, so he has to do a full rotation and run by. And then you're going to go ahead, and once you get her attention, you're going to hit the railing. The Revolver Shibito is going to always chant when you run by, and that's it. You just run to the end. Sometimes what will happen is the Shibito, the lady Shibito there, will grab you and she'll kind of hold you in place. You just got to shake her off and make sure you get off before the Revolver Shibito shoots you. And yeah, that's it.
Where is Dr. Miyata? He should be here by now.
Don't worry, he's often late. Maybe he...
Mina?
Yeah, I don't care if you were my sister. I don't want you near my face with all that. Alright, so now it's going to take us to another mission, which is Mrs. Takato's Day 1 2300.
I just had a dream about Miyako.
Miyako? Does she live with your auntie?
No, she's alone. She told me she's lonely too. And she said she'd be my sister. She always has a white dog with her.
Who is she then?
It's a secret. I can't talk about Miyako. You're the only person I've told, Mrs. Takato. Don't tell Auntie, okay? Promise?
I promise. So, she's your secret sister. How about if I be your mother? Megumi.
So the name that Mrs. Takato actually said instead of Harumi's last name is the name of, I believe it was either her student or her daughter who died. And so that's why she's finding courage in protecting and saving Harumi, even though she's scared herself. So at the start of this mission, you're going to want to make Harumi hide and grab the lighter there. And then once you do that, you're going to head up the path. Now, there is a Shibito that is roaming around this area here, but you can get around it or get around her detecting you if you just kind of stay on the path here or walk once you come over here. As you can see, she's right there. But again, it's easy. If you get caught, it's not a problem. You can just beat her up with the crowbar. All right. And then once we go through, our first archive is going to be right here. So there's an old book on the tombstone. And we'll pick that up. Now what we're going to do is head down, which there's going to be a Shibito over here. And since we're dealing with the grave/mound area, what we're going to do is cheese it. So once they try to climb up, I don't know, she's doing a little dance there while I'm whiffing my hits. Just going to make sure you hit them while they try to come up. Just don't whiff like me. Alright, so that's one Shibito down. And since we did drain the river with Kyoya in the earlier missions, we can drop down and get this key, which is for the truck on the other side. If you remember, when we were in this area with Kyoya, we picked up a screwdriver in front of the truck, and now with this key, we can actually get inside of it. But again, if the river is not flooded for you, you'll need to complete that sub-objective with Kyoya. I forget the mission, we had just did it earlier, but you'll need to do that in his mission 2, most likely. And then if it's not, you're not able to turn it, just continue the game until you complete a loop, and then it should allow you to do it then. Alright, so now we're going to be heading over here on the other side, and we'll run straight to the truck because there's not really anything over here that can really mess with us too much. There's a Shibito, but as long as we turn off the light, we'll be fine. Alright, so we'll go ahead and unlock the truck. And then there's a sub-objective that we need to complete once we get inside the truck. So once we do that, we're going to look towards the passenger side. And as you can see, there's a cassette tape there, as well as the emergency brake. So we'll go for the cassette tape first. Alright, and that's the sub-objective completed for this mission, I believe. And then we'll release the emergency brake, which, oh, I'm sorry, this is also another sub-objective. Because this isn't required to get Harumi on the other side. You can just bring Harumi with you, but this is a faster way. And I figure since you're gonna do the sub-objective anyway, you can just climb over with the truck and go back and get her. Alright, so now what we're gonna do is we just gotta go ahead and go get Harumi. And we'll go to the end of the level. I'm sidejacking Harumi here just to make sure for the trophy. I believe you only have to sidejack the companions once since she was in another mission with Mrs. Takato as well, but I did it just in case. So if the trophy doesn't pop for you, just make sure you, because you can just do all of Mrs. Takato's missions because it always has Harumi in it. Alright, so Harumi is currently crossing now, so you can kind of just run ahead, and then if she's not there, it'll give you the prompt, but she'll surely be there. Also, because I sidejacked her, she'll have an easier time. I think it works with all companions, just not just Miyako.
So, this is what they're carrying. Hide here for now, and run when it's safe. You can do that, can't you? Don't worry, I'll be right behind you, okay?
Uh-oh, little Harumi.
Harumi! Don't give up. Don't give up.
Alright, so now we gotta save Harumi. So what we're gonna do is we gotta go to the car and honk the horn so we can get the attention of the Shibito. And then now, once we have their attention, we're gonna head to the back of the truck and we're gonna open the valve for the gasoline. And I'm pretty sure you can see where this is going.
I'm going to save you.
And then once the valve is open, we'll use the prompt window and save Harumi.
Mrs. Takato!
Rest in peace, Mrs. Takato. Did her job and saved Harumi. But yeah, that's the end of mission 1. And I believe with that trophy, we completed all of the day 1, mission 1 objectives. Okay, so now what we'll do next is we'll do the wrap up for Akira. Since we couldn't do the secret objective in his day 1 1600, we'll go ahead and do it now. Which again is just hiding Yuriko in a specific spot so she can pick up a picture of Tamon and his family. Which is the same picture that he drops in the, or it flies away in the beginning.
Help! Leave me alone!
So many.
So there's not much
strangers.
explanation for this one since we've already gone over it. This would have been, or this will be the 3rd time. I do a different route, but again, this is just for the secret objective wrap up, so we don't have to do anything special. Funny enough, this was actually, because a lot of the times when people play Siren for the first time, me included, it's very frustrating. And I think it's because a lot of the times you're used to such just like refined, like even though these games are older, like you're used to like horror games that are like a lot refined and the controls are not too clunky or it doesn't take too much time to get used to. Like Resident Evil or like Silent Hill, you know? Which, I mean, again, those games are still clunky, but at the same time, I don't think it takes long to get acclimated with their controls and the mechanics and stuff like that. Like this game, it's very hard to do from start to finish. Because especially when you play this game for the first time, you're going to be going back to a lot of missions, even if you do use a guide. Because using or finding and completing like all of these sub-objectives and doing the archive is very like, vague. So I remember the first time that I played this, I completed the first couple of missions without a guide, but I was finding myself going back and, you know, having to do a mission like 3 to 4 times just because I forgot an archive pickup, or not an archive pickup, but I forgot to complete a objective or sub-objective and things of that nature. So, for the sub-objective in this mission, like I had mentioned earlier, all you have to do is, for this little path here, I'm making sure I'm taking out the Sniper Shibito and any of the other Shibito that might have gotten up. You just need to hide Yuriko here and she'll pick up the photograph. It's a shame too, because with this game, it didn't sell well in North America, and so in turn, Siren 2 wasn't released in North America. It was only released in Europe and Japan. That's my favorite game in this series and my favorite game, and it sucks that I'm not able to own a NA copy.
Professor.
I did get a Japanese copy, and so that's the subjective for this mission, by the way. So all we have to do is go towards the end. But again, we did this already, so there's no explanation needed.
Looks like we can climb our way up
But yeah, I
here.
did end up getting a copy of Siren 2, a Japanese copy, and a Japanese PS2 to play it on. For you guys that don't know, if for the PS2 there were region locks, so you can't play, like, for example, if you got like a European version of Silent Hill, for example, it's like the PAL version. You can't play that on an NA PS2. You'll have to play it on a European PS2. There's a bypass though if you do like a soft hack or a hack of the PlayStation, because you can get what's known as a memory card with free McBoot on it, and you can play any region of PS2 game on any PS2. It doesn't matter. But for physical copies, you can't do that. I think there's a way to deal with like the disk drive if you manipulate that, but I'm not too savvy on doing that, and I don't want to mess up the PlayStation.
But don't shoot me.
But what I'm really hoping for in the future is, because since you can switch for this version that they re-released for Siren on the PS5, you can switch to the PAL version. So I'm hoping that maybe they'll consider releasing Siren 2 on the PS5 someday, and just letting the North Americans play the PAL version or the Japanese version, because you can play both of this game. You can, or all 3 versions. So yeah. All right, and then next, since we're still on stage select, we're gonna go to Tamon Takeuchi's Day 2, 1000 Mission 2. Now that we can complete Mission 2, because we got the archive. And again, this mission is going to play out exactly the same. Nothing changes from Mission 1, aside from getting the archive. We're not gonna do that. That's the only change. Or the archives and the sub-objective.
So you...
I was born in this
Or there was a
village.
single archive in this mission, my
raised here
apologies.
Until my parents were
So
killed
yeah, same
in an
thing,
accident.
just we're not getting the, or we're not completing the sub-objective,
coming.
and we're not getting the archive.
Look, I'm sorry to get you involved in this.
It's not
Because it's
your fault.
actually auto-earned at the start,
decided
because
to
what's
fly.
going to happen is Yuriko's going to give Tamon the picture that Akira dropped when he escorted her. Because if you remember, after you complete the second mission of Akira's last mission, which was his Day 1, 1600, he saves Yuriko, but he ends up killing himself after. And so that's why he turned into the Sniper Shibito, which you'll actually see here, the cutscene when she gives him the picture.
Professor, I've been shot, right?
strange.
Yoriko.
Am I going to die? Or will I turn into a monster as well? Oh.
Yoriko, your body can't take any more red water.
The child. Is it you, Professor?
This is... I'm gonna get him. Stay
She
here.
gives him the photograph, and that's the difference. So you get the archive there, so that's automatically earned, and then you got the other one that you have to find. So yeah, same thing. So same thing as we did before. By the way, if you guys didn't know, I did complete this video already, but the creator of this game, who's also the creator of Silent Hill, his new game just released called Slitterhead. I've been playing some of that, and I'm really enjoying it. If you're a Siren fan, or you're looking to get into his works beyond Siren, Silent Hill, and he also created a series on PlayStation called Gravity Rush, I highly recommend trying it out. It's on PC. Actually, I think it's on everything but like the Switch. So you can play it on Xbox. It's on Steam. You can also play it on PlayStation. Funny enough, the Toyama, who is the creator of Siren, Silent Hill, the other series that I mentioned, he's actually not the director of the game. He's like the character designer. Yeah, I think he was. He worked on character design. He's like the overall game designer. But the director released an interview on their YouTube channel. The studio has a YouTube channel, and he was describing that that Slitterhead is kind of what Siren would be if it were modernized, and I can see I can see the aspects of where that's true, but it's very different, like combat-wise and stuff like that. But if you want more, I just mentioned it because if you want more of the creators' games, I highly recommend checking out Slitterhead. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm about 4 hours in, and I'm enjoying it a lot. It's rough around the edges, and it has its jank, you know, because they're considered an indie studio, and I don't believe they had a lot of money and a lot of time to like refine it, which is probably gonna throw some people off. As well as there's not a lot of voice acting in the game either. There's a lot of reading, and for me, I was streaming it, so I had to kind of do the voices myself. So yeah, if you guys want to continue your journey with Toyama, I highly recommend checking out Slitterhead. But anyway, let's go get Akira. Back to the mission. So again, same thing. You're gonna sightjack Akira, and he's looking at the railings of the bridge. Once he looks away from the right side, you can just go ahead and run straight forward. I'm running from the left side just to make sure that my bullets don't go astray and hit one of the railings on the side, because that does happen. Because what happens is when you shoot Akira for the first time, he tries to run away instead of shooting you. But yeah. Now using my pause shots there. And then again, make sure your clip is all the way reloaded because you need all the shots.
Is that one?
Mr. Shimura, is that you?
So yeah, that's the difference, is now that he has the photo, he remembers Akira. And that's mission 2 complete.
So, nobody can get away.
That really is one of the more daunting cutscenes in the game, because it's like, you know, he comes to after he shot himself, and then he realizes, you know, he's turned, and it's at an instant. But next we're moving to Shiro Miyata's day 2 first mission, I believe. His first mission of day 2.
Shiro.
Mina? Is it you? You are twins. You even look the same in death. Don't! Stop that! Stop laughing! Stop! No!
All right, so there's a cutscene here, and then we'll get into it.
Just leave me alone.
So at the start, you basically want to ready your weapon because you have to beat up Risa. And it's best to do light attacks against Risa because she attacks pretty fast. So once you get her down, you want to head out the room and go outside around the corner, crouch in this corner, and equip the hammer. Because 1, you'll need it later for the sub-objective, and 2, it does more damage than the tire iron or wrench that you have. Also, fun fact, at the start of this mission, Risa was alive. She was acting that way because of the telepathy that Mina had done in the previous cutscene where she had pressed her face against Risa's, and it showed that cutscene. So Shiro actually did kill Risa there, and she turned to a Shibito. But what we're doing now is we're sightjacking Risa because we'll have to do that until she opens a certain door for us to go through. And we'll also be grabbing a archive item, which I believe is the only archive item in this mission. So this door to the left she's going to open, and the archive item is in a drawer in this room. So when we follow Risa, once she opens the locked door to the right, we'll have to kill the dog Shibito that is nearby and grab the archive and knock out Risa. But what's crazy is, I believe if I remember correctly, what had happened is that Shiro was in a relationship with Mina, and Mina had told Shiro that. So yeah, once she opened this door, you're gonna go ahead and go forward, and then you can run here, and then you just want to get the attention of the dog Shibito, and then you'll take it out, and then you'll take out Risa. But like I was saying, Mina was pregnant with Shiro's child, and when he found that out, he actually killed her, and he took her to the spot where you wake up in the first mission because the siren had went off, and I believe that Mina had crawled out of the grave and knocked him out with the shovel that she has in the other mission. Just pretty messed up if you think about it. So we got the archive in that room, and now we have to go ahead and knock out Risa. And then we're just gonna go ahead and go up to this door on the opposite side here. You have to do the prompt to push it open. Alright, once that's open, you're going to continue, and there's going to be a dog Shibito around this area, so you just need to be wary of that. You'll have to take it out. So once it's alerted, go ahead and get in the ready stance and hit it with 2 timed heavy attacks, and you're good. And then you'll go through this door here. Alright, and then once you do that, you want to go down these stairs. Go to this door here, and I believe there's going to be a key that you need. Yes, right here. And that's the key to the basement where we need to go to complete the mission. So go back up the stairs and cross again. The dog Shibito will be up again. So again, you'll just need to time 2 heavy attacks and you'll be good to go. And make sure you time them correctly, because a lot of the times what happens if you go too late, then you'll trade blows with the dog Shibito. And if you're trying to no damage like I'm doing in most of the missions here, you'll want to avoid that. But if you get hit, it'll be fine. And be wary of Risa around this area because she gets up very quickly. And again, once she's near, make sure to use light attacks instead of heavy because her recovery time is very fast. And if you try to just spam heavy attacks, she'll interrupt it and grab you. So now we just open the basement, so we'll head down now and we'll complete the sub-objective for this mission here. And actually, I believe we have to do one more thing. Let's grab that. Okay. So this is another sub-objective. My apologies. You'll have to do this for Tamon. So once you grab that key, you'll just head back up the stairs. Make sure you watch for Risa again, because not only is her recovery time fast for when she's alive, in terms of her combat or her hits, but her getting up as well. So once you get that, just go ahead and use the key on this door, and that's completing the first sub-objective for this mission. And the second will be going back down to the basement and retrieving the steak, which is like a steak you use on like a vampire, not the food. So yeah, so you'll go into this room here, and this is also for a trophy for the PS5 version as well. Because if I'm not mistaken, I'll have to fact check it, but I believe this is Akira Shimura's son. Because what happens is that in, I believe it was 1976, there was another Miyako Kajiro that they were trying to use as a sacrifice to bring back the alien data sushi. But the Miyako of that time had fell in love with Akira's son, and they planned on running away, but their plan was thwarted and they were both killed. Because the Miyako Kajiro, so you open this door and you'll just kill Mina, but the Miyako Kajiro of 1976 is the one that gives Shiro the Uryen, I believe it's called. So yeah, just 3 easy hits, and she's a Shibito branch, so she takes it out. So also, if you noticed, Mina was carrying the shovel, and that's the shovel that she used to knock out Shiro once the siren had gone off. That was the mission 1 for that. So we have stage select, so the next stage that we're going to do is going to wrap up Mrs. Takato's mission. So we're going to go ahead and complete our day 1, 2300 mission 2.
I just had a dream about Miyako.
And this is the one that we needed
Miyako?
to knock all
Does she live with your auntie?
I'm sorry.
No.
We needed to knock
She's
over the
alone.
stone marker
She
with the
told
other
me she's
characters to
lonely
complete
too.
this one.
And she said she'd be my sister. She always has a white dog with her.
Who is she then?
It's a secret. I can't talk about Miyako. You're the only person I've told, Mrs. Takato. Don't tell Auntie, okay? Promise?
I promise. So, she's your secret sister.
But yeah,
How about
again
if
with
I be your
Mrs. Takato, her daughter, or one of her students, I believe,
Okay.
I think it was her daughter, had died, and she was powerless to save her, and that's why she's being very courageous for Harumi, because she sees her daughter in Harumi and she wants to protect her. Alright, so for this mission, it's the same. It's just that we have to light the lanterns, and there is a certain order that you have to do it. And if you examine them, they have a letter, I believe, which is between A, B, C, and D. And the order is D, B, A, C. But if you just follow the video as you see on the screen, you'll know the order to do it. Which you basically follow the same route as we did in mission 1. You'll just need to light the lanterns in the area. So the first one's going to be coming up here. I believe that's by the grave. So yeah, this is the first one that you'll light. you'll just need to go up to it and light it with the lighter that we got at the start of the mission. Alright, so that's the first one, and then we'll head down here. We'll need to take out the Shibito the same way we did it with Kyoya earlier. And again, remember with the crowbar that, well, I guess since only Mrs. Takato uses it, I don't think any other characters get the crowbar, but you have to time it right because she has more startup frames than the other characters do when using weapons, so you just have to be wary of that. And also, I believe that once you unlock Mission 2, that there'll be an extra Shibito that's roaming around the truck area with a flashlight, so you have to be careful for that as well. We'll see when we get over there, because I just saw the flashlight once I dropped into the drained river, and I don't remember it being there, because usually what happens is that there's only one Shibito over there. So again, the second one is in the small graveyard on the way to the truck, so you just need to light it there. Or maybe that was the street light. Actually, no, I see him there. But I think he's the only one. So what you want to do is get his attention, because there's a lantern that you need to get down to there. If you're confident, you can just go ahead and go over there and beat him up, because again, all you gotta do is time the crowbar heavy attack hits right, or even light attacks if you prefer those, and knock him out, and then you can just go straight to the lantern. Because we won't have to get into the truck. Well, we do have to get into the truck because we have to go get Harumi, but we don't have to do anything special for the secret objectives or in the archives. Alright, so we took him out, and then we can just go ahead and drop. And once you do that, you'll just head over here, and you'll see the third lantern here in this area. And then after this, we'll just need to get into the truck and create the path to cross back over, and then the last lantern will be on that side. And don't worry, the game does give you confirmation once you've done it right. You get a cutscene. So if you don't get this cutscene, you'll have to restart the mission and do the correct order. I think what's interesting too about the first game is that there's the light and heavy attacks, and they switch it up in the second game, Siren 2, to make it a bit easier. So you can do the heavy attack still, but when you just or when you do the light attacks, you get 3 hits with the weapons, and usually they stun with each hit. There's only one weapon in Siren 2 that I believe that doesn't stun with, or melee weapon, I should say. And then the last lantern's here, and you'll get the cutscene. But yeah, there's only one weapon that I believe doesn't stun on each hit, and that's the umbrella. So you'll get this cutscene here, and then it'll tell you that the objective is complete.
What is that?
Oh, you get an archive as well. Alright, so now we'll just need to grab Harumi and get out of here. And the umbrella actually is the weakest weapon, I believe, in this game too. I might be wrong because I don't know specific damage values for each of the weapons in this game. But I just want to assume so because it's the weapon that you get with Risa that you have to use to knock out Mina. And it takes quite a while versus the 2 to 3 heavy attacks that you can take out most enemies with in the game. But then again, Mina is a Shibito brain, so I think regardless it would take some more hits, but yeah. But it's funny because the umbrella is quite possibly the weakest game or weapon, I'm sorry, in this game and in Siren 2. Overall, I think that Siren 2 is actually a harder game once you play on hard mode. Because this game has a streamlined experience where everyone is playing on the same difficulty. Whereas if you play on hard mode in Siren 2,
run when it's safe.
especially in the apartment levels,
Don't worry,
it's
I'll be right
crazy.
behind you.
Apartments, condominiums, whatever you want to call it. Anybody who's played Siren 2 knows what I'm talking about, but it's crazy.
Harumi! Don't give up. Don't give up.
But yeah, I'm not really explaining much about this mission because we already did in mission 1. It's straightforward. Now we'll just need to sacrifice ourselves to save Harumi.
I'm going to save you.
Alright, and rest in peace, Mrs. Takato. And that's the end of mission 2, and that wraps up all the playable missions for her as well.
Mrs. Takato!
This is my blood. An eternal pact of salvation. I'm sorry, but I had no choice. You used to be so pure.
So what happens there is that Miyako has royal blood, and that allows her not to turn into a Shibito. And so she swapped blood with Kyoya, so the same would happen with him, meaning that he can't turn into a Shibito. Alright, and now we're going to be moving on to Tamon Takeuchi's Day 2 1800 Mission 2. And this is a fairly simple one. We just won't be going to or following
First
the trail
there was the village
for
that
Yuriko.
shouldn't
We'll be
exist.
finding the
And
album.
now, the hospital.
So yeah, mission 2 will just be find album. So this mission will start out the same way. You'll move forward a little bit, and you'll wait for the dog Shibito to move towards you so you can get alerted. I don't believe you have to avoid this one. I did it just to be safe. But yeah. So same thing, back away until it does its chant, and then run around it and go forward. And then go ahead and open this door and close it behind you and head up the stairs. And by the way, you'll need the hose to complete the second mission. So it's in one of Tamon Takeuchi's earlier levels. So if you don't have this unlocked, just make sure you go back and do one of those. Alright, and then the force damage from the Spider Shibito. I'm sorry, it's not Spider Shibito, the dog Shibito on the wall. Well, technically, wouldn't it be a Spider Shibito if it can go on the wall? I treat those as dog Shibito mostly. But anyway, so what you'll do is once you reach the other side, you'll connect the hose to the faucet. And then you'll go ahead and go towards the window and send it through the window. And then what we'll need to do is go downstairs and place it into the grate where the key is, and we need to go ahead, I believe, and fill up the grate so we can grab the key. The funny thing is that even if you know what you're doing, you can't turn on the water before coming downstairs. You have to wait until you place it into the grate to turn it on. So that means you have to go back upstairs. It makes sense because if you turn on the faucet, then the water would be coming through the hose as you lower it, and it's hanging outside of the window. And I'm sure they didn't want to have to animate that, so it would make sense if you did it in that order. Because once you just do it in here, then you just get the cutscene. And then again, it's more sensical to do it after you place it in the grate, so you don't want to get yourself wet. It's already raining outside. But yeah, so once you do that, just go ahead and head back down and grab the key. Alright, and now that we got that, we're gonna head back upstairs here. Just wanted to make sure that wasn't the door. And then we'll go back through here. I'm sorry, we'll go through here and then we'll unlock this door. And once we do this, there's going to be 2 dog Shibito that are at the end of the hallway. Just make sure you create enough separation where you can take them out without them ganging up on you. So there's one here, and another here. There's an archive in another room here. Or sub-objective, I believe. Yeah, it's a sub-objective, so you have to grab the needle. So there's a record player. So you'll have to examine it and then pick up the needle, which will be used in a later mission for Tamon. And then you'll go next door and you can complete the mission because the album will be in here. And make sure to shut the door just in case. You never know. And the album will be sitting on the table here. Alright, and that's mission 2.
This woman. Could it be?
And if you can't tell from the photograph, that's Hisako, the woman that we met up with Kyoya in the beginning of the game. She's very old. Very, very, very old. And you'll see here. Sort of, kind of.
Time of revival draws near, and the beginning and the end are one. That is the eternal circle of life.
There's a lot going on in that cutscene. Just know that the great hair Hisako is the Hisako of the future, and it's basically warning her of what happens in the future, and so that's kind of what creates the loop. But anyway, new Kyoya Suda mission, day 2, 0700 mission 1.
It's coming. It's coming.
What? What's coming? What happened?
Alright, so this one's a bit tricky. And it might take you a couple of times before you can get it.
Wait! It's no use. You can't escape. We have to find the leader and fight him.
The leader?
So the first thing that we're gonna do is sidejack here. We're gonna sidejack Miyako just in case we need it for the trophy, and we'll sidejack the Shibito brain. You can tell because they have a distinct breathing rhythm that sounds like it's kind of distorted. And then we'll cross the bridge because right now, let's see here. Once we get to the end, we're going to walk and we're going to pick up the lighter here. And then once we do that, we're gonna go ahead and head down to Shiro Miyata's car and we're gonna start a fire there. We don't get any archives or do any sub-objectives in this mission because you purely want to focus on killing the Shibito brain. It's easier just to do it in mission 2 because it's not the focus. Okay, so once you get down here, you're gonna want to walk because the dog Shibito are on the other path, and if you run, you'll alert them. So just go ahead and walk up to the vehicle, and you can examine it to see if he says if there's gasoline dripping, and then you can light it. So once you've done that, go ahead and turn around and go up the same path that we just came down. And once you get up here, just sidejack the the Shibito brain before you head up. So it is watching the path. So once you get up here, we'll turn and run. And it's too fast for you to attack now, so even if you jump on it and stagger it there, you can't do it. Make sure you step in front of the path that leads up there and in front of it here. It could be RNG and it could go a separate way, but basically if it does that, what it'll do is it'll run down to the other side and it would go back to the same starting position. You just want to make sure you chase it around until it runs across the bridge. And then once you do that, you'll sidejack it to make sure that it goes inside, and then you'll do the same thing, run across the bridge. But once you reach the end, you're gonna want to walk. Now, I knew that it's on its determined pattern, I guess you can say. But if you have to chase it around again to make sure it runs across the bridge, make sure that there's no dog Shibito in the doorway that can see you, because if they see you, this strat won't work. So again, what I'm doing is the same thing that I did to get the archive, but instead of going all the way down, I'm going to make a right here and go up. And I'm going to walk here, and when I do, the Shibito brain will be right here. I'll ready my weapon, and I'm going to want to spam until it's dead. And I'll spam light attacks because of how fast this is. And the reason I said that you might have to do this multiple times when you first try it is because it might run by you, and you'll have to keep chasing it. So if you don't get it the first time, you'll probably get it on the second and third. But yeah, that's the first mission done.
The entire village has been dragged into this other dimension. And us along with it. This is not reality, nor is it the underworld. But somewhere in between.
What's wrong?
What are we going to do? We have nowhere to go!
What are you complaining about? You don't like this village anyway. People here are weird, but anybody would be, living in a place like this. Come on, let's get out of here. And you won't have to see your strange brother again.
You?
I have a name. Kyoya.
Thanks, Kyoya.
I just came to get you back.
Well, Miyako's not good now. I always think that that's another loop done. I always think that the dialogue is kind of goofy and kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess out of place because of maybe translation errors. But, yeah. Alright, so now we have Sage select again. So what we're going to do is knock out the last mission for Risa Onda, which is our Day 2 2200 Mission 2.
Mina, is that you?
Alright, so this is very, very simple. So we're gonna do the same thing we did in mission 1. Is just after that we'll just have to find the Relief of Angels, which is around the corner. And this is the mission where you have to make sure that you sidejack both Makino and Shiro, as it counts towards the "Do you see what I see" trophy. Because they count as companions. You can if you sidejack them, you can actually hear the conversation they're having as well. I'm talking over it, but they're just talking about the events that's happening in the village and discussing if anyone else is alive besides them and Risa that they know of. But for the basics of this mission, what we're going to do is the same thing that we did in mission 1. We're going to wait for Risa to go past the, I guess we can call it like the janitor's closet, and we're going to walk over and grab the umbrella, and then we'll wait for her to walk past the fire extinguisher. We'll pull the pin, and then we'll knock her out. So the thing is that the Relief of Angels is actually right around the corner from her. So if you reach the end of the hall, you'll make a left, and then on your left side there will be a door, and you go inside and it'll be under a sheet. So if you can find some way to get around her without getting hit, because again, Risa is the weakest character in this game that can actually take damage. I believe Harumi and Tomoko, I don't believe, oh well, I guess they're as weak. But yeah, so one hit from Mina's shovel kills Risa, so that's why I think it's better to play it safe and do it this way. But if you can find a way to just get around her without getting hit, then that'll quite possibly work for you. Because another thing too is I don't know if they'll allow you to pick it up if you've alerted Mina, so that's another possibility of not being able to complete the mission. But this is the easiest way. So yeah, just wait for Mina to walk forward and make sure you're not seen before you walk up to the fire extinguisher. Pull out the pin and then time your heavy attacks with the umbrella and knock her out. And then again, just remember, all it takes is one hit from the shovel to kill Risa, so you have to be careful. That's why I'm kind of like stutter stepping here and watching to see what she does, because sometimes she'll stand idle because she can't see, and then she'll just swing it. But she just turned around here, so we got lucky. Alright, once you knock her out, again, just go around the corner. There'll be a door right here. You'll walk up to the bed, and you'll see something moving under the sheet, and you'll examine it, and then go ahead and remove it, and you've completed mission 2.
Eternal youth. 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 Eternal youth.
So to explain just a little bit there, there's ageism going on with Naoko. If you examine the documents relating to her and how she's getting older and how that makes her less valuable and less popular. And so she believes if she walks into the water, as she was saying, it's eternal youth. She won't get older than she is now. And now moving on to the next mission for Tomoko.
They're all going away.
angels?
Yes, because in the next mission you can see that she's turned to a Shibito. So Tomoko's mission is fairly easy. So the first thing you want to do is drop down here and go forward. And there's going to be an archive and the drain here. Alright. And the next you just want to go back and climb back up and we can continue the mission. Now take note that in this mission things are different. The colors are more vibrant, there's like more saturation and the song in the background as well. Alright, so what we're going to do is head up this path here. And notice, even though we just got detected, the Shibito is not going after us. Alright, so once you go through this gate, you'll have to pick up the toy monkey. It's an archive, and it's also a sub-objective for a later mission with Harumi. If you can see over here, that's Naoko roaming around with a flashlight. Now I stop here, but I really don't have to, because even if she spots you, she won't do anything about it, and there's a very distinctive reason as to why. And well, that's because with this mission, this is actually showing Tomoko's transition into a Shibito. And so that's why it's very different with again, the music that you're hearing in the background and the colors and all that. But with continuing for the mission, you just continue up the path here and you'll pitch down the debris. And with that, basically the mission's done. All you'll have to do is go forward, because again, if the Shibito see you, it doesn't matter. They won't do anything, as you can see right there. They'll just go away because you're one of them. And then you just head through this gate, and that's mission 1.
Mummy, let me in! Mummy! Mummy, let me in! Mummy!
Tomoko!
No! Please!
Yeah, it's one of the more sad and dark cutscenes of the game, because you have Tomoko's parents inside just devastated with what their daughter's become, and Tomoko just has to walk away because they're not letting her inside. So the next mission that we're going to do is Kyoya Suda's Day 20100 Mission 2.
What was that?
It's them.
Alright, and mission 2 for this one is finding the site, and it's very simple. So the layout or the start of the mission is going to be the same. Now realistically, you won't have to hide Miyako in this room here, but it's more efficient if you do, so I did it again. So this happens regardless if you step over the boards here and they break, and Miyako is gonna drop the key, but we already did it in mission 1, so we won't need to do it again in mission 2, but since we are hiding Miyako in the closet, it'll just happen again. So just make her hide or wait, and you'll close the door behind you, and when you turn around there'll be a Shibito in front of you. Go ahead and go up to him or make him come to you, and lay 3 heavy attacks on him. 1, 2, 3. You got to be careful around this area too, because sometimes your attacks can get blocked by the walls and the things around it. So once you're done with that, go ahead and sidejack the Revolver Shibito that is observing the hallway. Once you've seen him turn and go towards the room to his right, you can leave the spot that you're at and continue to walk. So what we need to do now is we're going to go ahead and walk towards the bathroom and drain the tub full of the blood and grab the key that's inside. And although you can see the Shibito outside, you're pretty safe if you walk, but just be careful if with the pressure of the analog stick, because if you do run, I believe that you can't get caught by the Shibito outside and they'll actually come inside of the house. And that just makes things more complicated than they need to be. So now that we got the key, we just go upstairs and get the tool that we need to open the shrine with. And again, this is the same thing as we did as mission 1. The only thing that's going to change is outside. So you're going to go over here. This mission actually goes a lot faster in Blood Curse, because Blood Curse is actually a faster game just based off the fact that you can actually choose whether or not you want to do stealth or just beat up all the Shibito on the map. So what I decided to do here was just go, because we don't need to kill that Revolver Shibito, because we don't need him to be down once we get outside with Miyako, and I'll explain once we get out there. But yeah, in Blood Curse this is actually much faster, because the melee weapons basically stun on each hit for most of the weapons. And so on this mission in Blood Curse, you can kind of just run around and beat up all the family members. It'd be the mom, the dad, and Tomoko isn't here. I don't think there's an well, Bella's her equivalent, because in Blood Curse they actually reduced the number of characters. So there's like 5 to 6 maybe. But some of them play the roles that the characters did in this game. Like Bella, for example, she's Tomoko. She fills the role of Tomoko and Harumi and things as such. But yeah, so it's the same. We opened the shrine, we did everything else. Now we're just gonna tell Miyako to come here and leave. Alright, so then we'll leave. So the reason I didn't kill the Revolver Shibito is because we don't need him to be down once we get outside, because the scythe is going to be on the opposite side of where we spawn outside of the house, and I'll speak on it once we get back to the gameplay. So all you'll have to do is make Miyako wait. You don't have to, but I do it so I can just run over there without distraction. And once you run this way, there's going to be the female Shibito here. You're just going to go ahead and hit her with some heavy attacks. Then after that, you just run around the corner. There will be a house here, and you'll need to go to the back. And you can only do this if you have the screwdriver, which we picked up in another Kyoya mission. So if you can't do this, then refer to the timestamps in the pinned comment so you can see which mission you'll have to get it in. And you can also refer to the guides that I created that are more detailed. But what we're going to do is switch the lights off in the house, because there is a Shibito that is waiting in there. And that's where we need to get the scythe. So as you can see forward in front of Kyoya, that is the Revolver Shibito that was inside that we decided not to kill. If we decided to kill him inside of the house, what would have happened is he would have spawned close to where this house is to our left, and we don't want to deal with 2 Revolver Shibito because they'll just shoot in between the time that we're trying to attack the other one. So it's best for this mission to just go ahead and go down the stairs once he's in the room and he's not observing the hallway. So the Shibito is coming out once he turns to face the circuit box or breaker box, whatever you want to call it. Go ahead and move forward towards him and hit him with 3 heavy attacks. And then after that, all you have to do is head inside of the house and the scythe will be to your left near the door. It'll automatically stop.
What is this?
And that's mission 2 complete.
I wish it was only you that had disappeared. Then this wouldn't have happened!
Or maybe you could have done everyone a favor and disappeared. I'm sure Jun would have preferred that.
What? What? Are you crazy? You know Jun is my fiancé.
Why are you so afraid to die? Would you rather live on as a monster?
What? You can talk? You're the sacrificial lamb. Act like one.
I knew it. She doesn't get it at all.
So yeah, that was Miyako's older sister, and she's basically kept around like Miyako as the Kajiros are needed for the sacrifice to bring back Dada Sushi, which is the alien that's causing this whole thing. Poor Tomoko. The whole family, really. Alright, so this is Harumi Yuta's day 2, 1500, and the objective is to escape from the house. Now this one is going to require your patience because this is a mission like some of the others where you can attack the Shibito. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is sidejack the mother. It's very distinctive because of the heavy breathing that you can hear her doing and her pathing. You're going to want to make sure that she's heading out of the room and going this way. She's going to turn here and examine the lock on the door that we see here. But we're not going to have to do anything with this because it's a requirement for mission 2. So yeah, we have to watch her do her entire rotation. So what's going to happen now is she's going to turn and head into the same room that we were in, or that the entire family was in. She's going to turn on the TV, watch it a bit, and then head into the kitchen. And once we step out, we'll be able to grab the first archive for the mission, which is on the small table. So she's going to turn on her favorite show here. You can tell by the apron and the knife, but you should already be sidejacking her. It's actually pretty useful at this time. What you can do is sidejack Tomoko, because we'll need to get her perspective as well, or you can do what I do and just wait till later. I don't know what's so funny. She's just watching static. It must be hilarious. Alright, now she's going to turn it off and head towards the kitchen, and we'll follow her shortly after. And there's the father. You won't have to worry about him much because his rotation's out of the way. Anyway, so now go over to the table and examine it, and you'll get the first archive for the mission. Next, you're going to want to sightjack the mother again and make sure that she has unlocked the kitchen and that she's going towards the board to cut up some imaginary vegetables or whatever she thinks is there. So that key that she's looking at is what we need, so we're going to go forward and grab the key with Harumi. Yeah, she's not cooking anything. So next we're gonna go ahead and head up the stairs, and once we get to the top we're going to stop because we need to sightjack Tomoko, who is drawing on the floor. Don't know why she doesn't just use a coloring book, some papers, but she is a Shibito. I guess they don't care. It's a crayon too, or pencil, whatever, it comes out. Anyway, so Tomoko is going to go ahead and open the door to her room, and there are, I believe that the toy monkey is an archive as well, but there are 2 archives in her room that we're going to get. Alright, so once she sits down, you'll go ahead and walk forward with Harumi. And then you're going to go into her room, and once you're in the door to the left, there's the toy monkey, and you'll pick it up. So that is a sub-objective. I guess it's not an archive, I guess it's just a sub-objective. So that's the sub-objective for mission 1. So next, open this door. And you're going to want to close Tomoko's door because you have to get her attention, and you don't want her to instantly just run into the room. Next, open this door, walk in, turn left, and then face Tomoko's room through the wall and shout, "Hey! Hey!" And then hide in this closet here. So yeah, she's gonna look around confused for a little bit because she heard you, but she can't find you. In the other video, I actually just hid on the right side of the wall, but I don't know if it's like a difference in the version, which wouldn't really make sense because none of the code or anything was touched. They just switched emulators, but she would catch me while I would just be waiting by the door, so it's safe. Because as you can see, she's gonna just walk over here into the room fully. And so she didn't do this before, but I guess that's what happens when you have both missions unlocked versus just mission 1. Anyway, so since we're in the closet, we're hidden. And now since we brought her out of the room, she's just gonna go downstairs without unlocking or unlocking her room back. So now we go out because she's gonna go down and spend quality time with her mother and father. We're gonna go in her room and get the second archive for the mission, which is the stuff she was drawing in her notebook. Alright, now that we've done that, we can leave Tomoko's room and we can start to head towards the exit for the mission. Yeah, you can start sprinting once you get outside, and then go ahead and just climb down these boxes here. Or not boxes, but it's just, let's just call them call it the climb up area. Well, really, we're climbing down, but it works both ways. So now what we're gonna do is head towards the exit, which is the gate here. You want to stop and make sure if Harumi's tired to wait until she has her full stamina back, and then we'll head down the stairs.
Harumi!
Mrs.?
Don't go off by yourself anymore.
Oh.
No!
So now we have to escape Mrs. Takato, so we're gonna go ahead and do a quick turn, and we're gonna run around the left side of the house. Basically, you're just gonna do a loop around the house so she doesn't catch you, and then you just go straight to the exit. As I had mentioned before in the video as well, whenever your character is breathing hard and they're tired and they start to like do that animation where they're like slowing down when you're trying to do like this short jog or sprint, you'll know when the stamina's back when they do their idle animation. It's a cool little trick the developers put in the game to let you know that it's time to go again. But yeah, you just loop around and go down the steps, and that's the end of mission 1.
What must it be like to wake up? I don't know what made me do this, but I realize now it's not a bad thing to just swim against the current.
Where are my glasses?
It makes me feel as though I've been reborn, almost.
What's this? Where am I? Oh.
Your savior's awake now. Well, you're on your own.
What is he? Drunk? What was that all about?
Alright, and that's another loop done. And with that cutscene, if you remember, Yuriko had gotten shot by Akira, and she was told that her body couldn't absorb any more red water. And so what Shiro did is when he found her and Kyoya knocked out, he did a blood transfusion and he gave Yuriko some of Kyoya's blood, which is mixed with Miyako's blood. So that means that Yuriko can't turn to a Shibito, but it also means that she can't return to reality. Which sucks if you think about it, because a lot of the characters in this game, it's kind of like a wrong place, wrong time situation. They didn't really do much to deserve to be under the curse of Dead Sushi. But now what we're doing is Naoko, her day 1 2200 mission 2, and it's very simple. We're following the same way that we did mission 1 with a little bit of deviation, So again, you want to start out the mission by crouching and moving forward so you don't alert the spider Shibito. And once you see them in your perspective to the left, you're going to stand up, turn on your flashlight, and shoot. So there they are. Turn your flashlight, shoot. And then you're going to run forward and do the same thing to the second one. You always want to fire a shot before it gets too close because it can actually hit you through this little web that they set up here. And then next we're going to go ahead and leave the gymnasium and close the door behind us. And then we're going to go ahead and reload because we need all of the guns, or the maximum amount of ammo that we can have in the gun, because we're taking out a Shibito brain. Don't bump into the wall like I did. Yeah, all you gotta do is go upstairs and kill the principal because he's a Shibito brain. And that knocks out the rest of the dog Shibito that are on the map. And again, don't bump into the wall like I did. That's twice. Anyway, he's going to be in the classroom. Once you're in the classroom, just go ahead and aim and shoot. It only takes 2 bullets, but again, better safe than sorry. And then once you alert this dog Shibito, you want to back up because he can actually hit you before he takes his nap. So now what we're going to do is head over here and grab this book. that we that we referenced with the library guard.
This book's filthy. Looks boring too.
Alright, and that's the archive that you can only get in mission 2. So now we're going to do the same thing we did in mission 1. We're going to grab the pair of compasses, sorry, and then we're going to grab the key and we're going to leave. Yeah, some of the characters in this game, like, I get how frustrating it be playing this game for the first time, because I remember in I believe my first playthrough of this game to like 100% everything was like 40 hours, but I understand how frustrating it can be. But once you understand the mechanics and just the layout of everything, they become a bit simple. But it takes some time though, because I think I did like 4 other playthroughs before I finally got around to understanding this game and being able to, you know, create guides like this and stuff. And also what really help is playing the other games and familiarizing yourself, because even though the mechanics are made a bit easier in Siren 2 and Blood Curse, it helps. Because Siren Blood Curse, I would say in terms of hardest to easiest, I would say Siren 2, and then this game and Blood Curse. Alright, so once you grab the key, the principal is going to be on the steps. Just turn and shoot. Oh, I took 3 shots there. Open this door where you have to unlock it with the key. And then you'll just need to go to the next door, and that's mission 2. And we'll say goodbye to Naoko, if that's how you pronounce her name. Again, I apologize. I'm bad with Japanese names.
I did it!
GG. Alright, mission 2.
His head has returned to us from the other side of the ocean. Rejoice, for thou art the chosen one. Let all bless and worship you. I have waited so long for you. So long that I almost forgot who I was, or what I was doing. But finally, the wait is over.
So a quick explanation of that is the head that Hisako received from the other side is what happens when you get the true ending of this game, and that's what sets off the time loop, is because the Hisako that went through that event came back and gave the head to the Hisako that was just in that cutscene.
And I thought I had seen it all. Look at that thing!
I feel like something is calling me.
Me too. I can feel Professor Takeuchi calling. We have to find him!
Alright, so this is Kyoya Suda's Day 2 2000 Mission 1. And the first thing we're going to do is run forward and wait on the stairs, because there's going to be a Shibito coming through and waiting to get beat up. But yeah, this is after Shiro performed the blood transfusion. So yeah, this just wait for this Shibito and go ahead and beat him up. Once you do that, you can go ahead and climb up here. Gonna want to sidejack the rifle Shibito, because we're gonna have to take him out soon. And if you remember, this is where you completed the first tutorial mission, or second, I guess, with Kyoya. And this is where you climb up and get the letter. But anyway, you're gonna go ahead and hit the lock on this gate. It's gonna take 3 quick light attacks. Once you open that, make sure you walk so you don't alert the Sniper Shibito and any other Shibito that are around. Because what we're gonna do is we have to walk around and climb down a ladder and get behind him, and then we're gonna sneak up on him and kill him. Well, knock him out, because you can't kill Shibito in this game until the end, but we'll save that for later. So yeah, go ahead and walk around, and then you're gonna go ahead and climb down this ladder. Once you do, make sure you sight jack the Sniper Shibito to make sure he's not turned and looking towards the ladder, because he does that sometimes. And then crouch and go ahead and move forward. It might be a little hard to see within like the darkness, but once you move forward, you can see like his shape. And then you can ready your weapon and then just go ahead and hit him with two heavy attacks. Usually it's 3, so I was like, wait, huh? But after that, go ahead and tell Yuriko to come here, and then you can continue the mission. Alright, next you're gonna want to go into the cafeteria area here. You're gonna want to make her wait, because there is a Shibito over here. And I recommend, if you hear her alerted like I did there, and if you don't, go ahead and make her shout. Because sometimes what happens if you open that door, she'll instantly hit you. If you're quick to react, then you can kill her, or knock her out, I'm sorry, before she just chains you to death. But I did that to be safe. Alright, so once that's done, we're gonna go out this door. There's gonna be another Shibito guarding a key item that we need. So we're gonna go over here and grab the folding saw. And now we're gonna make our way. So we'll just go over this little hop up here, since the building of the nest changes the layout of everything here, because it's kind of enclosed. And then we're gonna run up here, and our first archive for the mission will be the bus stop map here. Or I guess just the map, but it's near the bus stop. There's a bus stop in the corner. So next what we'll have to do is we'll have to sight jack the roaming Shibito that is here, as well as the Sniper Shibito. What's easy is getting the Shibito's attention and making sure he runs back here so you can beat him up and provide free passage for you and Yuriko. And don't whiff like I did. Also, it's important to remember that once you do knock them out, that you have to wait for them to go on their little hibernation animation to run by them, because it slows you down. But now what we're going to do is make Yuriko wait, because we're going to go first before we call her over, because it's dangerous to bring her over. Anyway, the Sniper Shibito is looking at certain areas. You're going to want to wait until he looks to the furthest to his right, and then you can run forward with Kyoya. And then you're going to hide in the little shack here. If you remember, this is where we did some sub-objectives for Makino. We had to grab some stuff from that little shed and do some other stuff. And then once you're there, you're going to want to wait until he looks back at Yuriko. So use the green cross as a reference. And then once he does that, go ahead and move over here and climb up. So now what we have to do is sight jack the Shibito, or Sniper Shibito again. And he's looking furthest to the right. Make sure you call over Yuriko. And once you do that, it's very important that you do the pull-up animation right after, or Yuriko probably won't run there at the speed that she did. That's an easier way than trying to escort her at the same time, because if you press the pull-up command, it'll be instant that she runs over there. So now all you have to do is cut the wood, and that'll be the end of mission 1. All right, we got the trophy for completing the day 2 mission 1 objectives. That was the last one. And now what we're going to do is wrap up Shiro Miyata's day 2-000, I believe, which has a mission 2, and this would be the last one for him, I believe, as well.
Mina? Is it you? You are twins. You even look the same in death. Don't! Stop that! Stop laughing!
Alright, well, he killed both Risa and Mina. Good job, Shiro. You're a great guy. Alright, so mission 2 is acquire the Uryen, if that's how you pronounce it. So again, at the start of this mission, you're going to want to spam light attacks against Risa because she has a very fast, she's very fast to recover, so heavy attacks aren't viable on her. Alright. And then once you do that, exit the room and go to the left and sit in the corner. We're going to switch to the hammer because it outputs more damage. And then after that, we're going to sightjack Risa and wait for her to get up. And she's going to have to open a path for us. We have to wait for her. Which again, she gets up quick for that reason. Yeah, it's sad. I think what happened is, like I was explaining before, is that when Mina had pressed her beautiful face against hers, there was like some sort of telepathy that was going on, which caused Risa to act and dress the way that she was. And I guess Shiro took that the wrong way and he just strangled her and she turned into a Shibito right then and there. Because she's not a Shibito brain like her sister, not yet anyway, spoiler alert. So yeah, so she opens this door to the left, which we'll need to go in here and get the EGG machine, I believe that it is. And there's also an archive in the drawer in there, but we already picked that up in mission 1. And this might count towards the weapon trophy, which is killing with each weapon in the game. I don't know if they'll count that, because you can actually, what we're gonna do in this mission is kill a Shibito or knock out a Shibito with that machine. So once Risa goes ahead and opens this door, that's your cue to stop sightjacking her. You're gonna want to move forward. Now we're gonna have to take out the dog Shibito that's in the room. I suggest alerting it and then getting some distance, because a lot of the time they'll trade blows with you and it's kind of annoying. So we'll hit it with 2 heavy attacks with the hammer, and then we're gonna go in the room and pick up the EGG machine. I think that's what it's called. Is that what it's called? Yeah, or the EEG. There. Alright, and then we're just gonna have to knock out Risa one more time. I'm so sorry, you don't deserve this. And then we're gonna head up the stairs. And then we have to push this open with Shiro, so we'll just use the prompt. And there's also another thing that we have to pick up, which is the fluorescent light bulb, I believe. Okay, so there's gonna be another dog Shibito up here. Gonna take care of them. 2 heavy attacks. And then there's gonna be the door to the left. This is where you get the fluorescent light bulb that you'll need to use the EEG machine, so yeah. They actually made that a weapon in Siren Blood Curse. I think it breaks instantly when you use it. One of the characters uses it in the hospital. I forget her name, but it's Bella's mom. Alright, so once you go through this door, you're going to want to close that, and then there's going to be the chute here. And so what we have to do is sight jack the Sniper Shibito to make sure that he's near, and then we're going to drop the light bulb, and then you'll get this cutscene. So then you'll sight jack him again, and you'll have to wait until he sticks his head in the chute and he looks up. If you do it any time earlier than that, the machine won't smash him. So he's looking at it, and then he's gonna look up. And you'll know if you get it or not, because it shows you a cutscene of him getting smashed by it like that. Ouch. Alright, now that that's done, we're gonna head down. And there's a dog Shibito in the courtyard. We're gonna want to take him out with 2 heavy attacks. And then we just climb down and go, well, you have to push the statue forward. Interestingly enough, the corpse that you receive the Uryen from here is actually the Miyako Kajiro of 1976. And what I mean by that is that she was supposed to be the sacrificial lamb for the one that they did back then, but she was in love with Akira Shimura's son, and so I believe Hisako locked her up down here and killed I forget his name, but killed Akira's son. He was the one that had the stake inside of the body in the casket, coffin, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, she has the Uryen.
You want me to take it?
And by the way, if I'm wrong, let me know, because this is information that I was reading up upon with the archives and stuff a long time ago. Alright, so now we got the Uryen, and that's his mission too. And I think we're done with Shiro, so no more Shiro. Well, at least as Shiro.
What's this?
I've been waiting for you. This is the secret of everlasting life. It doesn't matter how you cut them up, they just regenerate. I can't do much about it now.
You're insane.
Yeah, so that thing he stepped on was his child. Mina was pregnant with his child, and the thing he stepped on that was moving under the, I don't know, the cloth was his child. And now Makino. Or is it?
There are things a man must do for himself.
I think this is the first day 3 mission that we're playing. So, and that's drive away the Shibito brain. So go ahead and run forward here and go down the path. In the trash chute here, or the incinerator, sorry, there's the first archive. And the second archive is going to be in this small house, which is the album there. Okay. Now what we're going to do is switch to the hammer, because we have to kill some dog Shibito over here. So if you head down here, you'll alert the first one. Make sure you wait for the little chant or growl there and give it 2 heavy smacks. And then above, you should have heard that we got the attention of these fly Shibito that is flying around. And that's actually Akira. He's went full fly form. So what happens is, if it actually get its attention, it just scurries off into this corner. So you're gonna want to do that. If you need to reset, I highly suggest it. But there's other ways. You can kind of just wait for Akira to go to wave, but that's seemed to be the most efficient thing for me, and that's what I did in the character guides as well. Alright, so we got rid of that dog Shibito that was roaming there, and then there's another that is roaming across the rooftops where you need to go to kill the, I believe it's a Revolver Shibito. I don't know if it's a sniper, but we just know we got to get rid of this dog one here. And you're going to want to wait till it fully jumps over and runs towards you because it can get iframes. Alright, switch to your pistol and jump across. And then, let's see. Yeah, I'm curious if this is a revolver. Okay, it's a Sniper Shibito. So you're going to want to jump over. And then once I jump over here, I'm going to take aim. I'm going to make sure I'm aiming at the Sniper Shibito first. And then I'm going to shoot the Shibito brain, and so he can go down faster. It's always goofy. And then you can go ahead and jump down here. And then once you do, go ahead and head to your left. And then another left by the fire tower. Hop down, and you're going to want to sight jack. Actually, I know where he is. But if you don't know where he is, he's usually going to be to the right side over here where the bridge is. You can sight jack him if you want. But since I know this is where you're going to be, I didn't sight jack him. I guess I do now. So he can go one of two ways. So he can either wrap back around the bridge or go to the other side. If you need help with the other locations, you can refer to the character guide that I have for Makino in the description. And it shows you what to do if he goes over there, which is pretty simple. But for this location, we were literally just there, which is by the fire tower. So what you can do is just climb back up, walk over here. You can run towards him. He's just going to run towards you and just unload on him. Yeah, that thing's ugly. Alright, and that's mission 1.
You're not allowed to be walking away on your own. You must do as you were told and stay inside. What are you holding?
Alright, so since it didn't take us to another mission, we're gonna go ahead and use stage select, and select Kyoya Suda's Day 20700 Mission 2.
It's coming. It's coming.
What? What's coming? What happened?
So this mission 1 for this mission was to chase the Shibito brain. So since we don't have to do that in this mission, we're gonna do our archive and sub-objective wrap-up.
Wait! It's no use. You can't escape. We have to find the leader and fight him.
The leader?
So the start of this mission is going to be the same. We need to go ahead and grab the lighter. We want to be careful to not step too far ahead so that the dog Shibito don't get alerted and try to chase us across the bridge, because we need them over there for later. Or we want to keep them over there. Next, after that, we're going to go ahead and run down. And it'll be all the way down, and then we're gonna make a right, and there'll be 2 barrels over here, and that's where our first archive for the mission is going to be. Technically that should be the last that you pick up, but I head over there first since it's easier. Alright, now what we're gonna do is run back up and cross the bridge, and if you remember how we did mission 1, we'll need to set the car ablaze, Shiro's vehicle, so that we can get the attention of the dog Shibito away from the Shibito brain. But we're not going to be chasing the Shibito brain. It's just making sure that we follow this route so we can grab the archive item over there with ease. Or less difficulty, however you want to look at it. So once you get down at the end of the path over here, you're going to want to walk. This is also another way to get stamina back, by the way. If you were sprinting and you just start to walk, as you can see, Kyoya's animation changed, so that means that he recovered his stamina. Alright, so now that the car is on fire, we're going to go ahead and turn around. And then there's no need to sidejack the Shibito brain because he's not the objective of mission 2. We're just going to let it roam around. And then our second archive item is right there. So that's Shiro Miyata's driver's license. We're just going to let him do what he wants because he's not important. Okay, so now go ahead and run across the bridge here. And you'll need to sidejack the dog Shibito in the shack because there is 2. So you're going to want to sidejack the one that's closest to this area over here that you can see. It's kind of like the mini shack that's over there. Or I'm sorry, the one that's like traveling. So whichever one goes inside of here, you just want to make sure. So once it's inside, you want to go over there and it's looking at the, I guess that's like the little furnace slash heater. And then step inside the building and walk around, and we're gonna go ahead and beat that one up first. And this is just a way to be efficient to where they don't just gangbang you and hit you until you die. It separates them, because once you kill this one, then the other one will be alerted, so you just need to turn around and ready your weapon, and then you can just heavy attack it to death. Or to hibernation. Alright, so there's a key here, so what you can do is just use the prompt and pick it up with the poker. I actually need this key for this mission. The first Shibito is actually showing you that it's there, because once you sidejack it, it looks in between the floorboards. And then you'll turn around, and our third and last archive for the mission is right there. Next, you're going to want to go this way and head down because we have to set the trap. So what we need to do is set up the power box and make sure that it is off before we use the sake bottle that we got in the other mission. Now, if you remember, the cop from the beginning was a huge fan of sake and alcohol in general, and that's what we're going to be using to bait him and knock him out so we can get his revolver. So yeah, once you open up the power box, just make sure you turn it off and head down, and you'll get this cutscene.
Oh no!
The fly Shibito in this game are just absolutely disgusting.
The police officer.
So go ahead and turn back around. And then you can stand by the power box, and you're going to want to sidejack him. Make sure that he's away. And then once you see that he's not on the telephone pole, you'll go ahead and run down and break the sake bottle in the water. After that, turn around and head back to the power box, and I think the rest of this is kind of self-explanatory, but basically we're gonna wait until he flies over and starts to drink the sake in the puddle, and then we turn the power back on. And the reasoning that I'm going in and out of the sidejacking perspective is because sometimes what had happened previously is that the dog Shibito from the upper level can come down and see you, so I was just being vigilant and making sure. Because again, I did most of these videos or missions, guides, whatever, with the intent of completing them with no damage. So after that, just go ahead and turn off the power, and then you can go ahead and pick up the officer's revolver, and that completes mission 2.
Why are you running away? Someone wonderful is waiting for you.
Alright, so that's another loop down. So since we're gonna use stage select, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up mission 2 of Harumi's Day 2 1500. So mission 2 is going to be quite the same as mission 1. It's just that we need to find the beaded doll, and we won't be picking up any archives or completing any sub-objectives because we've done that already. Well, the beaded doll will be the sub-objective for this mission, I believe. So, same thing. Make sure you sight jack the Shibito that is breathing the loudest. And then go ahead and follow them or watch them do their entire rotation. So again, she's gonna go and turn this corner and examine the padlock, come back to the family room, laugh at some static, and then go to the kitchen. In Blood Curse, actually, there's an archive item in that mission, since you can do it so quickly, that requires you to actually wait. I think it's about 4 minutes of real time before you can grab it. Because the way that it works in Blood Curse, or how things work in Blood Curse, is that they don't really put emphasis on completing secret objectives, but if you do, you can get like extra scenes and things like that. Because the archives are still there, and there's also weapon archives too, so you have to like pick up all the weapons. But yeah, 4 minutes of real time just to collect a beetle, and then she uses the beetle to collect a videotape later on when she's with I think it's Howard, which is Kyoya's replacement, or his or just his character in the reimagining. Also, I don't know if you guys knew, but Blood Curse was actually being made alongside a Siren movie. Toyama, because he has his own studio now, which I believe is Bokeh. They just dropped Slitterhead. He did an interview with with one of his colleagues that he worked with at Sony, and they were talking about how the movie never came out, but the game still did. Because there is a Siren movie, but it's Japanese. Alright, now that we're out of there, I'm gonna wait for her to go into the kitchen. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this key first. We're just doing this because we will be grabbing the beaded doll, but we don't want to do another whole rotation just to grab this key. So we pick that up. And now we're going to go ahead and head upstairs. and then we're gonna go ahead and sightjack Tomoko. Which, by the way, the key to unlock the padlock is actually in the closet that we hid in Mission 1 when we needed to avoid Tomoko to grab the archives in her room. It's just that you can't find it in Mission 1. Alright, so let Tomoko go into her room. And once she sits down to doodle, you can go ahead and move forward. It's funny too because in Blood Curse there's just some like old woman that's like sitting in there. It's not even a little girl. But when you're playing on the false loop. I didn't think Blood Curse was a bad game. I just prefer the Siren as well because it's more spooky and the lore and story is more fleshed out. I like the idea of having more characters. But yeah. So just hide in this closet and then you get the key that you'll need to get the beaded doll downstairs. Alright, and then after that you can start heading downstairs because it does start the rotation for the family to be there. Well, I'm sorry. I think Tomoko is still in her room, so you'll be fine. Oh. Glad he didn't see us. Be careful to watch out for the father. Actually, I think they all might be there. Oh, no, Tomoko's there. It's time to go. But yeah, go down the stairs and then just head around here. Obviously, make sure you walk so you don't alert them. And then you'll just head around and you'll pick up the beaded doll. I guess she's on her rotation too. Well, this is actually better because you don't have to hide and wait for them to do it all over again, then get out of the closet and do it all and do it again. This actually works. So yeah, do it this way. Yeah, she's just gonna turn, so she's going back that way. Most of this game is just recognizing patterns and being patient about them and things like that. Unless you can fight. Since Harumi can't fight, we really have to be patient and wait. But for the other missions, you can kind of just go up and smack anybody. Alright, and then once you get inside, make sure you close the door and just examine the floorboard, and you'll get the Cherished Possession trophy as well. The trophies basically encourage just 100% in the game. Because yeah, that's an archive. Yeah, most of the achievements, if they're not for like completing like the secret board game or just completing the missions or, you know, like doing stuff with a companion, it's just completing the archive stuff. Alright, now she's just gonna watch her programs. Yeah, real funny. Yeah, you know what to do. Once she leaves, you can just go ahead and leave the closet. And we're just gonna head upstairs and head towards the end of the mission. And again, we don't have to do the archive stuff or the secret objective stuff because we did that in mission 1. Also, just a note, I think I mentioned it before as well, but this is the only Siren game where you actually need to complete the mission in full to carry over the progress if you get an archive or a sub-objective in a mission where you missed it before. So if you're going back and collecting a sub-objective or doing a sub-objective and collecting an archive, make sure you complete the mission in full and you save after or it won't count. In Siren 2 and Blood Curse, you just need to collect it and you can just quit after that and it counts. But this game, they were like, no. Alright, we just have to wait for Tomoko to stop drawing her stick figures and triangles. Which actually, I don't know what that is. It's, yeah. Also, don't be afraid to save state. Save states are a godsend on the PS5 emulator, especially for this, because you can avoid having to restart an mission or a mission from the start, and it's way better this or that way than just hitting the restart mission from the in-game menu. So abuse those save states, especially for a game like this. But then again, it's like most people won't know when they need to use the save states anyway, but just trust your gut. If you think you need a save state, use a save state. Alright, so again, same thing as mission 1. We're just going to climb down. We know Mrs. Takato is going to be chasing us. We just need to do a lap around the house and then leave. It's funny too, because in the PS4 version of this game, which is just the different emulator, Harumi wasn't actually able to run around the house fully without, you know, you having to reset her stamina. But I think for both mission 1 and 2, she was able to do it, so I found that interesting.
No!
Yeah, so poor Mrs. Takato. So yeah, all you'll need to do is just turn, head to the left. The right side might work, but I haven't tested that. It works the same way in Blood Curse as well, but this part's actually harder in Blood Curse because if you're too slow, or if you lose your mother, because it's Bella's mom in Blood Curse, she'll actually lock the gate, and you'll need to unlock the gate to leave. And a lot of the time that means getting caught before you can even open it, because I think your progress resets every time you get off of it, so it actually made that harder. But yeah, that's mission 2 completed. All I have to say about that cutscene is no matter how... Oh, we complete another loop as well. But no matter how hungry you are, don't eat stuff that fell from the sky. Don't do it. Don't. Alright, so now what we're doing is Kyoya Suda's Day 2 2000 Mission 2. We're gonna wrap up this mission.
I feel like something is calling me.
Me too. I can feel Professor Takeuchi calling. We have to find him.
Alright, so this mission is gonna be the same. Just that we need to, well, near the end, we're gonna, instead of using the saw to get free, we'll need to create the entryway for Harumi, which you needed to, I believe it was when in Tamon Takeuchi's Day 1 2000 that you needed to complete the sub-objective in Mission 2. So same thing, we waited for the Shibito to come down the steps. Then we're gonna go ahead and open that. Well, I need to say the other part because it's the same thing. You just took out the Shibito and you had him climb up. The difference now in this mission is that we have a gun, so it only has, I believe, 5 shots or 9 shots, however much is in the revolver. So you can use that as you'd like. So just gonna go ahead and climb down this ladder here. And then again, just want to make sure, I saw the red flash, so I just wanted to make sure that he returns back to his original position. And that's why I was speaking earlier about it's important to sight jack before you go down the ladder, get close to that to make sure that he's not looking that way. But since I was quick to act, I can still continue. So if you get caught, you can just do the same. Alright, took 1 hit, and then we're gonna open this door here, and there's gonna be another Shibito. We're gonna back up to give ourselves some space and do our heavy attacks. And then we're gonna head inside, and it's gonna be the item that we need, as well as the second archive for the mission, which would be right there. I don't believe there's any more, so that'll be the second and final one. And then we got the tool to open the manhole cover in the bathroom. Don't ask me why it was in the bathroom. I have no idea. And then we're going to go ahead and get Yuriko. And we do have 2 other Shibito that's going to be on the other side near the cafeteria. And instead of playing the game of whether or not we're going to get hit, we're just going to shoot them. So we saw with the red flash there that the Shibito on the other side of the door was alerted. So we're just going to aim the gun and shoot. Alright. And then we'll save the other bullets for the Shibito on the other side, the roaming Shibito. Alright, and then we're going to go ahead and take her out. What is that sound that she's making? Oh, Lord. Alright, 3 heavy attacks. And again, we don't have to pick up the folding saw, excuse me, because we won't be using that for this mission. And then we equip the pistol here because we're going to take out the roaming Shibito with it, or the revolver. Alright, so we're going to walk up here. So this is going to be different because we need to cross both of us. And I won't be pulling her up anywhere, so. Alright, so I'm still waiting for the rotation, and I'm just kind of moving up here so we have all the time that we need to scurry about. Alright, and then once he does that, we're gonna walk. And then we got alerted there by the roamer. We'll go ahead and shoot him. We're out of the sniper's POV or area of effect, we'll call it that. So he can't shoot us there. And then we're going to go ahead and open the cover with the tool. And we'll climb down with Yuriko. Yeah, and then with the cloth that she picked up as the secret objective in another mission, use that to make the opening. And that's mission 2.
I knew this would happen. I saw this in a comic book before. Ready?
All right, and with that, it's going to lead us to another mission, which is Harumi's Day 300. Poor Harumi, I would have ran like that too. That would have been scary. Oh my god. Alright, so mission 1 is escape from the nest. So when you start, you're going to go ahead and go forward, make a right, and then go straight. The first archive is going to be in the trash can, so all you need to do is examine it. And then after that, turn off the flashlight and crouch here behind the trash can, because there is a Shibito around the corner and he is going to walk forward and look that way. But as long as you're crouched behind the trash can, it blocks his vision, which is weird, but it works. Alright, once he turns the other way, go ahead and get up and walk. Make sure you don't run so you don't alert him. And then you'll go ahead and continue, and there will be a little hole that you can crawl inside of. Alright, after that, we're going to be coming up on our second archive, so go ahead and walk forward. And once you continue, you go ahead and see another hole that you'll be able to crawl inside of on the left side. So go ahead and crawl inside. Once you do, stop. There is a dog Shibito right there, and you want to be careful because if you move at all, you're alerted. But as you can see to the left, there is the second archive. So once it moves forward, go ahead and examine the archive there with the light on. Then you can go ahead and turn back and crawl back inside or outside. Then after that, go ahead and walk forward, and there's going to be another hole there. And then we're going to go ahead and complete the sub-objective for this mission. So all we have to do is go inside here and unlock the door for Tamon later on. I like the music in this mission. If you notice too, you can hear in the background of the ambiance like the strange noises and things like that, and that's the alien. Alright, and then you just go around and crawl inside here, and then once you do that, you're going to step up and go forward, and there will be an item on the desk that you can examine and use. Alright, so that's an archive item, so we got our third one. And then we're going to wait for the Shibito to go around and check out the laughing bag. Once they're there, you can start to run. They'll get alerted, but it's okay. You'll get away before they can do anything. And there's another crawl space. And then another directly after. And then we'll continue forward, and I believe there's one more. Yeah, right here. Okay. So now in this area, it's actually important that you bring the dog Shibito around to the bridge so you can break off a piece of it. It's not officially a sub-objective in the game, but it makes life easier for Kyoya later on. So I highly recommend doing this. You don't have to, but again, it makes it easier for the missions with Kyoya later on, which is actually a Tamon mission. But anyway, We're standing here and waiting to get the attention of the dog Shibito. Once we do that, just go ahead and head down and you'll cross the bridge. Make sure it's still following you in this direction. And then you'll cross the bridge, and once you're successful, you'll get this cutscene. Alright, with that done, now we can go ahead and leave. So we're looking for the crawl space, which is right here. And then all we need to do is go up these stairs and go towards the highway. And that'll be the end of Mission 1.
Now, the gates of paradise will open.
What is that thing?
What? No! Not me! No!
Ayako!
Now it's done. This is the last one. We don't need any more. Let us celebrate the coming of the great being. Our souls are cleansed.
We're too late.
Professor!
Miyako?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack for what happened, but we complete another loop, and if you get to this point, you beat the game. You've gotten the first ending. So yeah, congratulations, you beat Siren. That was the first one. But now we have stage select. We're gonna go ahead and wrap up Tomoko's Day 20600 Mission 2. But with the cutscene that happened before, that was Hisako resurrecting Data Sushi, but it went wrong, obviously, and it led to the end where Kyoya was this badass Shibito killer. But it's not the correct loop. Because you see, this whole thing's on like a loop. Like I was explaining before, there was a cutscene where Hisako was given the head of Data Sushi, and she saw the Hisako of the future, and so she came back and gave her the head so that the ceremony can continue correctly, or the resurrection can continue correctly, but obviously it didn't. Alright, so for this mission, what you're going to do is turn to Tomoko's right, and you're going to want to head to the truck. Now, there's an archive item here that's also a trophy, and it's spotting a rare, I forget what type of animal it is, but basically what you have to do here is just keep looking around, and it also helps to move Tomoko forward, and the animal will start moving around the bushes, and you'll just need to spam the X button or whatever you use for the search button, and it'll give you the archive and the trophy. I didn't move forward a lot here because moving forward while moving the camera and trying to spam the X button is very awkward on the PlayStation 5 controller. So I was having a little bit of difficulty with that, so I was just looking around. But it does take a while, but it eventually pop up. And you'll see it because it moves around. And see, it's right there, and it does the flip. So all you have to do is spam X, and you get it. Alright, after that, we just need to go ahead and complete the mission, which is super easy. We're going to go ahead and move up and position ourselves on the steps here and sight jack the dog Shibito blocking the entrance to the church. So we just need to make sure that it's not looking at us once we run up the church steps. So just make sure it's looking down those steps. It does look back here and moves forward, so you have to wait because it is bait. Alright, and then once it does that, you can go ahead and run forward and run up the gate, and that is mission 2.
You can see such beautiful things, Kyoya.
What do you mean?
When I first met you, I saw that you had this light around you. It was totally different from the light around the other villages. More warm and...
What are you talking about?
I wish they would all just disappear. Every last one of them.
Huh? Miyako!
Don't you worry, Miyako. Kyoya is gonna make it happen for you. Alright, so now this is gonna take us to our next day 3 mission, which I believe all of the missions going for will be day 3, and that'll be Tamon Takeuchi's day 3, 0300.
This is what I'd call a rude awakening.
Where are we?
Why did Hisako... That woman. She's the one who started this. Something has to be done, soon. or it'll be too late. It's not good to stay in this water for too long. Come on, let's get out of here. This may just work.
You've dropped something.
Yes. Thank you. But I don't need it anymore. You can have it.
Why would I want that? Alright, so with this, you actually have to play both Tamon and Kyoya in the same mission.
Maybe I shouldn't have left him alone.
There's no time to worry about others at a time like this. Just mind your own business. I'm afraid there's not much time left. We should split up.
Alright, so we play as Tamon first, so we're going to go ahead and pick up the flashlight first. Once we do that, we're going to go pick up our first archive for this mission, which is in the small shop here. So we'll go ahead and walk. You'll need to be careful because there is a Shibito. And the first archive is here. Just examine the photo, and that's the first one. Next, we'll need to go back and use the phone that was behind us as a distraction. So there's another phone number over here, which you can sidejack to get the phone number. But we don't need to do that because we know what it is. So first it'll be the X, which I believe is 0, so that'll be 0, 0. And then 4, 2, 1, 3. I'm sorry, I thought it was 3, it's 6. But yeah, once you input the correct number, it'll let you know that the call is going through. And you can sidejack the Shibito here going towards the phone. And then once he's inside the shop, you can go ahead and walk by. Again, you want to be careful because this is a revolver Shibito, and if he catches you, you'll die because you have no way to defend yourself. Alright, go ahead and walk forward, and you'll go ahead and make your way up here. Okay, and then you'll drop down. And you'll go to the left, and you'll go a little bit forward, and to your right will be a steel pipe, which will be your weapon for Tamon in this mission, so you'll pick that up. And then once you move forward, a dog Shibito is going to drop in front of you. Go ahead and beat it up. The steel pipe is actually very fast, so you should get as close as you can. Alright, with that dog Shibito dead, what you'll do is climb up over here again and drop down. And then if you go ahead and go up the stairs, you'll get a cutscene, and that ends your time as Tamon.
Worse than I imagined. We'll never get through.
Alright, and now we switch over to Kyoya.
I need to find Miyako. I promised her we would escape together.
Alright, so first thing, climb up to on this thing to your right, and you'll go and pick up the jack. You want to walk here because there is a dog Shibito upstairs, so you want to be careful of as to not alerting it. And there's a newspaper here that says it's dated 27 years ago. That's just to give you a little bit more lore and to hint at what's going on here. It's not an actual archive. Alright, so if you go forward on the other side, you'll see this truck here. You'll use the jack on the truck, and then you'll crawl under the truck. Alright, once you do that, you're going to want to climb up. Well, you can sidejack the Shibito before or after you climb up. But make sure you have that Shibito sidejack, sorry. And then there's a sub-objective that we need to complete. So we'll go ahead and drop down and hug the wall to the right over here. And if we continue forward and hugging the wall, we'll find these stairs. And at the top there will be a valve that we have to turn, and that'll complete the sub-objective for this mission. Alright, now we want to get the attention of the dog Shibito here so we can go pick up the other archive and the rifle. So regardless of where you are, you want to make sure it's using the bridge to jump over so that it slows down. So once it jumps over, we're going to go ahead and head up and run around here. And we're going to take it across the bridge, the broken bridge down here one more time so we can make sure that it doesn't follow us on our way to collect the rifle and the archive. Which this is the archive that you need to get to play the brain game or the puzzle game for the trophy achievement. So if you're trying to 100% this game and get all the trophies, you'll need to get it here. So climb up on the opposite side. As you can see, there's a green box on the grave here. So that's the brain cell revival game. That's what you'll need. And then you'll go ahead and pick up the rifle. And I believe that is the last archive for mission 1 here. So we've gotten the photo and the brain. I call it the brain game. So once you drop down, make sure you walk forward so you don't get the attention of the dog Shibito there. And then you'll climb up here, and then there's another thing to climb up. You'll head up the stairs and ready the rifle because there's a dog Shibito here. If it's not there, it'll return, so don't worry about it. It kind of moves. You'll see it right there. So you can get a free shot here, so go ahead and shoot it. And move down the stairs and climb up to the spot where you just hibernated the dog Shibito. Alright, next, make the jump here, and there will be another one that you'll have to take out. So this one, when you sidejack it, as you can see, it's in front of the door. But if it's not in front of the door, it'll be moving around like the stairs area. So if you see a dog Shibito that's moving up the stairs and around that area, then you know that's the one that you have to get rid of. And I believe there's another one here as well, but it's not as aggressive. And you also want to make sure that you close the door after you go through that, because the other Shibito that you took down, his pathing has him come over there, and if the door is open, then he'll come right through and hit you, and he can just chain you until you die. But I was confident here because I was on time with the shot, so I didn't close the door. Well, I wasn't confident with that shot. So yeah, all you have to do now is run up the stairs and go forward and just run all the way around following the path, and that'll end mission 1.
What is this?
Alright, so now that we have stage select again, what we're going to do is wrap up Harumi. So we're going to do her day 300 mission 2. So mission 2 is the same until the end, where we have to do some different stuff. So again, just walk forward as Harumi, and then you're going to want to make your way towards the garbage can or trash can and duck behind it until the Shibito makes his way over there and looks at you. He sure is taking his time. Come on, we got places to be and people to see. Alright. And then you're going to want to go ahead and walk forward. Make sure not to run, because if he catches you, well, I don't think I need to explain what's going to happen. You're going to fail. Okay, and then you'll just keep going forward here. We don't have to pick up any archives or do the secret objective because we did that in mission 1, so we just need to get to the central intersection. I don't think Bella even had, well, that's because it was changed in Blood Curse. And yeah, in Blood Curse, Hisako's character is replaced by a woman named Amana, and Bella, the girl in that game, grows up to be her, so they're one and the same. But Harumi's her own person. Harumi's actually the sole survivor of this entire incident, because she's the one that didn't die or consume any water. And that's one of the connections that Siren 2 has to this game. One of the characters, Masawa, he was a part of the rescue squad that rescued Harumi. And there's actually a cutscene in the game where you see him holding on to Harumi as they airlift her out of Hanuda, which is pretty cool. There's like 2 connections off the top of my head that I can think that show that this game takes place not exactly in the like story-wise, but in the same universe. So again, here we don't have to break the bridge because we already did it. You don't have to do it in mission 2. We're just making sure here that the dog Shibito doesn't follow us around. So it's easier just to make sure that he goes across the bridge and, well, he's dead. I don't think this is a hibernation thing. Yeah, I get that you really can't take them out without like a Shibito brain, like for good, but I mean, you're floating down all that water. I don't think you're gonna live after that, but who knows? Who knows where it goes? Okay, so now we're gonna go through the crawl space, and this is where we're gonna change up from what we did from the last mission. So we're going to go through this door here. And we're going to go into the room, and as soon as we go through the door to our right, there will be an alarm clock. And so with the toy monkey that we're carrying that we got from Tomoko, we'll use the battery from that to set it into the alarm clock, and we'll set the time. Alright. And you know, she does it automatically. You don't have to do it like manually. Alright, once that's set, what you'll do is go outside, and you can find any hiding place that you want, but I found this one to be the most effective. So just crouch behind these trash cans that are beneath the stairs, and you're going to want to sidejack the Shibito brain that you're going to distract with the alarm clock. And you can tell again because of the difference in the breathing. You see how it sounds like all weird and it's going like faster. It has like accelerated breathing that's different than the other Shibitos. So you just have to wait a minute, and then there'll be a cutscene, and you'll see the ship. This is actually the principal, I believe. Yeah, so the alarm clock went off, and we're gonna see him go through. So this is the way that we have to go. Because yeah, if you try to do this, unless you're like a speedrunner that has a strap, if you try to just run straight there and he's patrolling the area, you're gonna get caught. Alright, so he went in, and now what we're gonna do is run up the stairs and get out of here. Hey, just run through this room where it looks like a bunch of carnage happened. And then you'll cross the... I guess this is like a street or like a highway. And you gotta find the crawl space, which is right there. I had forgotten where it was for a little bit, but I figured it out. Alright, so yeah, then it's right there. And once you crawl through and head forward, that's the end of Mission 2 and the end of playing as Harumi.
I'm so tired.
Leader Makino. Our paths are always crossing, aren't they? The shared consciousness of twins?
I have been nothing but a pathetic fool.
I still would have given anything to be you even so. Do you know what it's like to feel inferior to your own double?
I didn't know. I was only doing the job that was required of me. Had it been different, this wouldn't have happened.
My part is done. Now I will exit the stage. I don't want to be a monster.
Alright, and then we go to the same ending again. But we're not going to watch it, obviously, because we got to get to the next loop. The game's not over. But an important distinction you got to know is that Shiro did not shoot himself. He killed Makino. He killed Makino and he took all of his stuff. And that's why it's important to recognize in this mission that it's actually not Makino. It's Shiro disguised as Makino. Because you got to remember, the entire time that Makino was in the game, he was cowardly. But again, it's fair because he never dealt with this stuff before. Alright, anyway, this mission is very, very simple. We don't have to do anything with the Shibito brain. We're gonna follow the same path that we did before. We're gonna drop down here. You can hear Akira just whirring around. We're gonna wait until that sound goes away to move again, and then we'll head down the path. There will be a Shibito here that we need to take care of, but we can shoot him. And all we'll need to do is climb down the well. Alright, and then we have to wait for Akira to go away. Excuse me. So then we'll climb down the well. And this is what I meant by way earlier in the video when I said that with Tamon, whatever decision you make affects Akira and Makino later on. So since we shot the Shibito down the well, which you should do if it's your first time, he's going to be at the top of this ladder, so you're forced to take damage here because he instantly turns around and swings. So after that, all you'll need to do is just shoot him and then examine the explosives, and you're good to go. We'll open the wooden box. And that'll be the end of mission 2 for Makino. And look at his face. That's Shiro. That's not Makino. That looked like it hurt. Alright, so next mission is Tamon's Day 3, 2200.
Tamon.
To me, this is one of the more sadder missions because we know about Tamon's parents and what happened to them. Alright, but at the start of the mission, you just go ahead and run forward, and we see that Naoko has gotten closer to the core of the nest, and now she's a dog Shibito. So we're gonna have to hibernate her. Alright. Alright, and then we move forward and we'll climb up this climb up here, or whatever you would call it, and then we'll drop down, and then our first archive will be here, which is a magazine that's sitting there. And then if we move forward here, we'll get another cutscene with the next enemy we'll have to defeat.
Oh, Harumi.
Whoa.
Where are you? Harumi.
Alright, so once the cutscene's over, just go ahead and turn around. And then you'll want to turn into where you got the magazine and head up the stairs. And then turn. And you'll want to shout so that Mrs. Takato will continue up the stairs. What I do is stand in the doorway with the steel pipe ready so I can just melee her out. And she is a Shibito brain, so the dog Shibito that was behind her will go into hibernation for good. And she blocks it so it can't get around and hit you, so it's a viable strat. And then if you completed her sub-objective, she drops a cassette tape, but we won't need that until mission 2. So now all you'll need to do is continue forward until you get a cutscene. That'll be the end of the mission. And there's also another archive, but it's auto-earned, so you won't have to worry about finding it.
This is...
Miyako, you're here.
I'm always right here. See, Kyoya? Come, over here.
How?
Just open the mirror gate. Like this.
Well, we've been here before, so we need to see that. But the savior's where it needs to be, and now we can continue to the next loop. And the next mission that we're going to play is Tamon Takeuchi's Day 30300 Mission 2. Got about a couple of missions left before we reach the true ending of the game. Sorry if that sounds annoying. It's annoying to me too. But like I was saying about Tamon's earlier mission, or the one that we just played, that's one of the saddest missions. I'm sorry, what, sadder? Is that even a word? More sad. We'll go with more sad. That's one of the more sad missions in the game, because knowing what happened with his parents and they're calling out his name before he starts his mission and everything like that.
Or it'll be too late. It's not good to stay in this water for too long. Come on, let's get out of here.
I kind of wonder what it's like just like staying in the Shibito world forever. It's like most of them are staying here because, you know, they've been in the water. Harumi is the only one that goes back to the normal world.
This may just work.
You've dropped something.
Yes. Thank you. But I don't need it anymore.
But for mission 2 here, both of the roles are extended, so we'll be doing a little more than we did in mission 1. It's not too much, but yeah. So penetrate gate to the next course, Kyoya Suda, yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't have left him alone.
There's no time to worry about others at a time like this. Just mind your own business.
I think the art style in this game is what really makes it, or one of the reasons why I stand the test of time. Alright, well, same thing before. We're just gonna skip the part with getting the archive. So yeah, it's 004216. It's kind of what I wish Blood Curse went with in terms of the like the tone and the art style. It's like vastly different from this game. Siren 2 is a bit different as well. Well, not a bit different, it's a whole lot different. The best way I can describe it really is that this game just has that amazing sense of dread, especially when you get later into the game. It's not that the other games don't have that, it's just like the direction with how the environments look and the music and the lighting. Alright, so what's different here is that instead of going forward, we're going to use this thing to climb up here. And then we're going to go ahead and continue to climb up. And then we're going to follow the path around. And there's a ladder here. Then we're going to go inside the house here. And we're going to go to the right and then down this hallway, and then we'll examine this to get the last archive for the mission, and then we're going to attach the needle to create the distraction. And then we'll have to play the record. Alright, once we've done that, we're going to go ahead and go into the bathroom. And we're going to turn our light off and close the door and wait for the Shibito to come and check out the sick music. Sick beats, bro. But yeah, once he turns and heads down the hallway, you can go ahead and leave. You just need to get rid of him so he doesn't shoot you when you climb up over here. So once you do that, go ahead and head out the door and climb up here. And then you'll turn to the right and climb up. And you'll head straight, and to your right, there's going to be a Shibito that's jumping back and forth. If you can time it right, you can leave before it even climbs, or before it jumps back over to where you are here currently. Or you can wait for it to jump and catch your attention, and you can beat it up. Because the steel pipe is honestly one of the best weapons in the game. So since it didn't catch me here, I was getting its attention. And then you just beat it with steel pipe. And I'm waiting for it to go into its hibernating position so I can move forward. And that's it for this mission, or that's it for mission 2 for Tamon.
No.
And now we're going to switch over to Kyoya. And Hei starts out the same, but we'll do something different near the end. Which, basically with Kyoya, it's just continuing where mission 1 cut off. So go ahead and climb up and climb over. And then pick up the car jack that's in here. Remember to walk because, again, there is a dog Shibito that is upstairs and you don't want to alert it. Alright, and then you'll run forward and you'll see the car, and again you'll use the jack to prop up the truck and then crawl under it. And again, what we need to do is get the rifle, and we want to do that without the dog Shibito's interference. So we will need to sightjack him either before or after we climb up to make sure we have the right one, and make sure we're not followed once we go to the graves. You can actually go here, but I was waiting for him to go down because once you get him in that spot, it's easier if he's like right by the bridge, or she. Yeah, because he has no choice to cross because that's the, or she, I'm sorry, has no choice to cross because that's the fastest way to get to you. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and turn up my flashlight and run this way. I'm just gonna run over here since he probably, or I'm sorry, she probably lost track of me. And you'll know if you go to the gravesite over here, and if you still hear like the little buzzing, then they still are hot on your trail. But if not, like it's quiet now, then you should be good. Because you can pick up the rifle and shoot, it's just very difficult with how pressure sensitive the rifle is and how close they can get, because they'll be able to chain attacks before you can probably even get your first shot off. Alright, so then we're going to climb up, and then again, remember, there's going to be the dog Shibito here that we can shoot. It actually got down here because it saw me. Wow. So, what I did was I adjusted, step back here because it has to crawl up. Don't miss that first shot like I did. And then, since it's down now, that actually helps me a lot too, because it has to, it has a longer path now to go around. So, if I wanted to leave the door open, I could. So it's not all bad with that. I was making sure I reloaded before I went into the next area. I wanted to see how many bullets I had in the gun. Well, it's the same area, but it's just me continuing forward. Yeah, make sure you reload. Alright, so we see that it's going towards the door. I'm gonna have the reference point because of the blue cross. I turn around here and I look just in case, because we did kill the other dog Shibito, and we want to make sure that it doesn't sneak up behind us while we're waiting for the other one to leave. Alright, now that I see that it's leaving, I'm gonna go ahead and open this door. Like I had mentioned in mission 1, there's actually 2 dog Shibito here, and usually what happens is that the first one that's patrolling to the left of you up top, it can usually sometimes just drop down in front of you. You can shoot it, or what happens is after you shoot this one that's gonna come down the stairs, it'll get alerted and it'll drop down instantly. So you just want to be wary of that. So if it's like the option that we had there, you can just run forward because it has to take its time to make its way over to you and drop. So like I was mentioning earlier, it's the same thing. We're just going to drop down, but instead of getting cut off and having the mission 1 complete, it'll continue for us. He bumped into the pole.
Kyoya, go. You promised to escape with me.
Miyako, where are you?
Use my eyes. Go ahead.
So now that we have our eyes, we're going to shoot the 2 dog Shibito here that are the blue angels, as I like to call them. And then you can just run forward. And that's mission 2.
Just a bit more. Almost there. Miyako, where did you go? It's you.
Good to see you again. Use it. That's your role, isn't it? Erase everything. Nothing can be left. I have a job to do as well.
All right, and that takes us to another Makino mission, which is day 3/1600, which is not really Makino, but we're going to say it is for now.
Sun's already setting. No time to lose.
All right, so we have 2 dog Shibito at the start. So what we're going to do is equip the hammer. And we're going to take whoever comes first. First come, first serve. So it's going to be the one to the left. So we're going to back up so we can have some quality solo time with this guy. And then we're going to go ahead and hammer him out. And then if we move up to our right, there will be another one on the stairs. And we're going to go ahead and smack him out too. And then if you see, well, I guess we'll go inside first and grab the key. That'll be the spare gate key. And then before we go up top, we'll go ahead and go here. And we'll see the poster. And that'll be our first archive for the mission. And then we'll use the key to unlock the door. And then there'll be another Shibito waiting for a beat down right here. So we're going to give it to him. Wow, just one. And then there'll be another. So let's give him the beat down. Wow, one again. And then another. Can we get 3 ones in a row? Wow. And so there's an archive. Oh, well, there's another one. 4 in a row? Oh! Alright. So we're going to go up the ladder to the shack here so we can get the archive item, which is also a trophy. So we'll need to get the skyfish. So there's a strange symbol here that'll sizzle once you get close to it. All you'll need to do is ready your hammer, hit it, and then once you see the fish there, you'll just need to examine it, and you'll get the trophy there and the archive, which is the second archive for the mission. Alright, and then next, all we need to do is leave for mission 1, but there is a caveat though. And that'll be that there is a Shibito up here that is going to push a trolley once you get close enough to it. So what you want to do is run up here with caution. And then once you hit the 1 sign, you'll hear the sign. You can hear it drop. So I don't know if you can hear it there. But all you have to do is run back. And then make that left and then wait for it to fall off of the track. And now we can go regulate and get the guy that just tried to kill us, you little sneaky. Alright, it'll be right here. You can go ahead and use the pistol to shoot him, make it easy. And then continue forward, and that's mission 1.
God. See, you've resisted the temptation of the sirens for decades, lying here. Everlasting life means everlasting pain. I'll end it all, end your suffering.
Will he though? I don't know. Alright, so now what we're going to do is take care of Tamon's last mission, which is the day 3/2200 mission 2.
Tamon.
Tamon. Alright, so the start of this mission is the same. And for mission 2, we need to reach the Takeuchi residence. So again, we're going to go forward and unfortunately put a beat down on Naoko. Naoko, however you pronounce it. Alright, and then go forward and to your right, go ahead and climb up and then climb down. And what's going to be different here now is we're going to have to push over the sign to create a different path. So we're going to run forward to get the cutscene where Mrs. Takato appears, and then we'll run upstairs, but instead of shouting, we'll drop the sign, which is now here in mission 2.
Harumi! Where are you? Harumi!
Alright, so we'll turn around. We'll make the left here, go up the stairs, and then we'll head towards the window and drop the sign. Alright, with that, we're gonna turn around and wait for Mrs. Takato to come up. She's up there very early, wow. Alright, and then we'll just go ahead and lay a beating on her as well. And this time, we will need to pick up the cassette tape that she dropped. Alright, after that, you're going to go ahead and make a right. And with the sign that we drop, it's created a new path. So we'll go ahead and drop down here. We'll turn around. And we're going to follow the path all the way around. And we'll take out the Shibito that'll be waiting for us there. Which is a dog Shibito. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see the little, its little footprints in the water, the little patterns it's making. All right, with save, she's gonna let me move forward. So there's 2 ladders here. You want to climb up the first one here because this is where you'll need to set up your escape or your way around the rifle Shibito up here. So once you climb up the ladder here, go ahead and walk and go to your left and you'll see a sign here. Once you do that, examine the sign and you can tie the tape to it. Make sure you don't knock it over because that'll get you instantly spotted and then you have to... I don't believe you can pick up the sign again. I actually haven't tried it. So once you put the option to tie the tape to the sign, go ahead and go back down the ladder, and once you reach the bottom, the cassette tape will be right there. All you'll need to do is go towards it and prompt to pull the sign down. Or pull the tape, but it's the same thing. It's going to pull the sign down. Once that's done, go ahead and go forward to the next ladder on the other side. And I believe the thing that you'll need to climb up is going to be to his left. So go ahead and walk towards the left and you'll climb up here. And all you'll need to do is follow the path, and that'll be the end of mission 2. And there will be an archive that you'll earn automatically at the end.
It's my home.
Oops, never mind. Thought there would be an archive, but I guess there wasn't. Well, I guess maybe after this one.
Mother. Father.
Yeah, so it was after that cutscene. I know that's supposed to be like an emotional scene, but the way that his dad is like smiling at him when he walks in the door is always funny to me. It's like it just kills it. Alright, we don't need to do that. We just need to continue to the next loop. And so we only have 3 missions left. And the next one that we're gonna do is Kei Makino's Day 3 1600 Mission 2. Also another simple one with just a bunch, or not a bunch, but some extended steps from what we needed to do for Mission 1.
Sun's already setting. No time to lose.
Alright, and the mission objective 2 is defeat all Shibito and reach road to floodgates. So again, we're going to go ahead and go forward. Make sure you switch to the hammer like I didn't already. I realized it at that point. It's because you'll need to conserve the bullets for later. You only get 6 in this mission. So, go ahead and let them come to you. So the gist of this mission is that you have both the Onda sisters, if I'm pronouncing that right, so Mina and Risa, and they're both on this map, or this area when Makino's here, aka Shiro right now, and you'll have to take them out. And the way that you can get the other Shibito to stay down is that, if you remember, Mina is a Shibito brain. Which I think Risa also is too here. Maybe not. Yeah, same thing. Just go ahead and move forward and defeat all the Shibito on your path. You want to make sure you get this one here because we're going to go up the right shaft first here. So we can take care of Risa first. So equip the pistol. And the best way that you can do this is run up, and once you see Risa, go ahead and turn around and run back. And then stop once you get a little further out. Risa's going to come down. Make sure she comes all the way down. Shoot her once. And she's going to turn around and you can shoot her again. And now Makino, aka Shiro, is going to stake it. Ouch. Alright, and she's going to drop a key that we picked up in one of her earlier missions. I feel so bad for Risa. She didn't deserve that. Alright, so now that we got the key, we're going to head back down because she's not going to be moving anytime soon. I believe that she can get free from the stake if you take too long. I can't really remember if that's right, but maybe that happened once. Who knows? Alright, so we're going to open the doors here. Alright, and then we're going to go ahead and switch back to the pistol because I switched to the hammer in the cutscene. And then we'll use the last 4 bullets to kill Mina. Well, 3. And when you kill Mina, it knocks out any remaining dog Shibito that are there. So you just need to connect the wire that's in the shaft that she's in. And then you can go ahead and detonate it there in the Siren shack. Alright, we see them knocked out there. Well, I guess you had to blow that up beforehand because you kind of seal Mina. Yeah, so I guess it was after that, but still. Alright, and that's it. All you gotta do is head to the end of the mission now, and you've completed all the missions for Makino. You don't have to worry about the trolley since the Shibito that pushes it is hibernating now, so yeah. But yeah, that's mission 2, and now we're going to get into the final 2 missions of the game. After this cutscene, of course.
Flames of eternity. In exchange for my life.
And that's when you're supposed to find out that it's Makino, if you can tell at this point, because Risa and Mina call him Shiro when he's wearing Makino's clothes. Alright, so now it's time for Kyoya Suda's Day 3 2300 Mission 1.
How did you get here? Ah, I see. It was you. The one who stole the fruit.
By fruit, she means the royal blood, because Miyako she swapped blood with him earlier, and that's how he was able to get there and withstand
but I promised
the
Miyako.
convergence into the water that he did.
I have to finish it.
As you can see, Jun Kajiro couldn't withstand it, so he turned into a Shibito. So this one's pretty easy. All you have to do is stand where you are and just snipe them. You just gotta be careful to not overcompensate for your aim, because again, the rifles in this game are very pressure sensitive on the analog sticks. And in my opinion, it's even worse with the PS5 controller, so this might take a little practice. But in this first stage where you fight Jun, you don't have to move at all, you just have to shoot him. You can move up a little bit, but I wouldn't recommend moving out of position of where Kyoya initially starts. So it's just 4 shots, and then after that, he's going to take out the blade, which I'm not going to even try to pronounce the name, I'm going to mess it up. So once he does that, you're just going to go ahead and turn around and keep running until you get a cutscene. And see what I mean about the dreadfulness of the art style of the game, like the sky, the grass, like it's just like the way that Blood Curse did the final fight, I was just like, ugh. I get it's like a reimagining, but still. So yeah, you'll get a cutscene seeing that the Uryen is activated. Again, I apologize if I butcher the name of it. Alright, Jun, we hear you. So you just want to run a little bit more. Make sure you don't run out too far, because Jun will then just teleport in front of you and he'll just hit you and you'll die. So once you get some space, go ahead and turn around and wait till he gets close and you'll kill him. I don't know if kill is the right word, but let's just say he isn't anymore. So go ahead and pick up the sword, which is a archive as well. and then you'll get a cutscene here.
I can't wait any longer. Take this body. The master who brings us paradise. Give me strength.
That is one ugly alien. Alright, so once you get out of the cutscene, you take control of Kyoya again. Just run forward and get a little bit of space. And all you need to do is turn around and activate the Uryen, I think 3 times, and you'll complete mission 1. So turn, prime, that's 1. And then just turn around and run forward a little bit more. I really didn't even need to run out this far. I was just being safe. Alright, and that's 2. And we'll just need 1 more. Yeah, the data sushi always follows around or behind you most of the time. Alright, and then we can turn, and that's 3, and that's mission 1 done. And we're on the final loop, I believe. Yeah, we didn't need to watch that. But did you see how Hisako turned into the Hisako that we saw earlier? Like way, way earlier? Alright, it's time for the final mission. So we're just going to head straight down and do Kyoya Suda's Day 3, 2300, Mission 2. Which now we have to decapitate Data Sushi.
How did you get here? Ah, I see. It was you. The one who stole the fruit.
Alright, so same thing. Like I said before, once you take control of Kyoya, just make sure you stay where he is and just slightly rotate his body to snipe June.
I have to finish it.
You know, I wanted to go over more lore in this video. But I feel like it probably wasn't appropriate because for a lot of the stuff I had to explain, and I feel like I had to explain fast because I was doing the missions fast. So I think maybe I'll do a lore video on this in the future. I have all the archives and footage to do it, so I might as well. Yeah, because once you understand the lore of this game, it gets very crazy. I think that's the interesting bit of it too, is having to piece it all together. And I'll be honest, Blood Curse actually helped me understand this a little bit more too, because Blood Curse actually is, it has all like the story beats that this game has and so on. But this game is just like so obscure and a bit ambiguous. Can't speak today. But yeah, like with the plot points and stuff like that. And I don't know how exact the translation is, but I feel like that's kind of thrown off with that as well. That's why I wish the American version or even the PAL version had the option to play with Japanese voices and English subtitles. Siren 2 did that for the PAL version, but not for any other version. Well, Siren 2, fun fact, was never released in NA because this game sold poorly in NA, so they basically only made it in the regions where it did decent. Which sucks because once I got into the franchise, I wanted a NA copy of Siren 2, but doesn't exist. I'm hoping PlayStation, because with the PS5 emulator, there's the option to pick the PAL version of this game. I'm hoping that they port or bring Siren 2 to the emulator, because it's possible now, because we can just play the PAL version. So I know a lot of people who would love to play Siren 2, but, you know, aren't really savvy with, like, emulators and things of that nature, so yeah. Or just play console only. Alright, so what we're doing here is we have to sidejack there so we can see where we have to go with Miyako. I'm sorry, she's pointing us towards where we need to see the reflection of Dadasushi to decapitate him. So there's one of the mirrors there. So what we're going to do to soften up Dadasushi is we're going to hit him twice with the Uryen, and then we're going to switch to the sword and do a heavy attack. So just to let you know, once you do switch to the sword, it does have to glow. So make sure that it's glowing when you have it readied like that, or the heavy attack won't work. And that's it. We completed Siren 100%. Take it away, Kyoya. That's like the best ending ever. Even in the end, she protected her, Mrs. Takato. So this is the Shibito world, because they're still in it because they consume the red water.
Professor, it's no time to be playing happy families. Come on!
Father.
And Harumi, since she didn't die or consume the water, she's in the real world, so that's why she's, you know, alone and crying. And you can hear the helicopter in the back, which is the Special Defense Force, I believe, that's picking her up. But yeah, that's the true ending there. And that's the game. So we have one more cutscene to watch because we got 99 archives. And with the cutscene, we'll get the last, which will equal to 100. So I'll let the credits roll and we'll get to that afterwards. But before I do, just saying, I know we didn't go over too much lore in this game, and there's a lot to go over in this game. But I think what I'm going to do is maybe do a lore video on this. Because like I was saying earlier, since this is sort of a guide video that I made, I wanted to go over the strats and everything. So that seemed that it was more important for this video, but we'll probably do a lore video later on. Alright, so again, when you collect 99 archives, there will be a secret cutscene that you can watch, and that is how you get the 100th archive. So if you scroll all the way over, there will be a cutscene for Data Sushi. So, with that cutscene, they were eating Data Sushi, which fell from the sky, and their village was going through a famine. And the woman that was standing up and was doing the Harlem Shake in the background, that was Hisako, and that was the alien cursing her with eternal life. And she was pregnant at the time as well, which she began the Kajiro line with that child. And this is the Zuno game. I included it just in case somebody wanted some instruction of how to get the trophy. This is like the final trophy. But yeah, that's it for me. If you liked this video, please go ahead and leave a like and a comment. And expect more commentary guides in the future. I hope you have a good day or night, whatever time or day you're watching this, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.